Book 4 of Laws by Plato, translated by Benjamin JOWETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 4. Athenian. And now what will this city be? I do not mean to ask what is or will hereafter be the name of the place. That may be determined by the accident of locality, or of the original settlement. A river or fountain, or some local deity may give the sanction of a name to the newly founded city. But I do want to know what the situation is, whether maritime or inland. Cleinias, I should imagine, stranger, that the city of which we are speaking is about 80 stadia distant from the sea. Athenian. And are there harbors on the seaboard? Cleinias. Excellent harbors, stranger. There could not be better. Athenian. Alas, what a prospect! And is the surrounding country productive, or in need of importations? Cleinias. Hardly in need of anything. Athenian. And is there any neighboring state? Cleinias. None whatever, and that is the reason for selecting the place. In days of old there was a migration of the inhabitants, and the region has been deserted from time immemorial. Athenian. And has the place a fair proportion of hill and plain and wood? Cleinias. Like the rest of Crete in that. Athenian. You mean to say that there is more rock than plain? Cleinias. Exactly. Athenian. Then there is some hope that your citizens may be virtuous. Had you been on the sea, and well provided with harbors, and an importing rather than a producing country, some mighty saviour would have been needed, and lawgivers more than mortal, if you were ever to have a chance of preserving your state from degeneracy and discordance of manners. Compare Aristotle's Politics. But there is comfort in the 80 stadia, although the sea is too near, especially if, as you say, the harbors are so good. Still we may be content. The sea is pleasant enough as a daily companion, but has indeed also a bitter and brackish quality, filling the streets with merchants and shopkeepers, and begetting in the souls of men uncertain and unfaithful ways, making the state unfriendly and unfaithful both to her own citizens and also to other nations. There is a consolation, therefore, in the country producing all things at home, and yet, owing to the ruggedness of the soil, not providing anything in great abundance. Had there been abundance, there might have been a great export trade, and a great return of gold and silver, which, as we may safely affirm, has the most fatal results on a state whose aim is the attainment of just and noble sentiments. This was said by us, if you remember, in the previous discussion. Cleinias. I remember, and am of opinion that we both were and are in the right. Athenian. Well, but let me ask, how is the country supplied with timber for shipbuilding? Cleinias. There is no fir of any consequence, nor pine, and not much cypress, and you will find very little stone pine or plain wood, which shipwrights always require for the interior of ships. Athenian. These are also natural advantages. Cleinias. Why so? Athenian. Because no city ought to be easily able to imitate its enemies in what is mischievous. Cleinias. How does that bear upon any of the matters of which we have been speaking? Athenian. Remember, my good friend, what I said at first about the Cretan laws, that they looked to one thing only, and this, as you both agreed, was war. And I replied that such laws, in so far as they tended to promote virtue, were good. But in that they regarded a part only, and not the whole of virtue, I disapproved of them. And now I hope that you in your turn will follow and watch me if I legislate with a view to anything but virtue, or with a view to a part of virtue only. For I consider that the true lawgiver, like an archer, aims only at that on which some eternal beauty is always attending, and dismisses everything else, whether wealth or any other benefit, when separated from virtue. I was saying that the imitation of enemies was a bad thing, and I was thinking of a case in which a maritime people are harassed by enemies, as the Athenians were by Minos, I do not speak from any desire to recall past grievances, but he, as we know, was a great naval potentate, who compelled the inhabitants of Attica to pay him a cruel tribute. And in those days they had no ships of war, as they now have, nor was the country filled with ship timber, and therefore they could not readily build them. Hence they could not learn how to imitate their enemy at sea, and in this way, becoming sailors themselves, directly repel their enemies. Better for them to have lost many times over the 7 youths than that heavy armed and stationary troops should have been turned into sailors, and accustomed to be often leaping on shore, and again to come running back to their ships; or should have fancied that there was no disgrace in not awaiting the attack of an enemy, and dying boldly, and that there were good reasons, and plenty of them, for a man throwing away his arms, and betaking himself to flight, which is not dishonourable, as people say at certain times. This is the language of naval warfare, and is anything but worthy of extraordinary praise. For we should not teach bad habits, least of all to the best part of the citizens. You may learn the evil of such a practice from Homer, by whom Odysseus is introduced, rebuking Agamemnon because he desires to draw down the ships to the sea at a time when the Achaeans are hard pressed by the Trojans. He gets angry with him, and says: Who, at a time when the battle is in full cry, biddest to drag the well-benched ships into the sea, that the prayers of the Trojans may be accomplished yet more, and high ruin fall upon us? For the Achaeans will not maintain the battle when the ships are drawn into the sea, but they will look behind, and will cease from strife. In that the counsel which you give will prove injurious. You see that he quite knew triremes on the sea, in the neighbourhood of fighting men, to be an evil. Lions might be trained in that way to fly from a herd of deer. Moreover, naval powers, which owe their safety to ships, do not give honour to that sort of warlike excellence which is most deserving of it. For he who owes his safety to the pilot and the captain, and the oarsmen, and all sorts of rather inferior persons, cannot rightly give honour to whom honour is due. But how can a state be in a right condition which cannot justly award honour? CLEINIAS: It is hardly possible, I admit; and yet, Stranger, we Cretans are in the habit of saying that the battle of Salamis was the salvation of Hellas. ATHENIAN: Why, yes, and that is an opinion which is widely spread both among Hellenes and barbarians. But Megillus and I say rather that the battle of Marathon was the beginning, and the battle of Plataea the completion of the great deliverance, and that these battles by land made the Hellenes better, whereas the sea fights of Salamis and Artemisium, for I may as well put them both together, made them no better, if I may say so, without offence, about the battles which helped to save us. And in estimating the goodness of a state, we regard both the situation of the country and the order of the laws, considering that the mere preservation and continuance of life is not the most honourable thing for men, as the vulgar think, but the continuance of the best life while we live. And that again, if I am not mistaken, is a remark which has been made already. CLEINIAS: Yes. ATHENIAN: Then we have only to ask whether we are taking the course which we acknowledge to be the best for the settlement and legislation of states. CLEINIAS: The best by far. ATHENIAN: And now let me proceed to another question. Who are to be the colonists? May any one come out of all Crete? And is the idea that the population in the several states is too numerous for the means of subsistence? For I suppose that you are not going to send out a general invitation to any Hellene who likes to come, and yet I observe that to your country settlers have come from Argos and Aegina and other parts of Hellas. Tell me, then, whence do you draw your recruits in the present enterprise? CLEINIAS: They will come from all Crete, and of other Hellenes Peloponnesians will be most acceptable, for, as you truly observe, there are Cretans of Argive descent, and the race of Cretans which has the highest character at the present day is the Gortinian, and this has come from Gortys in the Peloponnesus. Athenian, cities find colonization in some respects easier if the colonists are one race, which, like a swarm of bees, is sent out from a single country, either when friends leave friends owing to some pressure of population or other similar necessity, or when a portion of a state is driven by factions to emigrate. And there have been whole cities which have taken flight when utterly conquered by a superior power in war. This, however, which is in one way an advantage to the colonist or legislator, in another point of view creates a difficulty. There is an element of friendship in the community of race and language and laws, and in common temples and rites of worship. But colonies which are of this homogeneous sort are apt to kick against any laws or any form of constitution differing from that which they had at home, and although the badness of their own laws may have been the cause of the factions which prevailed among them, yet from the force of habit they would fain preserve the very customs which were their ruin, and the leader of the colony, who is their legislator, finds them troublesome and rebellious. On the other hand, the conflux of several populations might be more disposed to listen to new laws, but then to make them combine and pull together, as they say of horses, is a most difficult task, and the work of years. And yet there is nothing which tends more to the improvement of mankind than legislation and colonization. CLEINIAS: No doubt, but I should like to know why you say so. ATHENIAN: My good friend, I am afraid that the course of my speculations is leading me to say something depreciatory of legislators, but if the word be to the purpose, there can be no harm. And yet why am I disquieted? For I believe that the same principle applies equally to all human things. CLEINIAS: To what are you referring? ATHENIAN: I was going to say that man never legislates, but accidents of all sorts, which legislate for us in all sorts of ways. The violence of war and the hard necessity of poverty are constantly overturning governments and changing laws, and the power of disease has often caused innovations in the state, when there have been pestilences, or when there has been a succession of bad seasons continuing during many years. Any one who sees all this naturally rushes to the conclusion of which I was speaking, that no mortal legislates in anything, but that in human affairs chance is almost everything. And this may be said of the arts of the sailor and the pilot and the physician and the general, and may seem to be well said, and yet there is another thing which may be said with equal truth of all of them. CLEINIAS: What is it? ATHENIAN: That God governs all things, and that chance and opportunity cooperate with him in the government of human affairs. There is, however, a third and less extreme view, that art should be there also. For I should say that in a storm there must surely be a great advantage in having the aid of the pilot's art. You would agree? CLEINIAS: Yes. ATHENIAN: And does not a like principle apply to legislation as well as to other things, even supposing all the conditions to be favourable which are needed for the happiness of the state, yet the true legislator must from time to time appear on the scene? CLEINIAS: Most true. ATHENIAN: In each case the artist would be able to pray rightly for certain conditions, and if these were granted by fortune, he would then only require to exercise his art. CLEINIAS: Certainly. ATHENIAN: And all the other artists just now mentioned, if they were bidden to offer up each their special prayer, would do so? CLEINIAS: Of course. ATHENIAN: And the legislator would do likewise? CLEINIAS: I believe that he would. ATHENIAN: Come, legislator, we will say to him, what are the conditions which you require in a state before you can organize it? How ought he to answer this question? Shall I give his answer? CLEINIAS: Yes. ATHENIAN: He will say, give me a state which is governed by a tyrant, and let the tyrant be young and have a good memory. Let him be quick at learning and of a courageous and noble nature. Let him have that quality which, as I said before, is the inseparable companion of all the other parts of virtue, if there is to be any good in them. Cleinias, I suppose, Megillus, that this companion virtue of which the stranger speaks must be temperance. Athenian, yes, Cleinias, temperance in the vulgar sense, not that which in the forced and exaggerated language of some philosophers is called prudence, but that which is the natural gift of children and animals, of whom some live continently and others incontinently, but when isolated was, as we said, hardly worth reckoning in the catalogue of goods. I think that you must understand my meaning. Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, then our tyrant must have this as well as the other qualities, if the state is to acquire in the best manner and in the shortest time the form of government which is most conducive to happiness, for there neither is nor ever will be a better or speedier way of establishing a polity than by a tyranny. Cleinias, by what possible arguments, stranger, can any man persuade himself of such a monstrous doctrine? Athenian, there is surely no difficulty in seeing, Cleinias, what is in accordance with the order of nature. Cleinias, you would assume, as you say, a tyrant who was young, temperate, quick at learning, having a good memory, courageous, of a noble nature. Athenian, yes, and you must add fortunate, and his good fortune must be that he is the contemporary of a great legislator, and that some happy chance brings them together. When this has been accomplished, God has done all that he ever does for a state which he desires to be eminently prosperous. He has done second best for a state in which there are two such rulers, and third best for a state in which there are three. The difficulty increases with the increase and diminishes with the diminution of the number. Cleinias, you mean to say, I suppose, that the best government is produced from a tyranny, and originates in a good lawgiver and an orderly tyrant, and that the change from such a tyranny into a perfect form of government takes place most easily, less easily when from an oligarchy, and in the third degree from a democracy. Is not that your meaning? Athenian, not so. I mean rather to say that the change is best made out of a tyranny, and secondly out of a monarchy, and thirdly out of some sort of democracy. Fourth, in the capacity for improvement, comes oligarchy, which has the greatest difficulty in admitting of such a change, because the government is in the hands of a number of potentates. I am supposing that the legislator is by nature of the true sort, and that his strength is united with that of the chief men of the state, and when the ruling element is numerically small, and at the same time very strong, as in a tyranny, there the change is likely to be easiest and most rapid. Cleinias, how? I do not understand. Athenian, and yet I have repeated what I am saying a good many times, but I suppose that you have never seen a city which is under a tyranny. Cleinias, no, and I cannot say that I have any great desire to see one. Athenian, and yet where there is a tyranny, you might certainly see that of which I am now speaking. Cleinias, what do you mean? Athenian, I mean that you might see how, without trouble and in no very long period of time, the tyrant, if he wishes, can change the manners of a state. He has only to go in the direction of virtue or of vice, whichever he prefers, he himself indicating by his example the lines of conduct, praising and rewarding some actions, and reproving others, and degrading those who disobey. Cleinias, but how can we imagine that the citizens in general will at once follow the example set to them? And how can he have this power both of persuading and of compelling them? Athenian, let no one, my friends, persuade us that there is any quicker and easier way in which states change their laws than when the rulers lead. Such changes never have nor ever will come to pass in any other way. The real impossibility or difficulty is of another sort, and is rarely surmounted in the course of ages, but when once it is surmounted, 10,000, or rather all blessings follow. Cleinias, of what are you speaking? Athenian, the difficulty is to find the divine love of temperate and just institutions existing in any powerful forms of government, whether in a monarchy or oligarchy of wealth or of birth. You might as well hope to reproduce the character of Nestor, who is said to have excelled all men in the power of speech, and yet more in his temperance. This, however, according to the tradition, was in the times of Troy. In our own days there is nothing of the sort. But if such an one either has or ever shall come into being, or is now among us, blessed is he, and blessed are they who hear the wise words that flow from his lips. And this may be said of power in general. When the supreme power in man coincides with the greatest wisdom and temperance, then the best laws and the best constitution come into being, but in no other way. And let what I have been saying be regarded as a kind of sacred legend or oracle, and let this be our proof that, in one point of view, there may be a difficulty for a city to have good laws, but that there is another point of view in which nothing can be easier or sooner effected, granting our supposition. Cleinias, how do you mean? Athenian, let us try to amuse ourselves, old boys, as we are, by moulding in words the laws which are suitable to your state. Cleinias, let us proceed without delay. Athenian, then let us invoke God at the settlement of our state. May he hear and be propitious to us, and come and set in order the state and the laws. Cleinias, may he come. Athenian, but what form of polity are we going to give the city? Cleinias, tell us what you mean a little more clearly. Do you mean some form of democracy, or oligarchy, or aristocracy, or monarchy? For we cannot suppose that you would include tyranny. Athenian, which of you will first tell me to which of these classes his own government is to be referred? Megillus, ought I to answer first, since I am the elder? Cleinias, perhaps you should. Megillus, and yet, stranger, I perceive that I cannot say, without more thought, what I should call the government of Lacedaemon, for it seems to me to be like a tyranny. The power of our ephors is marvellously tyrannical, and sometimes it appears to me to be of all cities the most democratical. And who can reasonably deny that it is an aristocracy? Compare Aristotle's Politics. We have also a monarchy, which is held for life, and is said by all mankind, and not by ourselves only, to be the most ancient of all monarchies. And therefore, when asked on a sudden, I cannot precisely say which form of government the Spartan is. Cleinias, I am in the same difficulty, Megillus, for I do not feel confident that the polity of Kenosis is any of these. Athenian, the reason is, my excellent friends, that you really have polities, but the states of which we were just now speaking are merely aggregations of men dwelling in cities who are the subjects and servants of a part of their own state, and each of them is named after the dominant power. They are not polities at all. But if states are to be named after their rulers, the true state ought to be called by the name of the god who rules over wise men. Cleinias, and who is this god? Athenian, may I still make use of fable to some extent, in the hope that I may be better able to answer your question? Shall I? Cleinias, by all means. Athenian, in the primeval world, and a long while before the cities came into being, whose settlements we have described, there is said to have been, in the time of Cronos, a blessed rule and life, of which the best ordered of existing states is a copy. Compare Statesman. Cleinias, it will be very necessary to hear about that. Athenian, I quite agree with you, and therefore I have introduced the subject. Cleinias, most appropriately, and since the tale is to the point, you will do well in giving us the whole story. Athenian, I will do as you suggest. There is a tradition of the happy life of mankind in days when all things were spontaneous and abundant. And of this the reason is said to have been as follows. Cronos knew what we ourselves were declaring, that no human nature invested with supreme power is able to order human affairs and not overflow with insolence and wrong, which reflection led him to appoint not men but demigods, who are of a higher and more divine race, to be the kings and rulers of our cities. He did as we do with flocks of sheep and other tame animals. For we do not appoint oxen to be the lords of oxen, or goats of goats, but we ourselves are a superior race and rule over them. In like manner, God, in his love of mankind, placed over us the demons, who are a superior race, and they with great ease and pleasure to themselves, and no less to us, taking care of us and giving us peace and reverence and order and justice, never failing, made the tribes of men happy and united. And this tradition, which is true, declares that cities of which some mortal man, and not God, is the ruler, have no escape from evils and toils. Still, we must do all that we can to imitate the life which is said to have existed in the days of Cronos. And as far as the principle of immortality dwells in us, to that we must hearken, both in private and public life, and regulate our cities and houses according to law, meaning by the very term law the distribution of mind. But if either a single person, or an oligarchy, or a democracy has a soul eager after pleasures and desires, wanting to be filled with them, yet retaining none of them, and perpetually afflicted with an endless and insatiable disorder, and this evil spirit, having first trampled the laws under foot, becomes the master either of a state or of an individual, then, as I was saying, salvation is hopeless. And now, Cleinias, we have to consider whether you will or will not accept this tale of mine. Cleinias, certainly we will. Athenian, you are aware, are you not, that there are often said to be as many forms of laws as there are of governments, and of the latter we have already mentioned all those which are commonly recognized. Now you must regard this as a matter of first-rate importance, for what is to be the standard of just and unjust is once more the point at issue. Men say that the law ought not to regard either military virtue or virtue in general, but only the interests and power and preservation of the established form of government. This is thought by them to be the best way of expressing the natural definition of justice. Cleinias, how? Athenian, justice is said by them to be the interest of the stronger republic. Cleinias, speak plainer. Athenian, I will. Surely, they say, the governing power makes whatever laws have authority in any state. Cleinias, true. Athenian, well, they would add, and do you suppose that tyranny or democracy or any other conquering power does not make the continuance of the power which is possessed by them the first or principal object of their laws? Cleinias, how can they have any other? Athenian, and whoever transgresses these laws is punished as an evildoer by the legislator, who calls the laws just. Cleinias, naturally. Athenian, this then is always the mode and fashion in which justice exists. Cleinias, certainly, if they are correct in their view. Athenian, why, yes, this is one of those false principles of government to which we were referring. Cleinias, which do you mean? Athenian, those which we were examining when we spoke of who ought to govern whom. Did we not arrive at the conclusion that parents ought to govern their children, and the elder the younger, and the noble the ignoble? And there were many other principles, if you remember, and they were not always consistent. One principle was this very principle of might, and we said that Pindar considered violence natural and justified it. Cleinias, yes, I remember. Athenian, consider then to whom our state is to be entrusted, for there is a thing which has occurred times without number in states. Cleinias, what thing? Athenian, that when there has been a contest for power, those who gain the upper hand so entirely monopolize the government as to refuse all share to the defeated party and their descendants. They live watching one another, the ruling class being in perpetual fear that someone who has a recollection of former wrongs will come into power and rise up against them. Now, according to our view, such governments are not polities at all, nor are laws right which are passed for the good of particular classes, and not for the good of the whole state. States which have such laws are not polities but parties, and their notions of justice are simply unmeaning. I say this because I am going to assert that we must not entrust the government in your state to any one because he is rich, or because he possesses any other advantage, such as strength or stature or again birth. But he who is most obedient to the laws of the state, he shall win the palm. And to him who is victorious in the first degree shall be given the highest office and chief ministry of the gods, and the second to him who bears the second palm, and on a similar principle shall all the other offices be assigned to those who come next in order. And when I call the rulers servants or ministers of the law, I give them this name not for the sake of novelty, but because I certainly believe that upon such service or ministry depends the well or ill being of the state. For that state in which the law is subject and has no authority, I perceive to be on the highway to ruin. But I see that the state in which the law is above the rulers, and the rulers are the inferiors of the law, has salvation and every blessing which the gods can confer. Cleinias, truly, stranger, you see with the keen vision of age. Athenian, why, yes, every man when he is young has that sort of vision dullest, and when he is old keenest. Cleinias, very true. Athenian, and now what is to be the next step? May we not suppose the colonists to have arrived, and proceed to make our speech to them? Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, friends, we say to them, God, as the old tradition declares, holding in his hand the beginning, middle, and end of all that is, travels according to his nature in a straight line towards the accomplishment of his end. Justice always accompanies him, and is the punisher of those who fall short of the divine law. To justice he who would be happy holds fast, and follows in her company with all humility and order. But he who is lifted up with pride, or elated by wealth or rank, or beauty, who is young and foolish, and has a soul hot with insolence, and thinks that he has no need of any guide or ruler, but is able himself to be the guide of others, he, I say, is left deserted of God. And being thus deserted, he takes to him others who are like himself, and dances about, throwing all things into confusion. And many think that he is a great man, but in a short time he pays a penalty which justice cannot but approve, and is utterly destroyed, and his family and city with him. Wherefore, seeing that human things are thus ordered, what should a wise man do, or think, or not do, or think? Cleinias, every man ought to make up his mind that he will be one of the followers of God. There can be no doubt of that. Athenian, then what life is agreeable to God and becoming in his followers? One only, expressed once for all in the old saying, that like agrees with like, with measure, measure. But things which have no measure agree neither with themselves, nor with the things which have. Now God ought to be to us the measure of all things, and not man. Compare CRAT, period, semicolon, THEAET, period. As men commonly say. Protagoras. The words are far more true of him, and he who would be dear to God must, as far as is possible, be like him, and such as he is. Wherefore the temperate man is the friend of God, for he is like him, and the intemperate man is unlike him, and different from him, and unjust. And the same applies to other things, and this is the conclusion, which is also the noblest and truest of all sayings, that for the good man to offer sacrifice to the gods, and hold converse with them by means of prayers and offerings, and every kind of service, is the noblest and best of all things, and also the most conducive to a happy life, and very fit and meet. But with the bad man the opposite of this is true, for the bad man has an impure soul, whereas the good is pure, and from one who is polluted neither a good man nor God can without impropriety receive gifts. Wherefore the unholy do only waste their much service upon the gods, but when offered by any holy man, such service is most acceptable to them. This is the mark at which we ought to aim, but what weapons shall we use, and how shall we direct them? In the first place, we affirm that next after the Olympian gods and the gods of the state, honor should be given to the gods below. They should receive everything in even numbers, and of the second choice and ill omen, while the odd numbers and the first choice and the things of lucky omen are given to the gods above by him who would rightly hit the mark of piety. Next to these gods, a wise man will do service to the demons or spirits, and then to the heroes, and after them will follow the private and ancestral gods, who are worshipped as the law prescribes in the places which are sacred to them. Next comes the honor of living parents, to whom, as is meet, we have to pay the first and greatest and oldest of all debts, considering that all which a man has belongs to those who gave him birth and brought him up, and that he must do all that he can to minister to them, first in his property, secondly in his person, and thirdly in his soul, in return for the endless care and travail which they bestowed upon him of old, in the days of his infancy, and which he is now to pay back to them when they are old, and in the extremity of their need. And all his life long he ought never to utter or to have uttered an unbecoming word to them, for of light and fleeting words the penalty is most severe. Nemesis, the messenger of justice, is appointed to watch over all such matters. When they are angry and want to satisfy their feelings in word or deed, he should give way to them, for a father who thinks that he has been wronged by his son may be reasonably expected to be very angry. At their death the most moderate funeral is best, neither exceeding the customary expense, nor yet falling short of the honour which has been usually shown by the former generation to their parents. And let a man not forget to pay the yearly tribute of respect to the dead, honouring them chiefly by omitting nothing that conduces to a perpetual remembrance of them, and giving a reasonable portion of his fortune to the dead. Doing this, and living after this manner, we shall receive our reward from the gods and those who are above us, that is, the demons. And we shall spend our days, for the most part, in good hope. And how a man ought to order what relates to his descendants, and his kindred, and friends, and fellow citizens, and the rights of hospitality taught by heaven, and the intercourse which arises out of all these duties, with a view to the embellishment and orderly regulation of his own life, these things, I say, the laws, as we proceed with them, will accomplish, partly persuading, and partly, when natures do not yield to the persuasion of custom, chastising them by might and right, and will thus render our state, if the gods cooperate with us, prosperous and happy. But of what has to be said, and must be said by the legislator, who is of my way of thinking, and yet, if said in the form of law, would be out of place, of this I think that he may give a sample for the instruction of himself, and of those for whom he is legislating, and then when, as far as he is able, he has gone through all the preliminaries, he may proceed to the work of legislation. Now, what will be the form of such prefaces? There may be a difficulty in including or describing them all under a single form, but I think that we may get some notion of them if we can guarantee one thing. CLEINIAS: What is that? ATHENIAN: I should wish the citizens to be as readily persuaded to virtue as possible. This will surely be the aim of the legislator in all his laws. CLEINIAS: Certainly. Athenian, the proposal appears to me to be of some value, and I think that a person will listen with more gentleness and goodwill to the precepts addressed to him by the legislator when his soul is not altogether unprepared to receive them. Even a little done in the way of conciliation gains his ear, and is always worth having, for there is no great inclination or readiness on the part of mankind to be made as good or as quickly good as possible. The case of the many proves the wisdom of Hesiod, who says that the road to wickedness is smooth and can be travelled without perspiring, because it is so very short. But before virtue the immortal gods have placed the sweat of labour, and long and steep is the way thither, and rugged at first, but when you have reached the top, although difficult before, it is then easy, works and days. Cleinias, yes, and he certainly speaks well. Athenian, very true, and now let me tell you the effect which the preceding discourse has had upon me. Cleinias, proceed. Athenian, suppose that we have a little conversation with the legislator, and say to him, O legislator, speak. If you know what we ought to say and do, you can surely tell. Cleinias, of course he can. Athenian, did we not hear you just now saying that the legislator ought not to allow the poets to do what they liked, for that they would not know in which of their words they went against the laws to the hurt of the state? Cleinias, that is true. Athenian, may we not fairly make answer to him on behalf of the poets? Cleinias, what answer shall we make to him? Athenian, that the poet, according to the tradition which has ever prevailed among us, and is accepted of all men, when he sits down on the tripod of the muse, is not in his right mind. Like a fountain, he allows to flow out freely whatever comes in, and his art being imitative, he is often compelled to represent men of opposite dispositions, and thus to contradict himself. Neither can he tell whether there is more truth in one thing that he has said than in another. This is not the case in a law. The legislator must give not two rules about the same thing, but one only. Take an example from what you have just been saying. Of three kinds of funerals, there is one which is too extravagant, another is too niggardly, the third in a mean, and you choose and approve and order the last without qualification. But if I had an extremely rich wife, and she bade me bury her, and describe her burial in a poem, I should praise the extravagant sort, and a poor miserly man, who had not much money to spend, would approve of the niggardly, and the man of moderate means, who was himself moderate, would praise a moderate funeral. Now you, in the capacity of legislator, must not barely say a moderate funeral, but you must define what moderation is, and how much. Unless you are definite, you must not suppose that you are speaking a language that can become law. Cleinias, certainly not. Athenian, and is our legislator to have no preface to his laws, but to say at once, do this, avoid that, and then, holding the penalty in terrorem, to go on to another law, offering never a word of advice or exhortation to those for whom he is legislating, after the manner of some doctors? For of doctors, as I may remind you, some have a gentler, others a ruder method of cure, and as children ask the doctor to be gentle with them, so we will ask the legislator to cure our disorders with the gentlest remedies. What I mean to say is, that besides doctors, there are doctors' servants who are also styled doctors. Cleinias, very true. Athenian, and whether they are slaves or freemen makes no difference. They acquire their knowledge of medicine by obeying and observing their masters, empirically and not according to the natural way of learning, as the manner of freemen is, who have learned scientifically themselves the art which they impart scientifically to their pupils. You are aware that there are these two classes of doctors. Cleinias, to be sure. Athenian, and did you ever observe that there are two classes of patients in states, slaves and freemen, and the slave doctors run about and cure the slaves, or wait for them in the dispensaries? Practitioners of this sort never talk to their patients individually, or let them talk about their own individual complaints. The slave doctor prescribes what mere experience suggests, as if he had exact knowledge, and when he has given his orders like a tyrant, he rushes off with equal assurance to some other servant who is ill, and so he relieves the master of the house of the care of his invalid slaves. But the other doctor, who is a freeman, attends and practices upon freemen, and he carries his inquiries far back, and goes into the nature of the disorder. he enters into discourse with the patient and with his friends, and is at once getting information from the sick man, and also instructing him as far as he is able, and he will not prescribe for him until he has first convinced him. At last, when he has brought the patient more and more under his persuasive influences, and set him on the road to health, he attempts to effect a cure. Now, which is the better way of proceeding in a physician and in a trainer? Is he the better who accomplishes his ends in a double way, or he who works in one way, and that the ruder and inferior? Cleinias, I should say, stranger, that the double way is far better. Athenian, should you like to see an example of the double and single method in legislation? Cleinias, certainly I should. Athenian, what will be our first law? Will not the legislator, observing the order of nature, begin by making regulations for states about births? Cleinias, he will. Athenian, in all states the birth of children goes back to the connection of marriage. Cleinias, very true. Athenian, and according to the true order, the laws relating to marriage should be those which are first determined in every state. Cleinias, quite so. Athenian, then let me first give the law of marriage in a simple form. It may run as follows. A man shall marry between the ages of 30 and 35, or if he does not, he shall pay such and such a fine, or shall suffer the loss of such and such privileges. This would be the simple law about marriage. The double law would run thus. A man shall marry between the ages of 30 and 35, considering that in a manner the human race naturally partakes of immortality, which every man is by nature inclined to desire to the utmost. For the desire of every man that he may become famous, and not lie in the grave without a name, is only the love of continuance. Now mankind are coeval with all time, and are ever following, and will ever follow, the course of time, and so they are immortal, because they leave children's children behind them, and partake of immortality in the unity of generation. And for a man voluntarily to deprive himself of this gift, as he deliberately does, who will not have a wife or children, is impiety. He who obeys the law shall be free, and shall pay no fine. But he who is disobedient and does not marry, when he has arrived at the age of 35, shall pay a yearly fine of a certain amount, in order that he may not imagine his celibacy to bring ease and profit to him. And he shall not share in the honours which the young men in the state give to the aged. Comparing now the two forms of the law, you will be able to arrive at a judgment about any other laws, whether they should be double in length, even when shortest, because they have to persuade as well as threaten, or whether they shall only threaten and be of half the length. Megillus, the shorter form, stranger, would be more in accordance with Lacedaemonian custom, although for my own part, if any one were to ask me, which I myself prefer in the state, I should certainly determine in favour of the longer, and I would have every law made after the same pattern if I had to choose. But I think that Cleinias is the person to be consulted, for his is the state which is going to use these laws. Cleinias, thank you, Megillus. Athenian, whether in the abstract words are to be many or few is a very foolish question. The best form, and not the shortest, is to be approved, nor is length at all to be regarded. Of the two forms of law which have been recited, the one is not only twice as good in practical usefulness as the other, but the case is like that of the two kinds of doctors, which I was just now mentioning. And yet legislators never appear to have considered that they have two instruments which they might use in legislation, persuasion and force. For in dealing with the rude and uneducated multitude, they use the one only, as far as they can. They do not mingle persuasion with coercion, but employ force pure and simple. Moreover, there is a third point, sweet friends, which ought to be and never is regarded in our existing laws. Cleinias, what is it? Athenian, a point arising out of our previous discussion, which comes into my mind in some mysterious way. All this time, from early dawn until noon, have we been talking about laws in this charming retreat. Now we are going to promulgate our laws, and what has preceded was only the prelude of them. Why do I mention this? For this reason, because all discourses and vocal exercises have preludes and overtures, which are a sort of artistic beginnings intended to help the strain which is to be performed. Lyric measures and music of every other kind have preludes framed with wonderful care. But of the truer and higher strain of law and politics, no one has ever yet uttered any prelude, or composed, or published any, as though there was no such thing in nature, whereas our present discussion seems to me to imply that there is. These double laws of which we were speaking are not exactly double, but they are in two parts, the law and the prelude of the law. The arbitrary command, which was compared to the commands of doctors, whom we described as of the meaner sort, was the law pure and simple, and that which preceded, and was described by our friend here as being hortatory only, was, although in fact an exhortation, likewise analogous to the preamble of a discourse. For I imagine that all this language of conciliation which the legislator has been uttering in the preface of the law was intended to create goodwill in the person whom he addressed, in order that by reason of this goodwill he might more intelligently receive his command, that is to say, the law. And therefore, in my way of speaking, this is more rightly described as the preamble than as the matter of the law, and I must further proceed to observe that to all his laws, and to each separately, the legislator should prefix a preamble. He should remember how great will be the difference between them, according as they have or have not such preambles as in the case already given. Cleinias, the lawgiver, if he asks my opinion, will certainly legislate in the form which you advise. ATHENIAN: I think that you are right, Cleinias, in affirming that all laws have preambles, and that throughout the whole of this work of legislation every single law should have a suitable preamble at the beginning, for that which is to follow is most important, and it makes all the difference whether we clearly remember the preambles or not. Yet we should be wrong in requiring that all laws, small and great alike, should have preambles of the same kind, any more than all songs or speeches. Although they may be natural to all, they are not always necessary, and whether they are to be employed or not has in each case to be left to the judgment of the speaker or the musician, or in the present instance of the lawgiver. Cleinias, that I think is most true. And now, Stranger, without delay let us return to the argument, and, as people say in play, make a second and better beginning, if you please, with the principles which we have been laying down, which we never thought of regarding as a preamble before, but of which we may now make a preamble, and not merely consider them to be chance topics of discourse. Let us acknowledge, then, that we have a preamble. About the honour of the gods and the respect of parents, enough has been already said, and we may proceed to the topics which follow next in order, until the preamble is deemed by you to be complete, and after that you shall go through the laws themselves. ATHENIAN: I understand you to mean that we have made a sufficient preamble about gods and demigods, and about parents living or dead, and now you would have us bring the rest of the subject into the light of day. Cleinias: Exactly. ATHENIAN: After this, as is meet, and for the interest of us all, I, the speaker, and you, the listeners, will try to estimate all that relates to the souls and bodies and properties of the citizens, as regards both their occupations and amusements, and thus arrive, as far as in us lies, at the nature of education. These, then, are the topics which follow next in order. Cleinias: Very good. End of Book 4. Book 5, Part 1 of Laws by Plato, translated by Benjamin JOWETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 5. Athenian: Listen, all ye who have just now heard the laws about gods and about our dear forefathers. Of all the things which a man has next to the gods, his soul is the most divine and most truly his own. Now in every man there are two parts, the better and superior, which rules, and the worse and inferior, which serves, and the ruling part of him is always to be preferred to the subject. Wherefore I am right in bidding every one next to the gods, who are our masters, and those who in order follow them, that is, the demons, to honour his own soul, which every one seems to honour, but no one honours as he ought. For honor is a divine good, and no evil thing is honorable. And he who thinks that he can honor the soul by word or gift or any sort of compliance, without making her in any way better, seems to honor her, but honors her not at all. For example, every man from his very boyhood fancies that he is able to know everything, and thinks that he honors his soul by praising her, and he is very ready to let her do whatever she may like. But I mean to say that in acting thus he injures his soul, and is far from honoring her, whereas in our opinion he ought to honor her as second only to the gods. Again, when a man thinks that others are to be blamed and not himself for the errors which he has committed from time to time, and the many and great evils which befell him in consequence, and is always fancying himself to be exempt and innocent, he is under the idea that he is honoring his soul. Whereas the very reverse is the fact, for he is really injuring her, and when disregarding the word and approval of the legislator he indulges in pleasure, then again he is far from honouring her, he only dishonours her, and fills her full of evil and remorse. Or when he does not endure to the end the labours and fears and sorrows and pains which the legislator approves, but gives way before them, then by yielding he does not honour the soul, but by all such conduct he makes her to be dishonourable. Nor when he thinks that life at any price is a good does he honour her, but yet once more he dishonours her, for the soul having a notion that the world below is all evil, he yields to her, and does not resist and teach or convince her that for aught she knows the world of the gods below, instead of being evil, may be the greatest of all goods. Again, when any one prefers beauty to virtue, what is this but the real and utter dishonour of the soul? For such a preference implies that the body is more honourable than the soul, and this is false, for there is nothing of earthly birth which is more honourable than the heavenly, and he who thinks otherwise of the soul has no idea how greatly he undervalues this wonderful possession. Nor again, when a person is willing or not unwilling to acquire dishonest gains, does he then honour his soul with gifts. Far otherwise. He sells her glory and honour for a small piece of gold. But all the gold which is under or upon the earth is not enough to give in exchange for virtue. In a word, I may say that he who does not estimate the base and evil, the good and noble, according to the standard of the legislator, and abstain in every possible way from the one and practise the other to the utmost of his power, does not know that in all these respects he is most foully and disgracefully abusing his soul, which is the divinest part of man. For no one, as I may say, ever considers that which is declared to be the greatest penalty of evil doing, namely, to grow into the likeness of bad men, and growing like them to fly from the conversation of the good, and be cut off from them, and cleave to and follow after the company of the bad. And he who is joined to them must do and suffer what such men by nature do and say to one another, a suffering which is not justice but retribution. For justice and the just are noble, whereas retribution is the suffering which waits upon injustice. And whether a man escape or endure this, he is miserable. In the former case, because he is not cured, while in the latter he perishes in order that the rest of mankind may be saved. Speaking generally, our glory is to follow the better and improve the inferior, which is susceptible of improvement, as far as this is possible. And of all human possessions, the soul is by nature most inclined to avoid the evil, and track out and find the chief good, which, when a man has found, he should take up his abode with it during the remainder of his life. Wherefore the soul also is second or next to God in honour, and third, as every one will perceive, comes the honour of the body in natural order. Having determined this, we have next to consider that there is a natural honour of the body, and that of honours some are true and some are counterfeit. To decide which are which is the business of the legislator, and he, I suspect, would intimate that they are as follows. Honour is not to be given to the fair body, or to the strong, or the swift, or the tall, or to the healthy body, although many may think otherwise, any more than to their opposites. But the mean states of all these habits are by far the safest and most moderate, for the one extreme makes the soul braggart and insolent, and the other illiberal and base. And money and property and distinction all go to the same tune. The excess of any of these things is apt to be a source of hatreds and divisions among states and individuals, and the defect of them is commonly a cause of slavery. And therefore I would not have any one fond of heaping up riches for the sake of his children, in order that he may leave them as rich as possible, for the possession of great wealth is of no use, either to them or to the state. The condition of youth, which is free from flattery, and at the same time not in need of the necessaries of life, is the best and most harmonious of all, but being in accord and agreement with our nature, and making life to be most entirely free from sorrow. Let parents then bequeath to their children not a heap of riches, but the spirit of reverence. We indeed fancy that they will inherit reverence from us if we rebuke them when they show a want of reverence, but this quality is not really imparted to them by the present style of admonition, which only tells them that the young ought always to be reverential. A sensible legislator will rather exhort the elders to reverence the younger, and above all to take heed that no young man sees or hears one of themselves doing or saying anything disgraceful. For where old men have no shame, there young men will most certainly be devoid of reverence. The best way of training the young is to train yourself at the same time, not to admonish them, but to be always carrying out your own admonitions in practice. He who honours his kindred and reveres those who share in the same gods and are of the same blood and family may fairly expect that the gods who preside over generation will be propitious to him, and will quicken his seed. And he who deems the services which his friends and acquaintances do for him greater and more important than they themselves deem them, and his own favours to them less than theirs to him, will have their goodwill in the intercourse of life. And surely in his relations to the state and his fellow citizens he is by far the best, who, rather than the Olympic or any other victory of peace or war, desires to win the palm of obedience to the laws of his country, and who of all mankind is the person reputed to have obeyed them best through life. In his relations to strangers, a man should consider that a contract is a most holy thing, and that all concerns and wrongs of strangers are more directly dependent on the protection of God than wrongs done to citizens. For the stranger, having no kindred and friends, is more to be pitied by gods and men. Wherefore also he who is most able to avenge him is most zealous in his cause, and he who is most able is the genius and the god of the stranger, who follow in the train of Zeus, the god of strangers. And for this reason he who has a spark of caution in him will do his best to pass through life without sinning against the stranger. And of offences committed, whether against strangers or fellow countrymen, that against suppliants is the greatest. For the god who witnessed to the agreement made with the suppliant becomes in a special manner the guardian of the sufferer, and he will certainly not suffer unavenged. Thus we have fairly described the manner in which a man is to act about his parents and himself and his own affairs, and in relation to the state and his friends and kindred, both in what concerns his own countrymen and in what concerns the stranger. We will now consider what manner of man he must be who would best pass through life in respect of those other things which are not matters of law, but of praise and blame only, in which praise and blame educate a man, and make him more tractable and amenable to the laws which are about to be imposed. Truth is the beginning of every good thing, both to gods and men, and he who would be blessed and happy should be from the first a partaker of the truth, that he may live a true man as long as possible, for then he can be trusted. But he is not to be trusted who loves voluntary falsehood, and he who loves involuntary falsehood is a fool. Neither condition is enviable, for the untrustworthy and ignorant has no friend, and as time advances he becomes known, and lays up in store for himself isolation in crabbed age, when life is on the wane, so that whether his children or friends are alive or not, he is equally solitary. Worthy of honour is he who does no injustice, and of more than twofold honour if he not only does no injustice himself, but hinders others from doing any. The first may count as one man, the second is worth many men, because he informs the rulers of the injustice of others. And yet more highly to be esteemed is he who cooperates with the rulers in correcting the citizens as far as he can. He shall be proclaimed the great and perfect citizen, and bear away the palm of virtue. The same praise may be given about temperance and wisdom, and all other goods which may be imparted to others, as well as acquired by a man for himself. He who imparts them shall be honoured as the man of men, and he who is willing, yet is not able, may be allowed the second place. But he who is jealous, and will not, if he can help, allow others to partake in a friendly way of any good, is deserving of blame. The good, however, which he has is not to be undervalued by us because it is possessed by him, but must be acquired by us also to the utmost of our power. Let every man then freely strive for the prize of virtue, and let there be no envy, for the unenvious nature increases the greatness of states. He himself contends in the race, blasting the fair fame of no man, but the envious, who thinks that he ought to get the better by defaming others, is less energetic himself in the pursuit of true virtue, and reduces his rivals to despair by his unjust slanders of them. And so he makes the whole city to enter the arena untrained in the practice of virtue, and diminishes her glory as far as in him lies. Now every man should be valiant, but he should also be gentle. From the cruel, or hardly curable, or altogether incurable acts of injustice done to him by others, a man can only escape by fighting, and defending himself, and conquering, and by never ceasing to punish them. And no man who is not of a noble spirit is able to accomplish this. As to the actions of those who do evil, but whose evil is curable, in the first place let us remember that the unjust man is not unjust of his own free will. For no man of his own free will would choose to possess the greatest of evils, and least of all in the most honourable part of himself. And the soul, as we said, is of a truth deemed by all men the most honourable. In the soul, then, which is the most honourable part of him, no one, if he could help, would admit or allow to continue the greatest of evils. Compare Republic. The unrighteous and vicious are always to be pitied in any case, and one can afford to forgive as well as pity him who is curable, and refrain and calm one's anger, not getting into a passion like a woman and nursing ill feeling. But upon him who is incapable of reformation and wholly evil, the vials of our wrath should be poured out. Wherefore I say that good men ought, when occasion demands, to be both gentle and passionate. Of all evils, the greatest is one which in the souls of most men is innate, and which a man is always excusing in himself and never correcting. I mean what is expressed in the saying that every man by nature is and ought to be his own friend, whereas the excessive love of self is in reality the source to each man of all offences. For the lover is blinded about the beloved, so that he judges wrongly of the just, the good, and the honourable, and thinks that he ought always to prefer himself to the truth. But he who would be a great man ought to regard not himself or his interests, but what is just, whether the just act be his own or that of another. Through a similar error men are induced to fancy that their own ignorance is wisdom, and thus we who may be truly said to know nothing think that we know all things. And because we will not let others act for us in what we do not know, we are compelled to act amiss ourselves. Wherefore let every man avoid excess of self-love, and condescend to follow a better man than himself, not allowing any false shame to stand in the way. There are also minor precepts which are often repeated, and are quite as useful. A man should recollect them and remind himself of them. For when a stream is flowing out, there should be water flowing in too, and recollection flows in while wisdom is departing. Therefore I say that a man should refrain from excess either of laughter or tears, and should exhort his neighbour to do the same. He should veil his immoderate sorrow or joy, and seek to behave with propriety, whether the genius of his good fortune remains with him, or whether at the crisis of his fate, when he seems to be mounting high and steep places, the gods oppose him in some of his enterprises. Still he may ever hope, in the case of good men, that whatever afflictions are to befall them in the future, God will lessen, and that present evils he will change for the better. And as to the goods which are the opposite of these evils, he will not doubt that they will be added to them, and that they will be fortunate. Such should be men's hopes, and such should be the exhortations with which they admonish one another, never losing an opportunity, but on every occasion distinctly reminding themselves and others of all these things, both in jest and earnest. Enough has now been said of divine matters, both as touching the practices which men ought to follow, and as to the sort of persons who they ought severally to be. But of human things we have not as yet spoken, and we must, for to men we are discoursing, and not to gods. Pleasures and pains and desires are a part of human nature, and on them every mortal being must of necessity hang and depend with the most eager interest. And therefore we must praise the noblest life, not only as the fairest in appearance, but as being one which, if a man will only taste, and not while still in his youth desert for another, he will find to surpass also in the very thing which we all of us desire, I mean in having a greater amount of pleasure and less of pain during the whole of life. And this will be plain if a man has a true taste of them, as will be quickly and clearly seen. But what is a true taste? That we have to learn from the argument, the point being what is according to nature, and what is not according to nature. One life must be compared with another, the more pleasurable with the more painful, after this manner: we desire to have pleasure, but we neither desire nor choose pain; and the neutral state we are ready to take in exchange, not for pleasure but for pain. And we also wish for less pain and greater pleasure, but less pleasure and greater pain we do not wish for, and an equal balance of either we cannot venture to assert that we should desire. And all these differ or do not differ severally in number and magnitude and intensity and equality, and in the opposites of these, when regarded as objects of choice in relation to desire. And such being the necessary order of things, we wish for that life in which there are many great and intense elements of pleasure and pain, and in which the pleasures are in excess, and do not wish for that in which the opposites exceed. Nor again do we wish for that in which the elements of either are small and few and feeble, and the pains exceed. And when, as I said before, there is a balance of pleasure and pain in life, this is to be regarded by us as the balanced life, while other lives are preferred by us because they exceed in what we like, or are rejected by us because they exceed in what we dislike. All the lives of men may be regarded by us as bound up in these, and we must also consider what sort of lives we by nature desire. And if we wish for any others, I say that we desire them only through some ignorance and inexperience of the lives which actually exist. Now what lives are they, and how many, in which, having searched out and beheld the objects of will and desire and their opposites, and making of them a law, choosing, I say, the dear and the pleasant and the best and noblest, a man may live in the happiest way possible? Let us say that the temperate life is one kind of life, and the rational another, and the courageous another, and the healthful another, and to these four let us oppose four other lives: the foolish, the cowardly, the intemperate, the diseased. He who knows the temperate life will describe it as in all things gentle, having gentle pains and gentle pleasures and placid desires, and loves not insane; whereas the intemperate life is impetuous in all things, and has violent pains and pleasures, and vehement and stinging desires, and loves utterly insane. And in the temperate life the pleasures exceed the pains, but in the intemperate life the pains exceed the pleasures in greatness and number and frequency. Hence one of the two lives is naturally and necessarily more pleasant, and the other more painful; and he who would live pleasantly cannot possibly choose to live intemperately. And if this is true, the inference clearly is, that no man is voluntarily intemperate, but that the whole multitude of men lack temperance in their lives, either from ignorance, or from want of self-control, or both. And the same holds of the diseased and healthy life. They both have pleasures and pains, but in health the pleasure exceeds the pain, and in sickness the pain exceeds the pleasure. Now our intention in choosing the lives is not that the painful should exceed, but the life in which pain is exceeded by pleasure we have determined to be the more pleasant life, and we should say that the temperate life has the elements both of pleasure and pain, fewer and smaller and less frequent than the intemperate, and the wise life than the foolish life, and the life of courage than the life of cowardice, one of each pair exceeding in pleasure and the other in pain, the courageous surpassing the cowardly, and the wise exceeding the foolish. And so that one class of lives exceeds the other class in pleasure. The temperate and courageous and wise and healthy exceed the cowardly and foolish and intemperate and diseased lives. And generally speaking, that which has any virtue, whether of body or soul, is pleasanter than the vicious life, and far superior in beauty and rectitude and excellence and reputation, and causes him who lives accordingly to be infinitely happier than the opposite. Enough of the preamble, and now the laws should follow, or to speak more correctly, an outline of them. As then, in the case of a web or any other tissue, the warp and the woof cannot be made of the same materials (compare Statesman), but the warp is necessarily superior as being stronger and having a certain character of firmness, whereas the woof is softer and has a proper degree of elasticity. In a similar manner, those who are to hold great offices in states should be distinguished truly in each case from those who have been but slenderly proven by education. Let us suppose that there are two parts in the constitution of a state: one the creation of offices, the other the laws which are assigned to them to administer. But before all this comes the following consideration. The shepherd or herdsman, or breeder of horses, or the like, when he has received his animals, will not begin to train them until he has first purified them in a manner which befits a community of animals. He will divide the healthy and unhealthy, and the good breed and the bad breed, and will send away the unhealthy and badly bred to other herds, and tend the rest, reflecting that his labours will be vain and have no effect either on the souls or bodies of those whom nature and ill nurture have corrupted, and that they will involve in destruction the pure and healthy nature and being of every other animal, if he should neglect to purify them. Now the case of other animals is not so important; they are only worth introducing for the sake of illustration. But what relates to man is of the highest importance, and the legislator should make inquiries and indicate what is proper for each one in the way of purification and of any other procedure. Take, for example, the purification of a city. There are many kinds of purification, some easier and others more difficult, and some of them, and the best and most difficult of them, the legislator, if he be also a despot, may be able to effect. But the legislator who, not being a despot, sets up a new government and laws, even if he attempt the mildest of purgations, may think himself happy if he can complete his work. The best kind of purification is painful, like similar cures in medicine, involving righteous punishment, and inflicting death or exile in the last resort; for in this way we commonly dispose of great sinners who are incurable, and are the greatest injury of the whole state. But the milder form of purification is as follows: when men who have nothing and are in want of food show a disposition to follow their leaders in an attack on the property of the rich, these, who are the natural plague of the state, are sent away by the legislator in a friendly spirit as far as he is able, and this dismissal of them is euphemistically termed a colony. And every legislator should contrive to do this at once. Our present case, however, is peculiar, for there is no need to devise any colony or purifying separation under the circumstances in which we are placed. But as when many streams flow together from many sources, whether springs or mountain torrents, into a single lake, we ought to attend and take care that the confluent waters should be perfectly clear, and in order to effect this, should pump and draw off and divert impurities. So in every political arrangement there may be trouble and danger. But seeing that we are now only discoursing and not acting, let our selection be supposed to be completed, and the desired purity attained. Touching evil men who want to join and be citizens of our state, after we have tested them by every sort of persuasion, and for a sufficient time, we will prevent them from coming; but the good we will to the utmost of our ability receive as friends with open arms. Another piece of good fortune must not be forgotten, which, as we were saying, the Heraclid colony had, and which is also ours, that we have escaped division of land and the abolition of debts, for these are always a source of dangerous contention, and a city which is driven by necessity to legislate upon such matters can neither allow the old ways to continue, nor yet venture to alter them. We must have recourse to prayers, so to speak, and hope that a slight change may be cautiously effected in a length of time. And such a change can be accomplished by those who have abundance of land, and having also many debtors, are willing in a kindly spirit to share with those who are in want, sometimes remitting and sometimes giving, holding fast in a path of moderation, and deeming poverty to be the increase of a man's desires, and not the diminution of his property. For this is the great beginning of salvation to a state, and upon this lasting basis may be erected afterwards whatever political order is suitable under the circumstances. But if the change be based upon an unsound principle, the future administration of the country will be full of difficulties. That is a danger which, as I am saying, is escaped by us, and yet we had better say how, if we had not escaped, we might have escaped. And we may venture now to assert that no other way of escape, whether narrow or broad, can be devised but freedom from avarice and a sense of justice. Upon this rock our city shall be built. For there ought to be no disputes among citizens about property. If there are quarrels of long standing among them, no legislator of any degree of sense will proceed a step in the arrangement of the state until they are settled; but that they to whom God has given, as he has to us, to be the founders of a new state, as yet free from enmity, that they should create themselves enmities by their mode of distributing lands and houses, would be superhuman folly and wickedness. End of Book 5, Part 1. Book 5, Part 2 of Laws of Plato, translated by Benjamin JOWETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. How then can we rightly order the distribution of the land? In the first place, the number of the citizens has to be determined, and also the number and size of the divisions into which they will have to be formed. And the land and the houses will then have to be apportioned by us as fairly as we can. The number of citizens can only be estimated satisfactorily in relation to the territory and the neighboring states. The territory must be sufficient to maintain a certain number of inhabitants in a moderate way of life. More than this is not required, and the number of citizens should be sufficient to defend themselves against the injustice of their neighbours, and also to give them the power of rendering efficient aid to their neighbours when they are wronged. After having taken a survey of theirs and their neighbours' territory, we will determine the limits of them in fact as well as in theory. And now let us proceed to legislate with a view to perfecting the form and outline of our state. The number of our citizens shall be 5,040. This will be a convenient number, and these shall be owners of the land and protectors of the allotment. The houses and the land will be divided in the same way, so that every man may correspond to a lot. Let the whole number be first divided into 2 parts, and then into 3, and the number is further capable of being divided into 4 or 5 parts, or any number of parts up to 10. Every legislator ought to know so much arithmetic as to be able to tell what number is most likely to be useful to all cities, and we are going to take that number which contains the greatest and most regular and unbroken series of divisions. The whole of number has every possible division, and the number 5040 can be divided by exactly 59 divisors, and 10 of these proceed without interval from 1 to 10. This will furnish numbers for war and peace, and for all contracts and dealings, including taxes and divisions of the land. These properties of number should be ascertained at leisure by those who are bound by law to know them, for they are true, and should be proclaimed at the foundation of the city with a view to use. Whether the legislator is establishing a new state or restoring an old and decayed one, in respect of gods and temples, the temples which are to be built in each city, and the gods or demigods after whom they are to be called, if he be a man of sense, he will make no change in anything which the oracle of Delphi, or Dodona, or the god Ammon, or any ancient tradition has sanctioned in whatever manner, whether by apparitions or reputed inspiration of heaven, in obedience to which mankind have established sacrifices in connection with mystic rites, either originating on the spot or derived from Tyrrhenia or Cyprus or some other place, and on the strength of which traditions they have consecrated oracles and images and altars and temples, and portioned out a sacred domain for each of them. The least part of all these ought not to be disturbed by the legislator, but he should assign to the several districts some god or demigod or hero, and in the distribution of the soil should give to these first their chosen domain and all things fitting, that the inhabitants of the several districts may meet at fixed times, and that they may readily supply their various wants, and entertain one another with sacrifices, and become friends and acquaintances. For there is no greater good in a state than that the citizens should be known to one another. When not light but darkness and ignorance of each other's characters prevails among them, no one will receive the honour of which he is deserving, or the power or the justice to which he is fairly entitled. Wherefore in every state, above all things, every man should take heed that he have no deceit in him, but that he be always true and simple, and that no deceitful person take any advantage of him. The next move in our pastime of legislation, like the withdrawal of the stone from the holy line in the game of draughts, being an unusual one, will probably excite wonder when mentioned for the first time; and yet if a man will only reflect and weigh the matter with care, he will see that our city is ordered in a manner which, if not the best, is the second best. Perhaps also some one may not approve this form, because he thinks that such a constitution is ill adapted to a legislator who has not despotic power. The truth is that there are three forms of government, the best, the second, and the third best, which we may just mention, and then leave the selection to the ruler of the settlement. Following this method in the present instance, let us speak of the states, which are respectively first, second, and third in excellence, and then we will leave the choice to Cleinias now, or to any one else who may hereafter have to make a similar choice among constitutions, and may desire to give to his state some feature which is congenial to him, and which he approves in his own country. The first and highest form of the state and of the government and of the law is that in which there prevails most widely the ancient saying that friends have all things in common. Whether there is anything now, or will ever be, this communion of women and children, and of property, in which the private and individual is altogether banished from life, and things which are by nature private, such as eyes and ears and hands, have become common, and in some way see and hear and act in common, and all men express praise and blame, and feel joy and sorrow on the same occasions, and whatever laws there are unite the city to the utmost. Compare Republic. Whether all this is possible or not, I say that no man acting upon any other principle will ever constitute a state which will be truer or better or more exalted in virtue. Whether such a state is governed by gods or sons of gods, one or more than one, happy are the men who, living after this manner, dwell there. And therefore to this we are to look for the pattern of the state, and to cling to this, and to seek with all our might for one which is like this. The state which we have now in hand when created will be nearest to immortality, and the only one which takes the second place, and after that, by the grace of God, we will complete the third one. And we will begin by speaking of the nature and origin of the second. Let the citizens at once distribute their land and houses, and not till the land in common, since a community of goods goes beyond their proposed origin, and nurture, and education. But in making the distribution, let the several possessors feel that their particular lots also belong to the whole city. And seeing that the earth is their parent, let them tend her more carefully than children do their mother. For she is a goddess and their queen, and they are her mortal subjects. Such also are the feelings which they ought to entertain to the gods and demigods of the country, and in order that the distribution may always remain, they ought to consider further that the present number of families should be always retained, and neither increased nor diminished. This may be secured for the whole city in the following manner. Let the possessor of a lot leave the one of his children who is his best beloved, and one only, to be the heir of his dwelling, and his successor in the duty of ministering to the gods, the state, and the family, as well the living members of it as those who are departed when he comes into the inheritance. But of his other children, if he have more than one, he shall give the females in marriage according to the law to be hereafter enacted, and the males he shall distribute as sons to those citizens who have no children and are disposed to receive them. Or if there should be none such, and particular individuals have too many children, male or female, or too few, as in the case of barrenness, in all these cases let the highest and most honourable magistracy created by us judge and determine what is to be done with the redundant or deficient, and devise a means that the number of 5040 houses shall always remain the same. There are many ways of regulating numbers, for they in whom generation is affluent may be made to refrain. Compare Aristotle's Politics. And on the other hand, special care may be taken to increase the number of births by rewards and stigmas, or we may meet the evil by the elder men giving advice and administering rebuke to the younger. In this way the object may be attained. And if, after all, there be very great difficulty about the equal preservation of the 5040 houses, and there be an excess of citizens, owing to the too great love of those who live together, and we are at our wits' end, there is still the old device, often mentioned by us, of sending out a colony, which will part friends with us, and be composed of suitable persons. If, on the other hand, there come a wave bearing a deluge of disease, or a plague of war, and the inhabitants become much fewer than the appointed number by reason of bereavement, we ought not to introduce citizens of spurious birth and education, if this can be avoided, but even God is said not to be able to fight against necessity. Wherefore let us suppose this high argument of ours to address us in the following terms: Best of men, cease not to honour according to nature similarity and equality and sameness and agreement, as regards number and every good and noble quality. And above all, observe the aforesaid number 5040 throughout life. In the second place, do not disparage the small and modest proportions of the inheritances which you received in the distribution, by buying and selling them to one another. For then neither will the God who gave you the lot be your friend, nor will the legislator. And indeed the law declares to the disobedient that these are the terms upon which he may or may not take the lot. In the first place, the earth, as he is informed, is sacred to the gods. And in the next place, priests and priestesses will offer up prayers over a first and second and even a third sacrifice, that he who buys or sells the houses or lands which he has received may suffer the punishment which he deserves. And these their prayers they shall write down in the temples on tablets of cypress wood for the instruction of posterity. Moreover, they will set a watch over all these things, that they may be observed. The magistracy which has the sharpest eyes shall keep watch that any infringement of these commands may be discovered and punished as offences, both against the law and the God. How great is the benefit of such an ordinance to all those cities which obey and are administered accordingly, no bad man can ever know, as the old proverb says, but only a man of experience and good habits. For in such an order of things there will not be much opportunity for making money. No man either ought or indeed will be allowed to exercise any ignoble occupation. Any ignoble occupation of which the vulgarity is a matter of reproach to a free man, and should never want to acquire riches by any such means. Further, the law enjoins that no private man shall be allowed to possess gold and silver, but only coin for daily use, which is almost necessary in dealing with artisans, and for payment of hirelings, whether slaves or immigrants, by all those persons who require the use of them. Wherefore our citizens, as we say, should have a coin, passing current among themselves, but not accepted among the rest of mankind. With a view, however, to expeditions and journeys to other lands, for embassies, or for any other occasion which may arise of sending out a herald, the state must also possess a common Hellenic currency. If a private person is ever obliged to go abroad, let him have the consent of the magistrates and go. And if, when he returns, he has any foreign money remaining, let him give the surplus back to the treasury, and receive a corresponding sum in the local currency. And if he is discovered to appropriate it, let it be confiscated, and let him who knows and does not inform be subject to curse and dishonour equally him who brought the money, and also to a fine, not less in amount than the foreign money which has been brought back. In marrying and giving in marriage, no one shall give or receive any dowry at all, and no one shall deposit money with another whom he does not trust as a friend, nor shall he lend money upon interest. And the borrower should be under no obligation to repay either capital or interest. That these principles are best, any one may see who compares them with the first principle and intention of a state. The intention, as we affirm, of a reasonable statesman is not what the many declare to be the object of a good legislator, namely, that the state, for the true interest of which he is advising, should be as great and as rich as possible, and should possess gold and silver, and have the greatest empire by sea and land. This they imagine to be the real object of legislation, at the same time adding inconsistently that the true legislator desires to have the city the best and happiest possible. But they do not see that some of these things are possible, and some of them are impossible. And he who orders the state will desire what is possible, and will not indulge in vain wishes or attempts to accomplish that which is impossible. The citizen must indeed be happy and good, and the legislator will seek to make him so, but very rich and very good at the same time he cannot be, not at least in the sense in which the many speak of riches. For they mean by the rich the few who have the most valuable possessions, although the owner of them may quite well be a rogue. And if this is true, I can never assent to the doctrine that the rich man will be happy. He must be good as well as rich, and good in a high degree, and rich in a high degree at the same time. He cannot be. Someone will ask, why not? And we shall answer, because acquisitions which come from sources which are just and unjust indifferently are more than double those which come from just sources only. And the sums which are expended neither honourably nor disgracefully are only half as great as those which are expended honourably and on honourable purposes. Thus, if the one acquires double and spends half, the other, who is in the opposite case and is a good man, cannot possibly be wealthier than he. The first, I am speaking of the saver and not of the spender, is not always bad. He may indeed in some cases be utterly bad, but as I was saying, a good man he never is. For he who receives money unjustly as well as justly, and spends neither nor unjustly, will be a rich man if he be also thrifty. On the other hand, the utterly bad is in general profligate, and therefore very poor, while he who spends on noble objects and acquires wealth by just means only can hardly be remarkable for riches, any more than he can be very poor. Our statement then is true, that the very rich are not good, and if they are not good, they are not happy. But the intention of our laws was that the citizens should be as happy as may be, and as friendly as possible to one another. And men who are always at law with one another, and amongst whom there are many wrongs done, can never be friends to one another, but only those among whom crimes and lawsuits are few and slight. Therefore we say that gold and silver ought not to be allowed in the city, nor much of the vulgar sort of trade which is carried on by lending money, or rearing the meaner kinds of livestock, but only the produce of agriculture, and only so much of this as will not compel us in pursuing it to neglect that for the sake of which riches exist, I mean soul and body, which, without gymnastics and without education, will never be worth anything. And therefore, as we have said not once but many times, the care of riches should have the last place in our thoughts. For there are in all three things about which every man has an interest, and the interest about money, when rightly regarded, is the third and lowest of them. Midway comes the interest of the body, and first of all that of the soul. And the state which we are describing will have been rightly constituted if it ordains honours according to this scale. But if in any of the laws which have been ordained health has been preferred to temperance, or wealth to health and temperate habits, that law must clearly be wrong. Wherefore also the legislator ought often to impress upon himself the question, what do I want? And do I attain my aim, or do I miss the mark? In this way, and in this way only, he may acquit himself and free others from the work of legislation. Let the allottee then hold his lot upon the conditions which we have mentioned. It would be well that every man should come to the colony having all things equal. But seeing that this is not possible, and one man will have greater possessions than another, for many reasons, and in particular in order to preserve equality in special crises of the state, qualifications of property must be unequal, in order that offices and contributions and distributions may be proportioned to the value of each person's wealth, and not solely to the virtue of his ancestors or himself, nor yet to the strength and beauty of his person, but also to the measure of his wealth or poverty. And so, by a law of inequality, which will be in proportion to his wealth, he will receive honours and offices as equally as possible, and there will be no quarrels and disputes. To which end there should be 4 different standards appointed according to the amount of property. There should be a first and a second and a third and a fourth class, in which the citizens will be placed, and they will be called by these or similar names. They may continue in the same rank, or pass into another in any individual case, on becoming richer from being poorer, or poorer from being richer. The form of law which I should propose as the natural sequel would be as follows. In a state which is desirous of being saved from the greatest of all plagues, not faction, but rather distraction, there should exist among the citizens neither extreme poverty nor again excess of wealth, for both are productive of both these evils. Now the legislator should determine what is to be the limit of poverty or wealth. Let the limit of poverty be the value of the lot. This ought to be preserved, and no ruler, nor any one else who aspires after a reputation for virtue, will allow the lot to be impaired in any case. This the legislator gives as a measure, and he will permit a man to acquire double or triple, or as much as 4 times the amount of this (compare Aristotle's Politics). But if a person have yet greater riches, whether he has found them, or they have been given to him, or he has made them in business, or has acquired by any stroke of fortune that which is in excess of the measure, if he give back the surplus to the state and to the gods who are the patrons of the state, he shall suffer no penalty nor loss of reputation. But if he disobeys this our law, any one who likes may inform against him, and receive half the value of the excess, and the delinquent shall pay a sum equal to the excess out of his own property, and the other half of the excess shall belong to the gods. And let every possession of every man, with the exception of the lot, be publicly registered before the magistrates whom the law appoints, so that all suits about money may be easy and quite simple. The next thing to be noted is that the city should be placed as nearly as possible in the centre of the country. We shall choose a place which possesses what is suitable for a city, and this may easily be imagined and described. Then we will divide the city into 12 portions, first founding temples to Hestia, to Zeus, and to Athena, and in a spot which we will call the Acropolis, and surround with a circular wall, making the division of the entire city and country radiate from this point. The 12 portions shall be equalized by the provision that those which are of good land shall be smaller, while those of inferior quality shall be larger. The number of the lot shall be 5,040, and each of them shall be divided into 2. And every allotment shall be composed of 2 such sections, one of land near the city, the other of land which is at a distance. Compare Aristotle's Politics. This arrangement shall be carried out in the following manner. The section which is near the city shall be added to that which is on the borders, and form one lot, and the portion which is next nearest shall be added to the portion which is next farthest, and so of the rest. Moreover, in the 2 sections of the lots, the same principle of equalization of the soil ought to be maintained. The badness and goodness shall be compensated by more and less, and the legislator shall divide the citizens into 12 parts, and arrange the rest of their property as far as possible, so as to form 12 equal parts. And there shall be a registration of all. After this they shall assign 12 lots to 12 gods, and call them by their names, and dedicate to each god their several portions, and call the tribes after them. And they shall distribute the 12 divisions of the city in the same way in which they divided the country. And every man shall have 2 habitations, one in the centre of the country, and the other at the extremity. Enough of the manner of settlement. Now we ought by all means to consider that there can never be such a happy concurrence of circumstances as we have described, neither can all things coincide as they are wanted. Men who will not take offence at such a mode of living together, and will endure all their life long to have their property fixed at a moderate limit, and to beget children in accordance with our ordinances, and will allow themselves to be deprived of gold and other things which the legislator, as is evident from these enactments, will certainly forbid them, and will endure further the situation of the land with the city in the middle, and dwellings round about. All this is as if the legislator were telling his dreams, or making a city and citizens of wax. There is truth in these objections, and therefore every one should take to heart what I am going to say. Once more, then, the legislator shall appear and address us. O my friends, he will say to us, do not suppose me ignorant that there is a certain degree of truth in your words, but I am of opinion that in matters which are not present but future, he who exhibits a pattern of that at which he aims should in nothing fall short of the fairest and truest. And if he finds any part of this work impossible of execution, he should avoid and not execute it, but he should contrive to carry out that which is nearest and most akin to it. You must allow the legislator to perfect his design, and when it is perfected you should join with him in considering what part of his legislation is expedient and what will arouse opposition. For surely the artist who is to be deemed worthy of any regard at all ought always to make his work self-consistent. Having determined that there is to be a distribution into 12 parts, let us now see in what way this may be accomplished. There is no difficulty in perceiving that the 12 parts admit of the greatest number of divisions of that which they include, or in seeing the other numbers which are consequent upon them, and are produced out of them, up to 5040. Wherefore the law ought to order phratries and demes and villages, and also military ranks and movements, as well as coins and measures, dry and liquid, and weights, so as to be commensurable and agreeable to one another. Nor should we fear the appearance of minuteness, if the law commands that all the vessels which a man possesses should have a common measure, when we consider generally that the divisions and variations of numbers have a use in respect of all the variations of which they are susceptible, both in themselves and as measures of height and depth, and in all sounds, and in motions, as well those which proceed in a straight direction upwards or downwards, as in those which go round and round. The legislator is to consider all these things, and to bid the citizens, as far as possible, not to lose sight of numerical order, for no single instrument of youthful education has such mighty power, both as regards domestic economy and politics, and in the arts, as the study of arithmetic. Above all, arithmetic stirs up him who is by nature sleepy and dull, and makes him quick to learn, retentive, shrewd, and aided by art divine, he makes progress quite beyond his natural powers. Compare Republic. All such things, if only the legislator by other laws and institutions can banish meanness and covetousness from the souls of men, so that they can use them properly and to their own good, will be excellent and suitable instruments of education. But if he cannot, he will unintentionally create in them, instead of wisdom, the habit of craft, which evil tendency may be observed in the Egyptians and Phoenicians, and many other races, through the general vulgarity of their pursuits and acquisitions, whether some unworthy legislator of theirs has been the cause, or some impediment of chance or nature. For you must not fail to observe, O Megillus and Cleinias, that there is a difference in places, and that some beget better men and others worse, and we must legislate accordingly. Some places are subject to strange and fatal influences by reason of diverse winds and violent heats, some by reason of waters, or again from the character of the food given by the earth, which not only affects the bodies of men for good or evil, but produces similar results in their souls. And in all such qualities those spots excel, in which there is a divine inspiration, and in which the demigods have their appointed lots, and are propitious, not adverse, to the settlers in them. To all these matters the legislator, if he have any sense in him, will attend as far as man can, and frame his laws accordingly. And this is what you, Cleinias, must do, and to matters of this kind you must turn your mind, since you are going to colonize a new country. Cleinias, your words, Athenian stranger, are excellent, and I will do as you say. End of Book 5. Book 6, Part 1 of Laws by Plato, translated by Benjamin JOWETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 6. Athenian, and now having made an end of the preliminaries, we will proceed to the appointment of magistracies. Cleinias, very good. Athenian, in the ordering of a state there are two parts. First, the number of the magistracies and the mode of establishing them, and secondly, when they have been established, laws again will have to be provided for each of them, suitable in nature and number. But before electing the magistrates, let us stop a little and say a word in season about the election of them. Cleinias, what have you got to say? Athenian, this is what I have to say. Every one can see that although the work of legislation is a most important matter, yet if a well-ordered city superadd to good laws unsuitable offices, not only will there be no use in having the good laws, not only will they be ridiculous and useless, but the greatest political injury and evil will accrue from them. Cleinias, of course. Athenian, then now, my friend, let us observe what will happen in the constitution of our intended state. In the first place, you will acknowledge that those who are duly appointed to magisterial power and their families should severally have given satisfactory proof of what they are from youth upward until the time of election. In the next place, those who are to elect should have been trained in habits of law, and be well educated, that they may have a right judgment, and may be able to select or reject men whom they approve or disapprove, as they are worthy of either. But how can we imagine that those who are brought together for the first time, and are strangers to one another, and also uneducated, will avoid making mistakes in the choice of magistrates? Cleinias, impossible. Athenian, the matter is serious, and excuses will not serve the turn. I will tell you then what you and I will have to do, since you, as you tell me, with 9 others, have offered to settle the new state on behalf of the people of Crete, and I am to help you by the invention of the present romance. I certainly should not like to leave the tale wandering all over the world without a head. A headless monster is such a hideous thing. Cleinias, excellent, stranger. Athenian, yes, and I will be as good as my word. Cleinias, let us by all means do as you propose. Athenian, that we will, by the grace of God, if old age will only permit us. Cleinias, but God will be gracious. Athenian, yes, and under his guidance let us consider a further point. Cleinias, what is it? Athenian, let us remember what a courageously mad and daring creation this our city is. Cleinias, what had you in your mind when you said that? Athenian, I had in my mind the free and easy manner in which we are ordaining that the inexperienced colonists should receive our laws. Now a man need not be very wise, Cleinias, in order to see that no one can easily receive laws at their first imposition. But if we could anyhow wait until those who have been imbued with them from childhood, and have been nurtured in them, and become habituated to them, take their part in the public elections of the state. I say, if this could be accomplished, and rightly accomplished, by any way or contrivance, then I think that there would be very little danger at the end of the time of a state thus trained not being permanent. CLEINIAS: a reasonable supposition. ATHENIAN: Then let us consider if we can find any way out of the difficulty. For I maintain, Cleinias, that the Cnosians, above all the other Cretans, should not be satisfied with barely discharging their duty to the colony, but they ought to take the utmost pains to establish the offices which are first created by them in the best and surest manner. Above all, this applies to the selection of the guardians of the law, who must be chosen first of all, and with the greatest care. The others are of less importance. CLEINIAS: What method can we devise of electing them? ATHENIAN: This will be the method. Sons of the Cretans, I shall say to them, inasmuch as the Cnosians have precedence over the other states, they should, in common with those who join this settlement, choose a body of 37 in all, 19 of them being taken from the settlers, and the remainder from the citizens of Cnosus. Of these latter, the Cnosians shall make a present to your colony, and you yourself shall be one of the 18, and shall become a citizen of the new state. And if you and they cannot be persuaded to go, the Cnosians may fairly use a little violence in order to make you. CLEINIAS: But why, Stranger, do not you and Megillus take a part in our new city? ATHENIAN: O Cleinias, Athens is proud, and Sparta too, and they are both a long way off; but you and likewise the other colonists are conveniently situated, as you describe. I have been speaking of the way in which the new citizens may be best managed under present circumstances. But in after ages, if the city continues to exist, let the election be on this wise: all who are horse or foot soldiers, or have seen military service at the proper ages when they were severally fitted for it, compare Aristotle's Politics, shall share in the election of magistrates, and the election shall be held in whatever temple the state deems most venerable, and every one shall carry his vote to the altar of the god, writing down on a tablet the name of the person for whom he votes, and his father's name, and his tribe and ward, and at the side he shall write his own name in like manner. Any one who pleases may take away any tablet which he does not think properly filled up, and exhibit it in the agora for a period of not less than 30 days. The tablets which are judged to be first, to the number of 300, shall be shown by the magistrates to the whole city, and the citizens shall in like manner select from these the candidates whom they prefer. And this second selection, to the number of 100, shall be again exhibited to the citizens. In the third, let any one who pleases select whom he pleases out of the 100, walking through the parts of victims, and let them choose for magistrates, and proclaim the 37 who have the greatest number of votes. But who, Cleinias and Megillus, will order for us in the colony all this matter of the magistrates and the scrutinies of them? If we reflect, we shall see that cities which are in process of construction like ours must have some such persons, who cannot possibly be elected before there are any magistrates, and yet they must be elected in some way, and they are not to be inferior men, but the best possible. For, as the proverb says, a good beginning is half the business, and to have begun well is praised by all, and in my opinion is a great deal more than half the business, and has never been praised by any one enough. CLEINIAS: That is very true. ATHENIAN: Then let us recognize the difficulty, and make clear to our own minds how the beginning is to be accomplished. There is only one proposal which I have to offer, and that is one which, under our circumstances, is both necessary and expedient. CLEINIAS: What is it? ATHENIAN: I maintain that this colony of ours has a father and mother who are no other than the colonizing state. Well, I know that many colonies have been, and will be, at enmity with their parents. But in early days the child, as in a family, loves and is beloved. Even if there come a time later when the tie is broken, still while he is in want of education, he naturally loves his parents and is beloved by them, and flies to his relatives for protection, and finds in them his only natural allies in time of need. And this parental feeling already exists in the Cnosians, as is shown by their care of the new city; and there is a similar feeling on the part of the young city towards Cnosus. And I repeat what I was saying, for there is no harm in repeating a good thing, that the Cnosians should take a common interest in all these matters, and choose, as far as they can, the eldest and best of the colonists, to the number of not less than 100, and let there be another 100 of the Cnosians themselves. These, I say, on their arrival should have a joint care that the magistrates should be appointed according to law, and that when they are appointed they should undergo a scrutiny. When this has been effected, the Cnosians shall return home, and the new city do the best she can for her own preservation and happiness. I would have the 37 now, and in all future time, chosen to fulfil the following duties. Let them in the first place be the guardians of the law, and secondly of the registers, in which each one registers before the magistrate the amount of his property, excepting 4 minae, which are allowed to citizens of the first class, 3 allowed to the second, 2 to the third, and a single mina to the fourth. And if any one, despising the laws for the sake of gain, be found to possess anything more which has not been registered, let all that he has in excess be confiscated, and let him be liable to a suit which shall be the reverse of honourable or fortunate. And let any one who will indict him on the charge of loving base gains, and proceed against him before the guardians of the law. And if he be cast, let him lose his share of the public possessions, and when there is any public distribution, let him have nothing but his original lot. And let him be written down a condemned man, as long as he lives, in some place in which any one who pleases can read about his offences. The guardian of the law shall not hold office longer than 20 years, and shall not be less than 50 years of age when he is elected; or if he is elected when he is 60 years of age, he shall hold office for 10 years only. And upon the same principle, he must not imagine that he will be permitted to hold such an important office as that of guardian of the laws after he is 70 years of age, if he live so long. These are the 3 first ordinances about the guardians of the law. As the work of legislation progresses, each law in turn will assign to them their further duties. And now we may proceed in order to speak of the election of other officers, for generals have to be elected, and these again must have their ministers, commanders, and colonels of horse, and commanders of brigades of foot, who would be more rightly called by their popular name of brigadiers. The guardians of the law shall propose as generals men who are natives of the city, and a selection from the candidates proposed shall be made by those who are or have been of the age for military service. And if one who is not proposed is thought by somebody to be better than one who is, let him name whom he prefers in the place of whom, and make oath that he is better, and propose him; and whichever of them is approved by vote shall be admitted to the final selection. And the three who have the greatest number of votes shall be appointed generals and superintendents of military affairs, after previously undergoing a scrutiny, like the guardians of the law. And let the generals thus elected propose 12 brigadiers, one for each tribe, and there shall be a right of counter proposal, as in the case of the generals, and the voting and decision shall take place in the same way. Until the Prytanes and council are elected, the guardians of the law shall convene the assembly in some holy spot which is suitable to the purpose, placing the hoplites by themselves and the cavalry by themselves, and in a third division all the rest of the army. All are to vote for the generals and for the colonels of horse, but the brigadiers are to be voted for only by those who carry shields, that is, the hoplites. Let the body of cavalry choose phylarchs for the generals, but captains of light troops, or archers, or any other division of the army, shall be appointed by the generals for themselves. There only remains the appointment of officers of cavalry. These shall be proposed by the same persons who propose the generals, and the election and the counter proposal of other candidates shall be arranged in the same way as in the case of the generals, and let the cavalry vote and the infantry look on at the election. The two who have the greatest number of votes shall be the leaders of all the horse. Disputes about the voting may be raised once or twice, but if the dispute be raised a third time, the officers who preside at the several elections shall decide. The council shall consist of 30 by 12 members. 360 will be a convenient number for subdivision. If we divide the whole number into 4 parts of 90 each, we get 90 councillors for each class. First, all the citizens shall select candidates from the first class. They shall be compelled to vote, and if they do not, shall be duly fined. When the candidates have been selected, some one shall mark them down. This shall be the business of the first day. And on the following day candidates shall be selected from the second class, in the same manner and under the same conditions as on the previous day. And on the third day a selection shall be made from the third class, at which every one may, if he likes, vote, and the 3 first classes shall be compelled to vote. But the fourth and lowest class shall be under no compulsion, and any member of this class who does not vote shall not be punished. On the fourth day candidates shall be selected from the fourth and smallest class. They shall be selected by all, but he who is of the fourth class shall suffer no penalty, nor he who is of the third, if he be not willing to vote, but he who is of the first or second class, if he does not vote, shall be punished. He who is of the second class shall pay a fine of triple the amount which was exacted at first, and he who is of the first class quadruple. On the fifth day the rulers shall bring out the names noted down for all the citizens to see, and every man shall choose out of them, under pain, if he do not, of suffering the first penalty. And when they have chosen 180 out of each of the classes, they shall choose one half of them by lot, who shall undergo a scrutiny. These are to form the council for the year. The mode of election which has been described is in a mean between monarchy and democracy, and such a mean the state ought always to observe, for servants and masters never can be friends, nor good and bad, merely because they are declared to have equal privileges. For to unequals equals become unequal, if they are not harmonized by measure, and both by reason of equality and by reason of inequality cities are filled with seditions. The old saying that equality makes friendship is happy and also true, but there is obscurity and confusion as to what sort of equality is meant. For there are 2 equalities which are called by the same name, but are in reality in many ways almost the opposite of one another. One of them may be introduced without difficulty by any state or any legislator in the distribution of honours. This is the rule of measure, weight, and number, which regulates and apportions them. But there is another equality of a better and higher kind, which is not so easily recognized. This is the judgment of Zeus. Among men it avails but little. That little, however, is the source of the greatest good to individuals and states, for it gives to the greater more, and to the inferior less, and in proportion to the nature of each, and above all, greater honour always to the greater virtue, and to the less, less, and to either in proportion to their respective measure of virtue and education. And this is justice, and is ever the true principle of states, at which we ought to aim, and according to this rule order the new city which is now being founded, and any other city which may be hereafter founded. To this the legislator should look, not to the interests of tyrants, one or more, or to the power of the people, but to justice always, which, as I was saying, is the distribution of natural equality among unequals in each case. But there are times at which every state is compelled to use the words just, equal, in a secondary sense, in the hope of escaping in some degree from factions. For equity and indulgence are infractions of the perfect and strict rule of justice, and this is the reason why we are obliged to use the equality of the lot, in order to avoid the discontent of the people. And so we invoke God and fortune in our prayers, and beg that they themselves will direct the lot with a view to supreme justice. And therefore, although we are compelled to use both equalities, we should use that into which the element of chance enters as seldom as possible. Thus, O my friends, and for the reasons given, should a state act which would endure and be saved. But as a ship sailing on the sea has to be watched night and day, in like manner a city also is sailing on a sea of politics, and is liable to all sorts of insidious assaults, and therefore from morning to night, and from night to morning, rulers must join hands with rulers, and watchers with watchers, receiving and giving up their trust in a perpetual succession. Now a multitude can never fulfil a duty of this sort with anything like energy. Moreover, the greater number of the senators will have to be left during the greater part of the year to order their concerns at their own homes. They will therefore have to be arranged in 12 portions, answering to the 12 months, and furnish guardians of the state, each portion for a single month. Their business is to be at hand and receive any foreigner or citizen who comes to them, whether to give information or to put one of those questions to which, when asked by other cities, a city should give an answer, and to which, if she asked them herself, she should receive an answer. Or again, when there is a likelihood of internal commotions, which are always liable to happen in some form or other, they will, if they can prevent their occurring, or if they have already occurred, will lose no time in making them known to this city, and healing the evil. Wherefore also this which is the presiding body of the state ought always to have the control of their assemblies, and of the dissolutions of them, ordinary as well as extraordinary. All this is to be ordered by the 12th part of the council, which is always to keep watch together with the other officers of the state during one portion of the year, and to rest during the remaining 11 portions. Thus will the city be fairly ordered. And now who is to have the superintendence of the country, and what shall be the arrangement, seeing that the whole city and the entire country have been both of them divided into 12 portions? Ought there not to be appointed superintendents of the streets of the city, and of the houses and buildings and harbours, and the agora and fountains and sacred domains and temples and the like? Cleinias, to be sure there ought. ATHENIAN: Let us assume then that there ought to be servants of the temples, and priests and priestesses. There must also be superintendents of roads and buildings, who will have a care of men, that they may do no harm, and also of beasts, both within the enclosure and in the suburbs. Three kinds of officers will thus have to be appointed in order that the city may be suitably provided according to her needs. Those who have the care of the city shall be called wardens of the city, and those who have the care of the agora shall be called wardens of the agora, and those who have the care of the temple shall be called priests. Those who hold hereditary offices as priests or priestesses shall not be disturbed. But if there be few or none such as is probable at the foundation of a new city, priests and priestesses shall be appointed to be servants of the gods who have no servants. Some of our officers shall be elected, and others appointed by lot, those who are of the people and those who are not of the people, mingling in a friendly manner in every place and city, that the state may be as far as possible of one mind. The officers of the temple shall be appointed by lot. In this way their election will be committed to God, that he may do what is agreeable to him. And he who obtains a lot shall undergo a scrutiny, first as to whether he is sound of body and of legitimate birth, and in the second place in order to show that he is of a perfectly pure family, not stained with homicide or any similar impiety in his own person, and also that his father and mother have led a similar unstained life. Now the laws about all divine things should be brought from Delphi, and interpreters appointed, under whose direction they should be used. The tenure of the priesthood should always be for a year and no longer, and he who will duly execute the sacred office according to the laws of religion must be not less than 60 years of age. The laws shall be the same about priestesses. As for the interpreters, they shall be appointed thus: let the 12 tribes be distributed into groups of 4, and let each group select 4, one out of each tribe within the group 3 times, and let the 3 who have the greatest number of votes out of the 12 appointed by each group, after undergoing a scrutiny, 9 in all, be sent to Delphi, in order that the god may return one out of each triad. Their age shall be the same as that of the priests, and the scrutiny of them shall be conducted in the same manner. Let them be interpreters for life, and when any one dies, let the 4 tribes select another from the tribe of the deceased. Moreover, besides priests and interpreters, there must be treasurers, who will take charge of the property of the several temples and of the sacred domains, and shall have authority over the produce and the letting of them. And 3 of them shall be chosen from the highest classes for the greater temples, and 2 for the lesser, and 1 for the least of all. The manner of their election and the scrutiny of them shall be the same as that of the generals. This shall be the order of the temples. Let everything have a guard as far as possible. Let the defence of the city be committed to the generals and taxiarchs and hipparchs and phylarchs and praetanes and the wardens of the city and of the agora, when the election of them has been completed. The defence of the country shall be provided for as follows: the entire land has been already distributed into 12 as nearly as possible equal parts, and let the tribe allotted to a division provide annually for it 5 wardens of the country and commanders of the watch, and let each body of 5 have the power of selecting 12 others out of the youth of their own tribe. These shall be not less than 25 years of age, and not more than 30, and let there be allotted to them severally every month the various districts, in order that they may all acquire knowledge and experience of the whole country. The term of service for commanders and for watchers shall continue during 2 years. After having had their stations allotted to them, they will go from place to place in regular order, making their round from left to right as their commanders direct them. When I speak of going to the right, I mean that they are to go to the east. And at the commencement of the second year, in order that as many as possible of the guards may not only get a knowledge of the country at any one season of the year, but may also have experience of the manner in which different places are affected at different seasons of the year, their then commanders shall lead them again towards the left, from place to place in succession, until they have completed the second year. In the third year, other wardens of the country shall be chosen, and commanders of the watch, 5 for each division, who are to be the superintendents of the bands of 12. While on service at each station, their attention shall be directed to the following points. In the first place, they shall see that the country is well protected against enemies. They shall trench and dig wherever this is required. As far as they can, they shall by fortifications keep off the evil disposed, in order to prevent them from doing any harm to the country or the property. They shall use the beasts of burden and the labourers whom they find on the spot. These will be their instruments, whom they will superintend, taking them as far as possible at the times when they are not engaged in their regular business. They shall make every part of the country inaccessible to enemies, and as accessible as possible to friends. Compare Aristotle's Politics. There shall be ways for man and beasts of burden, and for cattle, and they shall take care to have them always as smooth as they can, and shall provide against the rains doing harm instead of good to the land when they come down from the mountains into the hollow dells, and shall keep in the overflow by the help of works and ditches, in order that the valleys, receiving and drinking up the rain from heaven, and providing fountains and streams in the fields and regions which lie underneath, may furnish even to the dry places plenty of good water. The fountains of water, whether of rivers or of springs, shall be ornamented with plantations and buildings for beauty, and let them bring together the streams in subterraneous channels, and make all things plenteous. And if there be a sacred grove or dedicated precinct in the neighbourhood, they shall conduct the water to the actual temples of the Gods, and so beautify them at all seasons of the year. Everywhere in such places the youth shall make gymnasia for themselves, and warm baths for the aged, placing by them abundance of dry wood for the benefit of those labouring under disease. There the weary frame of the rustic, worn with toil, will receive kindly welcome, far better than he would at the hands of a not over wise doctor. The building of these and the like works will be useful and ornamental. They will provide a pleasing amusement, but they will be a serious employment too, for the 60 wardens will have to guard their several divisions, not only with a view to enemies, but also with an eye to professing friends. When a quarrel arises among neighbours or citizens, and any one, whether slave or freeman, wrongs another, let the 5 wardens decide small matters on their own authority; but where the charge against another relates to greater matters, the 17, composed of the 5s and 12s, shall determine any charges which one man brings against another, not involving more than 3 minae. Every judge and magistrate shall be liable to give an account of his conduct in office, except those who, like kings, have the final decision. Moreover, as regards the aforesaid wardens of the country, if they do any wrong to those of whom they have the care, whether by imposing upon them unequal tasks, or by taking the produce of the soil or implements of husbandry without their consent, also if they receive anything in the way of a bribe, or decide suits unjustly, or if they yield to the influences of flattery, let them be publicly dishonoured. And in regard to any other wrong which they do to the inhabitants of the country, if the question be of a mina, let them submit to the decision of the villagers in the neighbourhood. But in suits of greater amount, or in case of lesser, if they refuse to submit, trusting that their monthly removal into another part of the country will enable them to escape, in such cases the injured party may bring his suit in the common court, and if he obtain a verdict, he may exact from the defendant who refused to submit a double penalty. The wardens and the overseers of the country, while on their 2 years' service, shall have common meals at their several stations, and shall all live together. And he who is absent from the common meal, or sleeps out, if only for one day or night, unless by order of his commanders, or by reason of absolute necessity, if the five denounce him and inscribe his name in the agora as not having kept his guard, let him be deemed to have betrayed the city as far as lay in his power, and let him be disgraced and beaten with impunity by any one who meets him and is willing to punish him. If any of the commanders is guilty of such an irregularity, the whole company of 60 shall see to it, and he who is cognizant of the offence and does not bring the offender to trial shall be amenable to the same laws as the younger offender himself, and shall pay a heavier fine, and be incapable of ever commanding the young. The guardians of the law are to be careful inspectors of these matters, and shall either prevent or punish offenders. Every man should remember the universal rule, that he who is not a good servant will not be a good master. A man should pride himself more upon serving well than upon commanding well. First, upon serving the laws, which is also the service of the gods; in the second place, upon having served ancient and honourable men in the days of his youth. Furthermore, during the 2 years in which any one is a warden of the country, his daily food ought to be of a simple and humble kind. When the 12 have been chosen, let them and the 5 meet together, and determine that they will be their own servants, and, like servants, will not have other slaves and servants for their own use, neither will they use those of the villagers and husbandmen for their private advantage, but for the public service only. And in general they should make up their minds to live independently by themselves, servants of each other and of themselves. Further, at all seasons of the year, summer and winter alike, let them be under arms, and survey minutely the whole country. Thus they will at once keep guard, and at the same time acquire a perfect knowledge of every locality. There can be no more important kind of information than the exact knowledge of a man's own country, and for this, as well as for more general reasons of pleasure and advantage, hunting with dogs and other kinds of sports should be pursued by the young. The service to whom this is committed may be called the secret police, or wardens of the country. The name does not much signify, but every one who has the safety of the state at heart will use his utmost diligence in this service. End of Book 6, Part 1. Book 6, Part 2 of Laws by Plato, translated by Benjamin JOWETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. After the wardens of the country, we have to speak of the election of wardens of the agora and of the city. The wardens of the country were 60 in number, and the wardens of the city will be 3, and will divide the 12 parts of the city into 3. Like the former, they shall have care of the ways and of the different high roads which lead out of the country into the city, and of the buildings, that they may be all made according to law. Also of the waters, which the guardians of the supply preserve and convey to them, care being taken that they may reach the fountains pure and abundant, and be both an ornament and a benefit to the city. These also should be men of influence, and at leisure to take care of the public interest. Let every man propose as warden of the city any one whom he likes out of the highest class, and when the vote has been given on them, and the number is reduced to the 6 who have the greatest number of votes, let the electing officers choose by lot 3 out of the 6, and when they have undergone a scrutiny, let them hold office according to the laws laid down for them. Next, let the wardens of the agora be elected in like manner. Out of the first and second class, 5 in number, 10 are to be first elected, and out of the 10, 5 are to be chosen by lot, as in the election of the wardens of the city. These, when they have undergone a scrutiny, are to be declared magistrates. Every one shall vote for every one, and he who will not vote, if he be informed against before the magistrates, shall be fined 50 drachmae, and shall also be deemed a bad citizen. Let any one who likes go to the assembly and to the general council. It shall be compulsory to go on citizens of the first and second class, and they shall pay a fine of 10 drachmae if they be found not answering to their names at the assembly. But the third and fourth class shall be under no compulsion, and shall be let off without a fine, unless the magistrates have commanded all to be present, in consequence of some urgent necessity. The wardens of the agora shall observe the order appointed by law for the agora, and shall have the charge of the temples and fountains which are in the agora, and they shall see that no one injures anything, and punish him who does, with stripes and bonds, if he be a slave or stranger. But if he be a citizen who misbehaves in this way, they shall have the power themselves of inflicting a fine upon him to the amount of 100 drachmae, or with the consent of the wardens of the city up to double that amount. And let the wardens of the city have a similar power of imposing punishments and fines in their own department, and let them impose fines by their own department, and let them impose fines by their own authority up to a mina, or up to 2 minae, with the consent of the wardens of the agora. In the next place, it will be proper to appoint directors of music and gymnastic, 2 kinds of each. Of the one kind the business will be education, of the other the superintendence of contests. In speaking of education, the law means to speak of those who have the care of order and instruction in gymnasia and schools, and of the going to school, and of school buildings for boys and girls. And in speaking of contests, the law refers to the judges of gymnastics and of music. These again are divided into 2 classes, the one having to do with music, the other with gymnastics, and the same who judge the gymnastic contests of men shall judge of horses. But in music there shall be 1 set of judges of solo singing and of imitation, I mean of rhapsodists, players on the harp, the flute, and the like, and another who shall judge of choral song. First of all, we must choose directors for the choruses of boys and men and maidens, whom they shall follow in the amusement of the dance, and for our other musical arrangements. 1 director will be enough for the choruses, and he should be not less than 40 years of age. 1 director will also be enough to introduce the solo singers, and to give judgment on the competitors, and he ought not to be less than 30 years of age. The director and manager of the choruses shall be elected after the following manner. Let any persons who commonly take an interest in such matters go to the meeting, and be fined if they do not go. The guardians of the law shall judge of their fault, but those who have no interest shall not be compelled. The elector shall propose as director some one who understands music, and he in the scrutiny may be challenged on the one part by those who say he has no skill, and defended on the other hand by those who say that he has. 10 are to be elected by vote, and he of the 10 who is chosen by lot shall undergo a scrutiny and lead the choruses for a year according to law. And in like manner, the competitor who wins the lot shall be leader of the solo and concert music for that year, and he who is thus elected shall deliver the award to the judges. In the next place, we have to choose judges in the contests of horses and of men. These shall be selected from the third and also from the second class of citizens, and 3 first classes shall be compelled to go to the election, but the lowest may stay away with impunity. And let there be 3 elected by lot out of the 20 who have been chosen previously, and they must also have the vote and approval of the examiners. But if any one is rejected in the scrutiny at any ballot or decision, others shall be chosen in the same manner and undergo a similar scrutiny. There remains the minister of the education of youth, male and female. He too will rule according to law. One such minister will be sufficient, and he must be 50 years old, and have children lawfully begotten, both boys and girls, by preference, at any rate, one or the other. He who is elected and he who is the elector should consider that of all the great offices of state this is the greatest. For the first shoot of any plant, if it makes a good start towards the attainment of its natural excellence, has the greatest effect on its maturity. And this is not only true of plants, but of animals, wild and tame, and also of men. Man, as we say, is a tame or civilized animal; nevertheless he requires proper instruction and a fortunate nature, and then of all animals he becomes the most divine and most civilized. Aristotle, Politics. But if he be insufficiently or ill educated, he is the most savage of earthly creatures. Wherefore the legislator ought not to allow the education of children to become a secondary or accidental matter. In the first place, he who would be rightly provident about them should begin by taking care that he is elected, who of all the citizens is in every way best. Him the legislator shall do his utmost to appoint guardian and superintendent. To this end all the magistrates, with the exception of the council and prytanes, shall go to the temple of Apollo, and elect by ballot him of the guardians of the law, whom they severally think will be the best superintendent of education. And he who has the greatest number of votes, after he has undergone a scrutiny at the hands of all the magistrates who have been his electors, with the exception of the guardians of the law, shall hold office for 5 years, and in the 6th year let another be chosen in like manner to fill his office. If any one dies while he is holding a public office, and more than 30 days before his term of office expires, let those whose business it is elect another to the office in the same manner as before. And if any one who is entrusted with orphans dies, let the relations, both on the father's and mother's side, who are residing at home, including cousins, appoint another guardian within 10 days, or be fined a drachma a day for neglect to do so. A city which has no regular courts of law ceases to be a city. And again, if a judge is silent and says no more in preliminary proceedings than the litigants, as is the case in arbitrations, he will never be able to decide justly. Wherefore a multitude of judges will not easily judge well, nor a few if they are bad. The point in dispute between the parties should be made clear, and time and deliberation and repeated examination greatly tend to clear up doubts. For this reason, he who goes to law with another should go first of all to his neighbours and friends, who know best the questions at issue. And if he be unable to obtain from them a satisfactory decision, let him have recourse to another court, and if the 2 courts cannot settle the matter, let a third put an end to the suit. Now the establishment of courts of justice may be regarded as a choice of magistrates, for every magistrate must also be a judge of some things. And the judge, though he be not a magistrate, yet in certain respects is a very important magistrate on the day on which he is determining a suit. Regarding then the judges also as magistrates, let us say who are fit to be judges, and of what they are to be judges, and how many of them are to judge in each suit. Let that be the supreme tribunal which the litigants appoint in common for themselves, choosing certain persons by agreement. And let there be two other tribunals, one for private causes, when a citizen accuses another of wronging him and wishes to get a decision; the other for public causes, in which some citizen is of opinion that the public has been wronged by an individual, and is willing to vindicate the common interests. And we must not forget to mention how the judges are to be qualified, and who they are to be. In the first place, let there be a tribunal open to all private persons who are trying causes one against another for the third time, and let this be composed as follows: all the officers of state, as well annual as those holding office for a longer period, when the new year is about to commence in the month following after the summer solstice, on the last day but one of the year, shall meet in some temple, and, calling God to witness, shall dedicate one judge from every magistracy to be their first fruits, choosing in each office him who seems to them to be the best, and whom they deem likely to decide the causes of his fellow citizens during the ensuing year in the best and holiest manner. And when the election is completed, a scrutiny shall be held in the presence of the electors themselves, and if any one be rejected, another shall be chosen in the same manner. Those who have undergone the scrutiny shall judge the causes of those who have declined the inferior courts, and shall give their vote openly. The councillors and other magistrates who have elected them shall be required to be hearers and spectators of the causes, and any one else may be present who pleases. If one man charges another with having intentionally decided wrong, let him go to the guardians of the law and lay his accusation before them, and he who is found guilty in such a case shall pay damages to the injured party equal to half the injury. But if he shall appear to deserve a greater penalty, the judges shall determine what additional punishment he shall suffer, and how much more he ought to pay to the public treasury and to the party who brought the suit. In the judgment of offences against the state, the people ought to participate, for when any one wrongs the state, all are wronged, and may reasonably complain if they are not allowed to share in the decision. Such causes ought to originate with the people, and they ought also to have the final decision of them. But the trial of them shall take place before three of the highest magistrates, upon whom the plaintiff and the defendant shall agree; and if they are not able to come to an agreement themselves, the council shall choose one of the two proposed. And in private suits too, as far as is possible, all should have a share; for he who has no share in the administration of justice is apt to imagine that he has no share in the state at all. And for this reason there shall be a court of law in every tribe, and the judges shall be chosen by lot. They shall give their decisions at once, and shall be inaccessible to entreaties. The final judgment shall rest with that court which, as we maintain, has been established in the most incorruptible form of which human things admit. This shall be the court established for those who are unable to get rid of their suits, either in the courts of neighbours or of the tribes. Thus much of the courts of law, which, as I was saying, cannot be precisely defined either as being or not being offices. A superficial sketch has been given of them, in which some things have been told and others omitted; for the right place of an exact statement of the laws respecting suits under their several heads will be at the end of the body of legislation. Let us then expect them at the end. Hitherto our legislation has been chiefly occupied with the appointment of offices, perfect unity and exactness, extending to the whole and every particular of political administration, cannot be attained to the full until the discussion shall have a beginning, middle, and end, and is complete in every part. At present we have reached the election of magistrates, and this may be regarded as a sufficient termination of what preceded. And now there need no longer be any delay or hesitation in beginning the work of legislation. CLEINIAS: I like what you have said, Stranger, and I particularly like your manner of tacking on the beginning of your new discourse to the end of the former one. ATHENIAN: Thus far, then, the old men's rational pastime has gone off well. CLEINIAS: You mean, I suppose, their serious and noble pursuit? ATHENIAN: Perhaps, but I should like to know whether you and I are agreed about a certain thing. CLEINIAS: About what thing? ATHENIAN: You know the endless labour which painters expend upon their pictures. They are always putting in or taking out colours, or whatever be the term which artists employ. They seem as if they would never cease touching up their works, which are always being made brighter and more beautiful. CLEINIAS: I know something of these matters from report, although I have never had any great acquaintance with the art. ATHENIAN: No matter, we may make use of the illustration notwithstanding. Suppose that some one had a mind to paint a figure in the most beautiful manner, in the hope that his work, instead of losing, would always improve as time went on. Do you not see that, being a mortal, unless he leaves some one to succeed him who will correct the flaws which time may introduce, and be able to add what is left imperfect through the defect of the artist, and who will further brighten up and improve the picture, all his great labour will last but a short time? CLEINIAS: True. ATHENIAN: And is not the aim of the legislator similar? First, he desires that his laws should be written down with all possible exactness. In the second place, as time goes on, and he has made an actual trial of his decrees, will he not find omissions? Do you imagine that there ever was a legislator so foolish as not to know that many things are necessarily omitted, which some one coming after him must correct, if the constitution and the order of government is not to deteriorate, but to improve in the state which he has established? CLEINIAS: Assuredly, that is the sort of thing which every one would desire. ATHENIAN: And if any one possesses any means of accomplishing this by word or deed, or has any way, great or small, by which he can teach a person to understand how he can maintain and amend the laws, he should finish what he has to say, and not leave the work incomplete. CLEINIAS: By all means. ATHENIAN: And is not this what you and I have to do at the present moment? CLEINIAS: What have we to do? ATHENIAN: As we are about to legislate, and have chosen our guardians of the law, and are ourselves in the evening of life, and they as compared with us are young men, we ought not only to legislate for them, but to endeavour to make them not only guardians of the law, but legislators themselves, as far as this is possible. CLEINIAS: Certainly, if we can. ATHENIAN: At any rate, we must do our best. CLEINIAS: Of course. ATHENIAN: We will say to them: O friends and saviours of our laws, in laying down any law there are many particulars which we shall omit, and this cannot be helped. At the same time we will do our utmost to describe what is important, and will give an outline which you shall fill up. And I will explain on what principle you are to act. Megillus and Cleinias and I have often spoken to one another touching these matters, and we are of opinion that we have spoken well, and we hope that you will be of the same mind with us, and become our disciples, and keep in view the things which, in our united opinion, the legislator and guardian of the law ought to keep in view. There was one main point about which we were agreed, that a man's whole energies throughout life should be devoted to the acquisition of the virtue proper to a man, whether this was to be gained by study, or habit, or some mode of acquisition, or desire, or opinion, or knowledge. And this applies equally to men and women, old and young. The aim of all should always be such as I have described. Anything which may be an impediment, the good man ought to show that he utterly disregards. And if at last necessity plainly compels him to be an outlaw from his native land, rather than bow his neck to the yoke of slavery and be ruled by inferiors, and he has to fly, an exile he must be and endure all such trials, rather than accept another form of government which is likely to make men worse. These are our original principles, and do you now, fixing your eyes upon the standard of what a man and a citizen ought or ought not to be, praise and blame the laws, blame those which have not this power of making the citizen better, but embrace those which have, and with gladness receive and live in them, bidding a long farewell to other institutions which aim at goods, as they are termed, of a different kind. Let us proceed to another class of laws, beginning with their foundation in religion, and we must first return to the number 5040. The entire number had and has a great many convenient divisions, and the number of the tribes, which was a twelfth part of the whole, being correctly formed by 21 times 20. 5040 divided by 21 times 20, that is 5040 divided by 420 equals 12, also has them. And not only is the whole number divisible by 12, but also the number of each tribe is divisible by 12. Now every portion should be regarded by us as a sacred gift of heaven, corresponding to the months and to the revolution of the universe. Compared to Timaeus. Every city has a guiding and sacred principle given by nature, but in some the division or distribution has been more right than in others, and has been more sacred and fortunate. In our opinion, nothing can be more right than the selection of the number 5040, which may be divided by all numbers from 1 to 12, with the single exception of 11, and that admits of a very easy correction. For if, turning to the dividend 5040, we deduct 2 families, the defect in the division is cured. And the truth of this may be easily proved when we have leisure. But for the present, trusting to the mere assertion of this principle, let us divide the state, and assigning to each portion some god or son of a god, let us give them altars and sacred rites, and at the altars let us hold assemblies for sacrifice twice in the month. 12 assemblies for the tribes, and 12 for the city, according to their divisions, the first in honour of the gods and divine things, and the second to promote friendship and better acquaintance, as the phrase is, and every sort of good fellowship with one another. For people must be acquainted with those into whose families and whom they marry, and with those to whom they give in marriage. In such matters, as far as possible, a man should deem it all important to avoid a mistake, and with this serious purpose let games be instituted, compare the Republic, in which youths and maidens shall dance together, seeing one another, and being seen naked, at a proper age, and on a suitable occasion, not transgressing the rules of modesty. The directors of choruses will be the superintendents and regulators of these games, and they, together with the guardians of the law, will legislate in any matters which we have omitted. For, as we said, where there are numerous and minute details, the legislator must leave out something, and the annual officers who have experience and know what is wanted must make arrangements and improvements year by year, until such enactments and provisions are sufficiently determined. A 10 years' experience of sacrifices and dances, if extending to all particulars, will be quite sufficient. And if the legislator be alive, they shall communicate with him; but if he be dead, then the several officers shall refer the omissions which come under their notice to the guardians of the law, and correct them until all is perfect. And from that time there shall be no more change, and they shall establish and use the new laws with the others which the legislator originally gave them, and of which they are never, if they can help, to change aught, or if some necessity overtakes them, the magistrates must be called into council, and the whole people, and they must go to all the oracles of the gods, and if they are all agreed, in that case they may make the change. But if they are not agreed, by no manner of means, and any one who dissents shall prevail as the law ordains. Whenever anyone over 25 years of age, having seen and been seen by others, believes himself to have found a marriage connection which is to his mind, and suitable for the procreation of children, let him marry, if he be still under the age of 35 years, and let him first hear how he ought to seek after what is suitable and appropriate. Compare Aristotle's Politics. For, as Cleinias says, every law should have a suitable prelude. CLEINIAS: You recollect at the right moment, Stranger, and do not miss the opportunity which the argument affords of saying a word in season. ATHENIAN: I thank you. We will say to him who is born of good parents, O my son, you ought to make such a marriage as wise men would approve. Now they would advise you neither to avoid a poor marriage, nor specially to desire a rich one, but if other things are equal, always to honour inferiors, and with them to form connections. This will be for the benefit of the city and of the families which are united, for the equable and symmetrical tends infinitely more to virtue than the unmixed. And he who is conscious of being too headstrong, and carried away more than is fitting in all his actions, ought to desire to become the relation of orderly parents; and he who is of the opposite temper ought to seek the opposite alliance. Let there be one word concerning all marriages. Every man shall follow, not after the marriage which is most pleasing to himself, but after that which is most beneficial to the state. For somehow every one is by nature prone to that which is likest to himself, and in this way the whole city becomes unequal in property and in disposition, and hence there arise in most states the very results which we least desire to happen. Now, to add to the law an express provision, not only that the rich man shall not marry into the rich family, nor the powerful into the family of the powerful, but that the slower nature shall be compelled to enter into marriage with the quicker, and the quicker with the slower, may awaken anger as well as laughter in the minds of many. For there is a difficulty in perceiving that the city ought to be well mingled like a cup, in which the maddening wine is hot and fiery, but when chastened by a soberer God, receives a fair associate, and becomes an excellent and temperate drink. Compare Statesman. Yet in marriage no one is able to see that the same result occurs. Wherefore also the law must let alone such matters, but we should try to charm the spirits of men into believing the equability of their children's disposition to be of more importance than equality in excessive fortune when they marry. And him who is too desirous of making a rich marriage we should endeavour to turn aside by reproaches, not however by any compulsion of written law. Let this then be our exhortation concerning marriage, and let us remember what was said before, that a man should cling to immortality, and leave behind him children's children to be the servants of God in his place for ever. All this and much more may be truly said by way of prelude about the duty of marriage. But if a man will not listen, and remains unsocial and alien among his fellow citizens, and is still unmarried at 35 years of age, let him pay a yearly fine. He who of the highest class shall pay a fine of 100 drachmae, and he who is of the second class a fine of 70 drachmae. The third class shall pay 60 drachmae, and the fourth 30 drachmae, and let the money be sacred to Hera. He who does not pay the fine annually shall owe 10 times the sum which the treasurer of the goddess shall exact, and if he fails in doing so, let him be answerable and give an account of the money at his audit. He who refuses to marry shall be thus punished in money, and also be deprived of all honour which the younger show to the elder. Let no young man voluntarily obey him, and if he attempt to punish any one, let every one come to the rescue and defend the injured person, and he who is present and does not come to the rescue shall be pronounced by the law to be a coward and a bad citizen. Of the marriage portion I have already spoken, and again I say, for the instruction of poor men, that he who neither gives nor receives a dowry on account of poverty has a compensation. For the citizens of our state are provided with the necessaries of life, and wives will be less likely to be insolent, and husbands to be mean and subservient to them on account of property. And he who obeys this law will do a noble action, but he who will not obey, and gives or receives more than 50 drachmae as the price of the marriage garments, if he be of the lowest, or more than a mina or a mina and a half, if he be of the third or second classes, or 2 minae, if he be of the highest class, shall owe to the public treasury a similar sum. And that which is given or received shall be sacred to Hera and Zeus, and let the treasurers of these gods exact the money, as was said before about the unmarried, that the treasurers of Hera were to exact the money or pay the fine themselves. The betrothal of a father shall be valid in the first degree, that by a grandfather in the second degree, and in the third degree betrothal by brothers who have the same father. But if there are none of these alive, the betrothal by a mother shall be valid in like manner. In cases of unexampled fatality, the next of kin and the guardian shall have authority. What are to be the rites before marriages, or any other sacred acts, relating either to future, present, or past marriages, shall be referred to the interpreters, and he who follows their advice may be satisfied. Touching the marriage festival, they shall assemble not more than 5 male and 5 female friends of both families, and like number of members of the family of either sex, and no man shall spend more than his means will allow. He who is of the richest class may spend a mina, he who is of the second half a mina, and in the same proportion as the census of each decreases. All men shall praise him who is obedient to the law, but he who is disobedient shall be punished by the guardians of the law, as a man wanting in true taste, and uninstructed in the laws of bridal song. Drunkenness is always improper, except at the festivals of the god who gave wine, and peculiarly dangerous when a man is engaged in the business of marriage. At such a crisis of their lives, a bride and bridegroom ought to have all their wits about them. They ought to take care that their offspring may be born of reasonable beings, for on what day or night heaven will give them increase, who can say? Moreover, they ought not to be begetting children when their bodies are dissipated by intoxication, but their offspring should be compact and solid, quiet and compounded properly. Whereas the drunkard is all abroad in all his actions, and beside himself both in body and soul. Wherefore also the drunken man is bad and unsteady in sowing the seed of increase, and is likely to beget offspring who will be unstable and untrustworthy, and cannot be expected to walk straight either in body or mind. Hence, during the whole year and all his life long, and especially while he is begetting children, he ought to take care and not intentionally do what is injurious to health, or what involves insolence and wrong, for he cannot help leaving the impression of himself on the souls and bodies of his offspring, and he begets children in every way inferior. And especially on the day and night of marriage should a man abstain from such things, for the beginning, which is also a God dwelling in man, preserves all things, if it meet with proper respect from each individual. He who marries is further to consider that one of the 2 houses in the lot is the nest and nursery of his young, and there he is to marry and make a home for himself, and bring up his children, going away from his father and mother. For in friendships there must be some degree of desire, in order to cement and bind together diversities of character, but excessive intercourse, not having the desire which is created by time, insensibly dissolves friendships from a feeling of satiety. Wherefore a man and his wife shall leave to his and her father and mother their own dwelling places, and themselves go as to a colony, and dwell there, and visit and be visited by their parents, and they shall beget and bring up children, handing on the torch of life from one generation to another, and worshipping the gods according to law for ever. In the next place, we have to consider what sort of property will be most convenient. There is no difficulty either in understanding or acquiring most kinds of property, but there is great difficulty in what relates to slaves. And the reason is that we speak about them in a way which is right and which is not right, for what we say about our slaves is consistent and also inconsistent with our practice about them. Megillus, I do not understand, stranger, what you mean. Athenian, I am not surprised, Megillus, for the state of the Helots among the Lacedaemonians is of all Hellenic forms of slavery the most controverted and disputed about, some approving and some condemning it. There is less dispute about the slavery which exists among the Heracleots, who have subjugated the Meridians, and about the Thessalian Penestae. Looking at these and the like examples, what ought we to do concerning property in slaves? I made a remark in passing which naturally elicited a question about my meaning from you. It was this: we know that all would agree that we should have the best and most attached slaves whom we can get, for many a man has found his slaves better in every way than brethren or sons, and many times they have saved the lives and property of their masters and their whole house. Such tales are well known. MEGILLUS: To be sure. ATHENIAN: But may we not also say that the soul of the slave is utterly corrupt, and that no man of sense ought to trust them? And the wisest of our poets, speaking of Zeus, says, far-seeing Zeus takes away half the understanding of men whom the day of slavery subdues. Different persons have got these two different notions of slaves in their minds. Some of them utterly distress their servants, and, as if they were wild beasts, chastise them with goads and whips, and make their souls 3 times, or rather many times, as slavish as they were before; and others do just the opposite. MEGILLUS: True. CLEINIAS: Then what are we to do in our own country, Stranger, seeing that there are such differences in the treatment of slaves by their owners? ATHENIAN: Well, Cleinias, there can be no doubt man is a troublesome animal, and therefore he is not very manageable, nor likely to become so, when you attempt to introduce the necessary division of slave and freeman and master. CLEINIAS: That is obvious. ATHENIAN: He is a troublesome piece of goods, as has been often shown by the frequent revolts of the Messenians, and the great mischiefs which happen in states having many slaves who speak the same language, and the numerous robberies and lawless life of the Italian banditti, as they are called. A man who considers all this is fairly at a loss. 2 remedies alone remain to us: not to have the slaves of the same country, nor, if possible, speaking the same language. Compare Aristotle's Politics. In this way they will more easily be held in subjection. Secondly, we should tend them carefully, not only out of regard to them, but yet more out of respect to ourselves. And the right treatment of slaves is to behave properly to them, and to do to them, if possible, even more justice than to those who are our equals. For he who naturally and genuinely reverences justice and hates injustice is discovered in his dealings with any class of men to whom he can easily be unjust; and he who, in regard to the natures and actions of his slaves, is undefiled by impiety and injustice, will best sow the seeds of virtue in them. And this may be truly said of every master and tyrant, and of every other having authority in relation to his inferiors. Slaves ought to be punished as they deserve, and not admonished as if they were free men, which will only make them conceited. The language used to a servant ought always to be that of a command. Compare Aristotle's Politics. And we ought not to jest with them, whether they are males or females. This is a foolish way which many people have of setting up their slaves, and making the life of servitude more disagreeable both for them and for their masters. CLEINIAS: True. ATHENIAN: Now that each of the citizens is provided, as far as possible, with a sufficient number of suitable slaves who can help him in what he has to do, we may next proceed to describe their dwellings. CLEINIAS: Very good. ATHENIAN: The city being new and hitherto uninhabited, care ought to be taken of all the buildings, and the manner of building each of them, and also of the temples and walls. These, Cleinias, were matters which properly came before the marriages; but as we are only talking, there is no objection to changing the order. If, however, our plan of legislation is ever to take effect, then the house shall precede the marriage, if God so will, and afterwards we will come to the regulations about marriage; but at present we are only describing these matters in a general outline. CLEINIAS: Quite true. ATHENIAN: The temples are to be placed all round the agora, and the whole city built on the heights in a circle. Compare Aristotle's Politics. For the sake of defence, and for the sake of purity. Near the temples are to be placed buildings for the magistrates and the courts of law. In these plaintiff and defendant will receive their due, and the places will be regarded as most holy, partly because they have to do with holy things, and partly because they are the dwelling places of holy gods, and in them will be held the courts in which cases of homicide and other trials of capital offences may fitly take place. As to the walls, Megillus, I agree with Sparta in thinking that they should be allowed to sleep in the earth, and that we should not attempt to disinter them. Compare Aristotle's Politics. There is a poetical saying which is finely expressed, that walls ought to be of steel and iron, and not of earth. Besides, how ridiculous of us to be sending out our young men annually into the country to dig and to trench, and to keep off the enemy by fortifications, under the idea that they are not to be allowed to set foot in our territory, and then that we should surround ourselves with a wall, which in the first place is by no means conducive to the health of cities, and is also apt to produce a certain effeminacy in the minds of the inhabitants, inviting men to run thither instead of repelling their enemies, and leading them to imagine that their safety is due not to their keeping guard day and night, but that when they are protected by walls and gates, then they may sleep in safety. And if they were not meant to labour, and did not know that true repose comes from labour, and that disgraceful indolence and careless temper of mind is only the renewal of trouble. But if men must have walls, the private houses ought to be so arranged from the first that the whole city may be one wall, having all the houses capable of defence by reason of their uniformity and equality towards the streets. Compare Aristotle's Politics. The form of the city being that of a single dwelling will have an agreeable aspect, and being easily guarded will be infinitely better for security. Until the original building is completed, these should be the principal objects of the inhabitants, and the wardens of the city should superintend the work, and should impose a fine on him who is negligent, and in all that relates to the city they should have a care of cleanliness, and not allow a private person to encroach upon any public property, either by buildings or excavations. Further, they ought to take care that the rains from heaven flow off easily, and of any other matters which may have to be administered either within or without the city. The guardians of the law shall pass any further enactments which their experience may show to be necessary, and supply any other points in which the law may be deficient. And now that these matters, and the buildings about the agora, and the gymnasia, and places of instruction, and theatres, are all ready and waiting for scholars and spectators, let us proceed to the subjects which follow marriage in the order of legislation. CLEINIAS: By all means. ATHENIAN: Assuming that marriages exist already, Cleinias, the mode of life during the year after marriage, before children are born, will follow next in order. In what way bride and bridegroom ought to live in a city which is to be superior to other cities is a matter not at all easy for us to determine. There have been many difficulties already, but this will be the greatest of them, and the most disagreeable to the many. Still I cannot but say what appears to me to be right and true. CLEINIAS: CLEINIAS: Certainly. ATHENIAN: He who imagines that he can give laws for the public conduct of states, while he leaves the private life of citizens wholly to take care of itself; who thinks that individuals may pass the day as they please, and that there is no necessity of order in all things; he, I say, who gives up the control of their private lives, and supposes that they will conform to law in their common and public life, is making a great mistake. Why have I made this remark? Why, because I am going to enact that the bridegrooms should live at the common tables, just as they did before marriage. This was a singularity when first enacted by the legislator in your parts of the world, Megillus and Cleinias, as I should suppose, on the occasion of some war or other similar danger which caused the passing of the law, and which would be likely to occur in thinly peopled places and in times of pressure. But when men had once tried and been accustomed to a common table, experience showed that the institution greatly conduced to security. And in some such manner the custom of having common tables arose among you. CLEINIAS: Likely enough. ATHENIAN: I said that there may have been singularity and danger in imposing such a custom at first, but that now there is not the same difficulty. There is, however, another institution which is the natural sequel to this, and would be excellent if it existed anywhere, but at present it does not. The institution of which I am about to speak is not easily described or executed, and would be like the legislator combing wool into the fire, as people say, or performing any other impossible and useless feat. CLEINIAS: What is the cause, Stranger, of this extreme hesitation? ATHENIAN: You shall hear without any fruitless loss of time. That which has law and order in a state is the cause of every good, but that which is disordered or ill ordered is often the ruin of that which is well ordered. And at this point the argument is now waiting, for with you, Cleinias and Megillus, the common tables of men are, as I have said, a heaven born and admirable institution. But you are mistaken in leaving the women unregulated by law. They have no similar institution of public tables in the light of day, and just that part of the human race which is by nature prone to secrecy and stealth on account of their weakness, I mean the female sex, has been left without regulation by the legislator, which is a great mistake. And in consequence of this neglect, many things have grown lax among you, which might have been far better if they had been only regulated by law. For the neglect of regulations about women may not only be regarded as a neglect of half the entire matter (Aristotle's Politics), but in proportion as woman's nature is inferior to that of men in capacity for virtue, in that degree the consequence of such neglect is more than twice as important. The careful consideration of this matter, and the arranging and ordering on a common principle of all our institutions relating both to men and women, greatly conduces to the happiness of the state. But at present such is the unfortunate condition of mankind, that no man of sense will even venture to speak of common tables in places and cities in which they have never been established at all. And how can any one avoid being utterly ridiculous who attempts to compel women to show in public how much they eat and drink? There is nothing at which the sex is more likely to take offence, for women are accustomed to creep into dark places, and when dragged out into the light they will exert their utmost powers of resistance, and be far too much for the legislator. And therefore, as I said before, in most places they will not endure to have the truth spoken without raising a tremendous outcry, but in this state perhaps they may. And if we may assume that our whole discussion about the state has not been mere idle talk, I should like to prove to you, if you will consent to listen, that this institution is good and proper. But if you had rather not, I will refrain. CLEINIAS: There is nothing which we should both of us like better, Stranger, than to hear what you have to say. ATHENIAN: Very good. And you must not be surprised if I go back a little, for we have plenty of leisure, and there is nothing to prevent us from considering in every point of view the subject of law. CLEINIAS: True. ATHENIAN: Then let us return once more to what we were saying at first. Every man should understand that the human race either had no beginning at all, and will never have an end, but always will be, and has been, or that it began an immense while ago. CLEINIAS: Certainly. ATHENIAN: Well, and have there not been constitutions and destructions of states, and all sorts of pursuits, both orderly and disorderly, and divers desires of meats and drinks always, and in all the world, and all sorts of changes of the seasons, in which animals may be expected to have undergone innumerable transformations of themselves? CLEINIAS: No doubt. ATHENIAN: And may we not suppose that vines appeared, which had previously no existence, and also olives, and the gifts of Demeter and her daughter, of which one Triptolemus was the minister, and that before these existed, animals took to devouring each other as they do still? CLEINIAS: True. ATHENIAN: Again, the practice of men sacrificing one another still exists among many nations, while, on the other hand, we hear of other human beings who did not even venture to taste the flesh of a cow, and had no animal sacrifices, but only cakes and fruits dipped in honey, and similar pure offerings, but no flesh of animals. From these they abstained under the idea that they ought not to eat them, and might not stain the altars of the gods with blood. For in those days men are said to have lived a sort of Orphic life, having the use of all lifeless things, but abstaining from all living things. CLEINIAS: Such has been the constant tradition, and is very likely true. ATHENIAN: Some one might say to us, what is the drift of all this? CLEINIAS: A very pertinent question, Stranger. ATHENIAN: And therefore I will endeavour, Cleinias, if I can, to draw the natural inference. CLEINIAS: Proceed. ATHENIAN: I see that among men all things depend upon three wants and desires, of which the end is virtue, if they are rightly led by them, or the opposite if wrongly. Now these are eating and drinking, which begin at birth. Every animal has a natural desire for them, and is violently excited, and rebels against him who says that he must not satisfy all his pleasures and appetites, and get rid of all the corresponding pains. And the third and greatest and sharpest want and desire breaks out last, and is the fire of sexual lust, which kindles in men every species of wantonness and madness. And these three disorders we must endeavour to master by the three great principles of fear and law and right reason, turning them away from that which is called pleasantest to the best, using the Muses and the Gods, who preside over contests, to extinguish their increase and influx. But to return. After marriage let us speak of the birth of children, and after their birth of their nurture and education. In the course of discussion the several laws will be perfected, and we shall at last arrive at the common tables. Whether such associations are to be confined to men, or extended to women also, we shall see better when we approach and take a nearer view of them. And we may then determine what previous institutions are required, and will have to precede them. As I said before, we shall see them more in detail, and shall be better able to lay down the laws which are proper or suited to them. CLEINIAS: Very true. ATHENIAN: Let us keep in mind the words which have now been spoken, for hereafter there may be need of them. CLEINIAS: What do you bid us keep in mind? ATHENIAN: That which we comprehended under the three words: first, eating; secondly, drinking; thirdly, the excitement of love. CLEINIAS: We shall be sure to remember, Stranger. ATHENIAN: Very good. Then let us now proceed to marriage, and teach persons in what way they shall beget children, threatening them, if they disobey, with the terrors of the law. CLEINIAS: What do you mean? ATHENIAN: The bride and bridegroom should consider that they are to produce for the state the best and fairest specimens of children which they can. Now all men who are associated in any action always succeed when they attend and give their mind to what they are doing, but when they do not give their mind, or have no mind, they fail. Wherefore let the bridegroom give his mind to the bride, and to the begetting of children, and the bride in like manner give her mind to the bridegroom, and particularly at the time when their children are not yet born. And let the women whom we have chosen to be the overseers of such matters, and let them in whatever number, large or small, and at whatever time the magistrates may command, assemble every day in the temple of Eileithyia during a third part of the day, and being there assembled, let them inform one another of any one whom they see, whether man or woman, of those who are begetting children, disregarding the ordinances given at the time when the nuptial sacrifices and ceremonies were performed. Let the begetting of children and the supervision of those who are begetting them continue 10 years, and no longer, during the time when marriage is fruitful. But if any continue without children up to this time, let them take counsel with their kindred, and with the women holding the office of overseer, and be divorced for their mutual benefit. If, however, any dispute arises about what is proper, and for the interest of either party, they shall choose 10 of the guardians of the law, and abide by their permission and appointment. The women who preside over these matters shall enter into the houses of the young, and partly by admonitions and partly by threats make them give over their folly and error. If they persist, let the women go and tell the guardians of the law, and the guardians shall prevent them. But if they too cannot prevent them, they shall bring the matter before the people, and let them write up their names, and make oath that they cannot reform such and such an one. And let him who is thus written up, if he cannot in a court of law convict those who have inscribed his name, be deprived of the privileges of a citizen in the following respects: let him not go to weddings, nor to the thanksgivings after the birth of children, and if he go, let any one who pleases strike him with impunity. And let the same regulations hold about women. Let not a woman be allowed to appear abroad, or receive honour, or go to nuptial and birthday festivals, if she in like manner be written up as acting disorderly, and cannot obtain a verdict. And if, when they themselves have done begetting children according to the law, a man or woman have connection with another man or woman who are still begetting children, let the same penalties be inflicted upon them as upon those who are still having a family. And when the time for procreation has passed, let the man or woman who refrains in such matters be held in esteem, and let those who do not refrain be held in the contrary of esteem, that is to say, disesteem. Now, if the greater part of mankind behave modestly, the enactments of law may be left to slumber; but if they are disorderly, the enactments having been passed, let them be carried into execution. To every man the first year is the beginning of life, and the time of birth ought to be written down in the temples of their fathers as the beginning of existence to every child, whether boy or girl. Let every phratria have inscribed on a whited wall the names of the successive archons by whom the years are reckoned, and near to them let the living members of the phratria be inscribed, and when they depart life let them be erased. The limit of marriageable ages for woman shall be from 16 to 20 years at the longest, for a man from 30 to 35 years, and let a woman hold office at 40, and a man at 30 years. Let a man go out to war from 20 to 60 years, and for a woman, if there appear any need to make use of her in military service, let the time of service be after she shall have brought forth children up to 50 years of age, and let regard be had to what is possible and suitable to each. End of Book 6. Book 7, Part 1 of Laws by Plato, translated by Benjamin JOWETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 7. And now, assuming children of both sexes to have been born, it will be proper for us to consider, in the next place, their nurture and education. This cannot be left altogether unnoticed, and yet may be thought a subject fitted rather for precept and admonition than for law. In private life there are many little things, not always apparent, arising out of the pleasures and pains and desires of individuals, which run counter to the intention of the legislator, and make the characters of the citizens various and dissimilar. This is an evil in states, for by reason of their smallness and frequent occurrence there would be an unseemliness and want of propriety in making them penal by law; and if made penal, they are the destruction of the written law, because mankind get the habit of frequently transgressing the law in small matters. The result is that you cannot legislate about them, and still less can you be silent. I speak somewhat darkly, but I shall endeavour also to bring my wares into the light of day, for I acknowledge that at present there is a want of clearness in what I am saying. CLEINIAS: Very true. ATHENIAN: Am I not right in maintaining that a good education is that which tends most to the improvement of mind and body? CLEINIAS: Undoubtedly. ATHENIAN: And nothing can be plainer than that the fairest bodies are those which grow up from infancy in the best and straightest manner. CLEINIAS: Certainly. ATHENIAN: And do we not further observe that the first shoot of every living thing is by far the greatest and fullest? Many will even contend that a man at 25 does not reach twice the height which he attained at 5. CLEINIAS: True. ATHENIAN: Well, and is not rapid growth without proper and abundant exercise the source of endless evils in the body? CLEINIAS: Yes. ATHENIAN: And the body should have the most exercise when it receives most nourishment. CLEINIAS: But, Stranger, are we to impose this great amount of exercise upon newly born infants? ATHENIAN: Nay, rather on the bodies of infants still unborn. CLEINIAS: What do you mean, my good sir? In the process of gestation? ATHENIAN: Exactly. I am not at all surprised that you have never heard of this very peculiar sort of gymnastic applied to such little creatures, which, although strange, I will endeavour to explain to you. CLEINIAS: By all means. ATHENIAN: The practice is more easy for us to understand than for you, by reason of certain amusements which are carried to excess by us at Athens. Not only boys, but often older persons, are in the habit of keeping quails and cocks (compare Republic), which they train to fight one another; and they are far from thinking that the contests in which they stir them up to fight with one another are sufficient exercise; for in addition to this they carry them about tucked beneath their armpits, holding the smaller birds in their hands, the larger under their arms, and go for a walk of a great many miles for the sake of health, that is to say, not their own health, but the health of the birds; whereby they prove to any intelligent person that all bodies are benefited by shakings and movements, when they are moved without weariness, whether the motion proceeds from themselves, or is caused by a swing, or at sea, or on horseback, or by other bodies in whatever way moving, and that thus gaining the mastery over food and drink, they are able to impart beauty and health and strength. But admitting all this, what follows? Shall we make a ridiculous law, that the pregnant woman shall walk about and fashion the embryo within, as we fashion wax before it hardens, and after birth swathe the infant for 2 years? Suppose that we compel nurses, under penalty of a legal fine, to be always carrying the children somewhere or other, either to the temples, or into the country, or to their relations' houses, until they are well able to stand, and to take care that their limbs are not distorted by leaning on them when they are too young. Compare Aristotle's Politics. They should continue to carry them until the infant has completed its 3rd year. The nurses should be strong, and there should be more than one of them. Shall these be our rules, and shall we impose a penalty for the neglect of them? No, no; the penalty of which we were speaking will fall upon our own heads more than enough. CLEINIAS: What penalty? ATHENIAN: Ridicule, and the difficulty of getting the feminine and servant-like dispositions of nurses to comply. CLEINIAS: Then why was there any need to speak of the matter at all? ATHENIAN: The reason is, that masters and freemen in states, when they hear of it, are very likely to arrive at a true conviction that without due regulation of private life in cities, stability in the laying down of laws is hardly to be expected. Compare Republic. And he who makes this reflection may himself adopt the laws just now mentioned, and, adopting them, may order his house and state well and be happy. CLEINIAS: Likely enough. ATHENIAN: And therefore let us proceed with our legislation until we have determined the exercises which are suited to the souls of young children, in the same manner in which we have begun to go through the rules relating to their bodies. CLEINIAS: By all means. ATHENIAN: Let us assume then, as a first principle in relation both to the body and soul of very young creatures, that nursing and moving about by day and night is good for them all, and that the younger they are the more they will need it. Compare Aristotle's Politics. Infants should live, if that were possible, as if they were always rocking at sea. This is the lesson which we may gather from the experience of nurses, and likewise from the use of the remedy of motion in the rites of the Corybantes. For when mothers want their restless children to go to sleep, they do not employ rest, but on the contrary, motion, rocking them in their arms. Nor do they give them silence, but they sing to them, and lap them in sweet strains. And the Bacchic women are cured of their frenzy in the same manner by the use of the dance and of music. CLEINIAS: Well, Stranger, and what is the reason of this? ATHENIAN: The reason is obvious. CLEINIAS: What? ATHENIAN: The affection both of the Bacchantes and of the children is an emotion of fear, which springs out of an evil habit of the soul, and when some one applies external agitation to affections of this sort, the motion coming from without gets the better of the terrible and violent internal one, and produces a peace and calm in the soul, and quiets the restless palpitation of the heart, which is a thing much to be desired, sending the children to sleep, and making the Bacchantes, although they remain awake, to dance to the pipe with the help of the gods to whom they offer acceptable sacrifices, and producing in them a sound mind, which takes the place of their frenzy. And to express what I mean in a word, there is a good deal to be said in favour of this treatment. CLEINIAS: Certainly. ATHENIAN: But if fear has such a power, we ought to infer from these facts that every soul which from youth upward has been familiar with fears will be made more liable to fear (compare Republic), and every one will allow that this is the way to form a habit of cowardice and not of courage. CLEINIAS: No doubt. ATHENIAN: And on the other hand, the habit of overcoming, from our youth upwards, the fears and terrors which beset us may be said to be an exercise of courage. CLEINIAS: True. ATHENIAN: And we may say that the use of exercise and motion in the earliest years of life greatly contributes to create a part of virtue in the soul. CLEINIAS: Quite true. ATHENIAN: Further, a cheerful temper, or the reverse, may be regarded as having much to do with high spirit on the one hand, or with cowardice on the other. CLEINIAS: To be sure. ATHENIAN: Then now we must endeavour to show how and to what extent we may, if we please, without difficulty implant either character in the young. CLEINIAS: Certainly. ATHENIAN: There is a common opinion that luxury makes the disposition of youth discontented and irascible and vehemently excited by trifles; that on the other hand excessive and savage servitude makes men mean and abject, and haters of their kind, and therefore makes them undesirable associates. CLEINIAS: But how must the state educate those who do not as yet understand the language of the country, and are therefore incapable of appreciating any sort of instruction? ATHENIAN: I will tell you how. Every animal that is born is wont to utter some cry, and this is especially the case with man, and he is also affected with the inclination to weep more than any other animal. CLEINIAS: Quite true. ATHENIAN: Do not nurses, when they want to know what an infant desires, judge by these signs? When anything is brought to the infant and he is silent, then he is supposed to be pleased; but when he weeps and cries out, then he is not pleased; for tears and cries are the inauspicious signs by which children show what they love and hate. Now the time which is thus spent is no less than 3 years, and is a very considerable portion of life to be passed ill or well. CLEINIAS: True. ATHENIAN: Does not the discontented and ungracious nature appear to you to be full of lamentations and sorrows more than a good man ought to be? CLEINIAS: Certainly. ATHENIAN: Well, but if during these 3 years every possible care were taken that our nursling should have as little of sorrow and fear, and in general of pain, as was possible, might we not expect in early childhood to make his soul more gentle and cheerful? (Compare Aristotle's Politics.) CLEINIAS: To be sure, Stranger, more especially if we could procure him a variety of pleasures. ATHENIAN: There I can no longer agree. CLEINIAS: You amaze me. To bring him up in such a way would be his utter ruin, for the beginning is always the most critical part of education. Let us see whether I am right. CLEINIAS: Proceed. ATHENIAN: The point about which you and I differ is of great importance, and I hope that you, Megillus, will help to decide between us. For I maintain that the true life should neither seek for pleasures, nor on the other hand entirely avoid pains, but should embrace the middle state (compare Republic), which I just spoke of as gentle and benign, and is a state which we by some divine presage and inspiration rightly ascribe to God. Now I say, he among men too, who would be divine, ought to pursue after this mean habit. He should not rush headlong into pleasures, for he will not be free from pains. Nor should we allow any one, young or old, male or female, to be thus given any more than ourselves, and least of all the newly born infant. For in infancy, more than at any other time, the character is ingrained by habit. Nay, more, if I were not afraid of appearing to be ridiculous, I would say that a woman during her year of pregnancy should of all women be most carefully tended and kept from violent or excessive pleasures and pains, and should at that time cultivate gentleness and benevolence and kindness. CLEINIAS: You need not ask Megillus, Stranger, which of us has most truly spoken; for I myself agree that all men ought to avoid the life of unmingled pain or pleasure, and pursue always a middle course. And having spoken well, may I add that you have been well answered? ATHENIAN: Very good, Cleinias; and now let us all three consider a further point. CLEINIAS: What is it? ATHENIAN: That all the matters which we are now describing are commonly called by the general name of unwritten customs, and what are termed the laws of our ancestors are all of similar nature; and the reflection which lately arose in our minds, that we can neither call these things laws nor yet leave them unmentioned, is justified, for they are the bonds of the whole state, and come in between the written laws which are or are hereafter to be laid down. They are just ancestral customs of great antiquity, which, if they are rightly ordered and made habitual, shield and preserve the previously existing written law. But if they depart from right and fall into disorder, then they are like the props of builders which slip away out of their place and cause a universal ruin. One part drags another down, and the fair superstructure falls because the old foundations are undermined. Reflecting upon this, Cleinias, you ought to bind together the new state in every possible way, omitting nothing, whether great or small, of what are called laws, or manners, or pursuits, for by these means a city is bound together, and all these things are only lasting when they depend upon one another. And therefore we must not wonder if we find that many apparently trifling customs or usages come pouring in and lengthening out our laws. CLEINIAS: Very true; we are disposed to agree with you. ATHENIAN: Up to the age of 3 years, whether of boy or girl, if a person strictly carries out our previous regulations and makes them a principal aim, he will do much for the advantage of the young creatures. But at 3, 4, 5, and even 6 years, the childish nature will require sports. Now is the time to get rid of self-will in him, punishing him, but not so as to disgrace him. We were saying about slaves that we ought neither to add insult to punishment so as to anger them, nor yet to leave them unpunished, lest they become self-willed, and a like rule is to be observed in the case of the freeborn. Children at that age have certain natural modes of amusement which they find out for themselves when they meet; and all the children who are between the ages of 3 and 6 ought to meet at the temples of the villages, the several families of a village uniting on one spot. The nurses are to see that the children behave properly and orderly; they themselves and all their companies are to be under the control of 12 matrons, one for each company, who are annually selected to inspect them from the women previously mentioned, that is, the women who have authority over marriage, whom the guardians of the law appoint. These matrons shall be chosen by the women who have authority over marriage, one out of each tribe. All are to be of the same age, and let each of them, as soon as she is appointed, hold office and go to the temples every day, punishing all offenders, male or female, who are slaves or strangers, by the help of some of the public slaves. But if any citizen disputes the punishment, let her bring him before the wardens of the city, or if there be no dispute, let her punish him herself. After the age of 6 years, the time has arrived for the separation of the sexes. Let boys live with boys, and girls in like manner with girls. Now they must begin to learn. The boys going to teachers of horsemanship and the use of the bow, the javelin, and sling, and the girls too, if they do not object, at any rate until they know how to manage these weapons, and especially how to handle heavy arms; for I may note that the practice which now prevails is almost universally misunderstood. CLEINIAS: In what respect? ATHENIAN: In that the right and left hand are supposed to be by nature differently suited for our various uses of them, whereas no difference is found in the use of the feet and the lower limbs. But in the use of the hands we are, as it were, maimed by the folly of nurses and mothers; for although our several limbs are by nature balanced, we create a difference in them by bad habit. In some cases this is of no consequence, as, for example, when we hold the lyre in the left hand and the plectrum in the right; but it is downright folly to make the same distinction in other cases. The custom of the Scythians proves our error, for they not only hold the bow from them with the left hand, and draw the arrow to them with their right, but use either hand for both purposes. And there are many similar examples in charioteering and other things, from which we may learn that those who make the left side weaker than the right act contrary to nature. In the case of the plectrum, which is of horn only, and similar instruments, as I was saying, it is of no consequence, but makes a great difference, and may be of very great importance to the warrior who has to use iron weapons, bows and javelins, and the like; above all when in heavy armour he has to fight against heavy armour. And there is a very great difference between one who has learnt and one who has not, and between one who has been trained in gymnastic exercises and one who has not been. For as he who is perfectly skilled in the pancratium, or boxing or wrestling, is not unable to fight from his left side, and does not limp and draggle in confusion when his opponent makes him change his position; so in heavy armed fighting, and in all other things, if I am not mistaken, the like holds: he who has these double powers of attack and defence ought not in any case to leave them either unused or untrained, if he can help. And if a person had the nature of Geryon or Briareus, he ought to be able with his 100 hands to throw 100 darts. Now the magistrates, male and female, should see to all these things, the women superintending the nursing and amusements of the children, and the men superintending their education, that all of them, boys and girls alike, may be sound hand and foot, and may not, if they can help, spoil the gifts of nature by bad habits. Education has two branches. one of gymnastic, which is concerned with the body, and the other of music, which is designed for the improvement of the soul. And gymnastic has also two branches, dancing and wrestling. And one sort of dancing imitates musical recitation, and aims at preserving dignity and freedom; the other aims at producing health, agility, and beauty in the limbs and parts of the body, giving the proper flexion and extension to each of them, a harmonious motion being diffused everywhere, and forming a suitable accompaniment to the dance. As regards wrestling, the tricks which Antaeus and Cercyon devised in their systems out of a vain spirit of competition, or the tricks of boxing which Appius and Amycus invented, are useless and unsuitable for war, and do not deserve to have much said about them; but the art of wrestling erect, and keeping free the neck and hands and sides, working with energy and constancy, with a composed strength, for the sake of health, these are always useful, and are not to be neglected, but to be enjoined alike on masters and scholars, when we reach that part of legislation. And we will desire the one to give their instructions freely, and the others to receive them thankfully. Nor again must we omit suitable imitations of war in our choruses. Here in Crete you have the armed dances of the Curetes, and the Lacedaemonians have those of the Dioscuri. And our Virgin Lady, delighting in the amusement of the dance, thought it not fit to amuse herself with empty hands; she must be clothed in a complete suit of armour, and in this attire go through the dance. And youths and maidens should in every respect imitate her, esteeming highly the favour of the goddess, both with a view to the necessities of war and to festive occasions. It will be right also for the boys, until such time as they go out to war, to make processions and supplications to all the gods, in goodly array, armed, and on horseback, in dances and marches, fast or slow, offering up prayers to the gods and to the sons of gods; and also engaging in contests and preludes of contests, if at all, with these objects. For these sorts of exercises, and no others, are useful both in peace and war, and are beneficial alike to states and to private houses. But other labours and sports and exercises of the body are unworthy of free men, O Megillus and Cleinias. I have now completely described the kind of gymnastic which I said at first ought to be described. If you know of any better, will you communicate your thoughts? CLEINIAS: It is not easy, Stranger, to put aside these principles of gymnastic and wrestling, and to enunciate better ones. ATHENIAN: Now we must say what has yet to be said about the gifts of the Muses and of Apollo. Before, we fancied that we had said all, and that gymnastic alone remained; but now we see clearly what points have been omitted, and should be first proclaimed. Of these, then, let us proceed to speak. CLEINIAS: By all means. ATHENIAN: Let me tell you once more, although you have heard me say the same before, that caution must be always exercised, both by the speaker and by the hearer, about anything that is very singular and unusual. For my tale is one which many a man would be afraid to tell, and yet I have a confidence which makes me go on. CLEINIAS: What have you to say, Stranger? ATHENIAN: I say, that in states generally no one has observed that the plays of childhood have a great deal to do with the permanence or want of permanence in legislation. For when plays are ordered with a view to children having the same plays, and amusing themselves after the same manner, and finding delight in the same playthings, the more solemn institutions of the state are allowed to remain undisturbed; whereas if sports are disturbed, and innovations are made in them, and they constantly change, and the young never speak of their having the same likings or the same established notions of good and bad taste, either in the bearing of their bodies or in their dress, but he who devises something new and out of the way in figures and colours and the like is held in special honour, we may truly say that no greater evil can happen in a state. For he who changes the sports is secretly changing the manners of the young, and making the old to be dishonoured among them, and the new to be honoured. And I affirm that there is nothing which is a greater injury to all states than saying or thinking thus. Will you hear me tell how great I deem the evil to be? Cleinias, you mean the evil of blaming antiquity in states? Athenian, exactly. Cleinias, if you are speaking of that, you will find in us hearers who are disposed to receive what you say, not unfavourably, but most favourably. Athenian, I should expect so. Cleinias, proceed. Athenian, well then, let us give all the greater heed to one another's words. The argument affirms that any change whatever, except from evil, is the most dangerous of all things. This is true in the case of the seasons and of the winds, in the management of our bodies, in the habits of our minds, true of all things except, as I said before, of the bad. He who looks at the constitution of individuals accustomed to eat any sort of meat, or drink any drink, or to do any work which they can get, may see that they are at first disordered by them, but afterwards, as time goes on, their bodies grow adapted to them, and they learn to know and like variety, and have good health and enjoyment of life. And if ever afterwards they are confined again to a superior diet, at first they are troubled with disorders, and with difficulty become habituated to their new food. A similar principle we may imagine to hold good about the minds of men, and the natures of their souls. For when they have been brought up in certain laws, which by some divine providence have remained unchanged during long ages, so that no one has any memory or tradition of their ever having been otherwise than they are, then every one is afraid and ashamed to change that which is established. The legislator must somehow find a way of implanting this reverence for antiquity, and I would propose the following way. People are apt to fancy, as I was saying before, that when the plays of children are altered, they are merely plays, not seeing that the most serious and detrimental consequences arise out of the change; and they readily comply with the child's wishes, instead of deterring him, not considering that these children who make innovations in their games, when they grow up to be men, will be different from the last generation of children, and being different, will desire a different sort of life, and under the influence of this desire will want other institutions and laws, and no one of them reflects that there will follow what I just now called the greatest of evils to states. Changes in bodily fashions are no such serious evils, but frequent changes in the praise and censure of manners are the greatest of evils, and require the utmost prevision. CLEINIAS: To be sure. ATHENIAN: And now do we still hold to our former assertion, that rhythms and music in general are imitations of good and evil characters in men? What say you? CLEINIAS: That is the only doctrine which we can admit. ATHENIAN: Must we not, then, try in every possible way to prevent our youth from even desiring to imitate new modes, either in dance or song, nor must any one be allowed to offer them varieties of pleasures? CLEINIAS: Most true. ATHENIAN: Can any of us imagine a better mode of effecting this object than that of the Egyptians? CLEINIAS: What is their method? ATHENIAN: To consecrate every sort of dance or melody. First, we should ordain festivals, calculating for the year what they ought to be, and at what time, and in honor of what gods, sons of gods, and heroes they ought to be celebrated, and in the next place, what hymns ought to be sung at the several sacrifices, and with what dances the particular festival is to be honored. This has to be arranged at first by certain persons, and when arranged, the whole assembly of the citizens are to offer sacrifices and libations to the Fates and all the other gods, and to consecrate the several odes to gods and heroes. And if any one offers any other hymns or dances to any one of the gods, the priests and priestesses, acting in concert with the guardians of the law, shall, with the sanction of religion and the law, exclude him; and he who is excluded, if he do not submit, shall be liable all his life long to have a suit of impiety brought against him by any one who likes. CLEINIAS: Very good. ATHENIAN: In the consideration of this subject, let us remember what is due to ourselves. CLEINIAS: To what are you referring? ATHENIAN: I mean that any young man, and much more any old one, when he sees or hears anything strange or unaccustomed, does not at once run to embrace the paradox, but he stands considering, like a person who is at a place where three paths meet, and does not very well know his way. He may be alone, or he may be walking with others, and he will say to himself and them, which is the way? And will not move forward until he is satisfied that he is going right. And this is what we must do in the present instance. A strange discussion on the subject of law has arisen, which requires the utmost consideration, and we should not at our age be too ready to speak about such great matters, or be confident that we can say anything certain all in a moment. CLEINIAS: Most true. ATHENIAN: Then we will allow time for reflection, and decide when we have given the subject sufficient consideration. But that we may not be hindered from completing the natural arrangement of our laws, let us proceed to the conclusion of them in due order; for very possibly, if God will, the exposition of them when completed may throw light on our present perplexity. CLEINIAS: Excellent, Stranger. Let us do as you propose. End of Chapter 7, Part 1. Book 7, Part 2 of Laws by Plato, translated by Benjamin JOWETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Athenian: Let us then affirm the paradox that strains of music are our laws (nomoi), and this latter being the name which the ancients gave to lyric songs, they probably would not have very much objected to our proposed application of the word. Some one, either asleep or awake, must have had a dreamy suspicion of their nature. And let our decree be as follows: no one in singing or dancing shall offend against public and consecrated models, and the general fashion among the youth, any more than he would offend against any other law. And he who observes this law shall be blameless, but he who is disobedient, as I was saying, shall be punished by the guardians of the laws, and by the priests and priestesses. Suppose that we imagine this to be our law. CLEINIAS: Very good. ATHENIAN: Can any one who makes such laws escape ridicule? Let us see. I think that our only safety will be in first framing certain models for composers. One of these models shall be as follows: if when a sacrifice is going on, and the victims are being burnt according to law, if I say any one who may be a son or brother, standing by another at the altar and over the victims, horribly blasphemes, will not his words inspire despondency? and evil omens and forebodings in the mind of his father and of his other kinsmen. CLEINIAS: Of course. ATHENIAN: And this is just what takes place in almost all our cities. A magistrate offers a public sacrifice, and there come in not one but many choruses, who take up a position a little way from the altar, and from time to time pour forth all sorts of horrible blasphemies on the sacred rites, exciting the souls of the audience with words and rhythms and melodies most sorrowful to hear. And he who at the moment when the city is offering sacrifice makes the citizens weep most carries away the palm of victory. Now ought we not to forbid such strains as these? And if ever our citizens must hear such lamentations, then on some unblessed and inauspicious day let there be choruses of foreign and hired minstrels, like those hirelings who accompany the departed at funerals with barbarous carrion chants. That is the sort of thing which will be appropriate if we have such strains at all. And let the apparel of the singers be not circlets and ornaments of gold, but the reverse. Enough of all this. I will simply ask once more whether we shall lay down as one of our principles of song. CLEINIAS: What? ATHENIAN: That we should avoid every word of evil omen. Let that kind of song which is of good omen be heard everywhere and always in our state. I need hardly ask again, but shall assume that you agree with me. CLEINIAS: By all means. That law is approved by the suffrages of us all. ATHENIAN: But what shall be our next musical law or type? Ought not prayers to be offered up to the gods when we sacrifice? CLEINIAS: Certainly. ATHENIAN: And our third law, if I am not mistaken, will be to the effect that our poets, understanding prayers to be requests which we make to the gods, will take especial heed that they do not by mistake ask for evil instead of good. To make such a prayer would surely be too ridiculous. CLEINIAS: Very true. ATHENIAN: Were we not a little while ago quite convinced that no silver or golden Plutus should dwell in our state? CLEINIAS: To be sure. ATHENIAN: And what has it been the object of our argument to show? Did we not imply that the poets are not always quite capable of knowing what is good or evil, and if one of them utters a mistaken prayer in song or words, he will make our citizens pray for the opposite of what is good in matters of the highest import, than which, as I was saying, there can be few greater mistakes? Shall we then propose as one of our laws and models relating to the Muses? CLEINIAS: What? Will you explain the law more precisely? ATHENIAN: Shall we make a law that the poet shall compose nothing contrary to the ideas of the lawful, or just, or beautiful, or good, which are allowed in the state? Nor shall he be permitted to communicate his compositions to any private individuals until he shall have shown them to the appointed judges and the guardians of the law, and they are satisfied with them. As to the persons whom we appoint to be our legislators about music, and as to the director of education, these have been already indicated. Once more, then, as I have asked more than once, shall this be our third law and type and model? What do you say? CLEINIAS: Let it be so, by all means. ATHENIAN: Then it will be proper to have hymns and praises of the gods intermingled with prayers, and after the gods prayers and praises should be offered in like manner to demigods and heroes suitable to their several characters. CLEINIAS: Certainly. ATHENIAN: In the next place, there will be no objection to a law that citizens who are departed and have done good and energetic deeds, either with their souls or with their bodies, and have been obedient to the laws, should receive eulogies. This will be very fitting. CLEINIAS: Quite true. ATHENIAN: But to honour with hymns and panegyrics those who are still alive is not safe. A man should run his course and make a fair ending, and then we will praise him, and let praise be given equally to women as well as men who have been distinguished in virtue. The order of songs and dances shall be as follows. There are many ancient musical compositions and dances which are excellent, and from these the newly founded city may freely select what is proper and suitable. And they shall choose judges of not less than 50 years of age, who shall make the selection, and any of the old poems which they deem sufficient they shall include. Any that are deficient or altogether unsuitable they shall either utterly throw aside, or examine and amend, taking into their counsel poets and musicians, and making use of their poetical genius, but explaining to them the wishes of the legislator, in order that they may regulate dancing, music, and all choral strains, according to the mind of the judges, and not allowing them to indulge, except in some few matters, their individual pleasures and fancies. Now the irregular strain of music is always made 10,000 times better by attaining to law and order, and rejecting the honeyed muse. Not, however, that we mean wholly to exclude pleasure, which is the characteristic of all music. And if a man be brought up from childhood to the age of discretion and maturity in the use of the orderly and severe music, when he hears the opposite, he detests it, and calls it illiberal. But if trained in the sweet and vulgar music, he deems the severer kind cold and displeasing. So that, as I was saying before, while he who hears them gains no more pleasure from the one than from the other, the one has the advantage of making those who are trained in it better men, whereas the other makes them worse. CLEINIAS: Very true. ATHENIAN: Again, we must distinguish and determine on some general principle what songs are suitable to women, and what to men, and must assign to them their proper melodies and rhythms. It is shocking for a whole harmony to be inharmonical, or for a rhythm to be unrhythmical, and this will happen when the melody is inappropriate to them. And therefore the legislator must assign to these also their forms. Now both sexes have melodies and rhythms which of necessity belong to them, and those of women are clearly enough indicated by their natural difference. The grand, and that which tends to courage, may be fairly called manly, but that which inclines to moderation and temperance may be declared, both in law and in ordinary speech, to be the more womanly quality. This then will be the general order of them. Let us now speak of the manner of teaching and imparting them, and the persons to whom, and the time when they are severally to be imparted. As the shipwright first lays down the lines of the keel, and thus, as it were, draws the ship in outline, so do I seek to distinguish the patterns of life, and lay down their keels according to the nature of different men's souls, seeking truly to consider by what means and in what ways we may go through the voyage of life best. Now human affairs are hardly worth considering in earnest, and yet we must be in earnest about them. A sad necessity constrains us, and having got thus far, there will be a fitness in our completing the matter, if we can only find some suitable method of doing so. But what do I mean? Some one may ask this very question, and quite rightly too. CLEINIAS: Certainly. ATHENIAN: I say that about serious matters a man should be serious, and about a matter which is not serious he should not be serious, and that God is the natural and worthy object of our most serious and blessed endeavours. For man, as I said before, is made to be the plaything of God, and this, truly considered, is the best of him, wherefore also every man and woman should walk seriously and pass life in the noblest of pastimes, and be of another mind from what they are at present. CLEINIAS: In what respect? ATHENIAN: At present they think that their serious pursuit should be for the sake of their sports, for they deem war a serious pursuit, which must be managed well for the sake of peace. But the truth is that there neither is, nor has been, nor ever will be, either amusement or instruction in any degree worth speaking of in war, which is nevertheless deemed by us to be the most serious of our pursuits. And therefore, as we say, every one of us should live the life of peace, as long and as well as he can. And what is the right way of living? Are we to live in sports always? If so, in what kind of sports? We ought to live sacrificing and singing and dancing, and then a man will be able to propitiate the gods and to defend himself against his enemies and conquer them in battle. The type of song or dance by which we will propitiate them has been described, and the paths along which he is to proceed have been cut for him. He will go forward in the spirit of the poet. Telemachus, some things thou wilt thyself find in thy heart, but other things God will suggest. For I deem that thou wast not born or brought up without the will of the gods. And this ought to be the view of our alumni. They ought to think that what has been said is enough for them, and that any other things their genius and God will suggest to them, he will tell them to whom and when and to what gods severally they are to sacrifice and perform dances, and how they may propitiate the deities and live according to the appointment of nature, being for the most part puppets, but having some little share of reality. Megillus, you have a low opinion of mankind, Stranger. Athenian, nay, Megillus, be not amazed, but forgive me. I was comparing them with the gods, and under that feeling I spoke. Let us grant, if you wish, that the human race is not to be despised, but is worthy of some consideration. Next follow the buildings of gymnasia and schools open to all. These are to be in 3 places, in the midst of the city, and outside the city, and in the surrounding country, also in 3 places. There shall be schools for horse exercise, and large grounds arranged with a view to archery and the throwing of missiles, at which young men may learn and practice. Of these mention has already been made, and if the mention be not sufficiently explicit, let us speak further of them, and embody them in laws. In these several schools let there be dwellings for teachers who shall be brought from foreign parts by pay, and let them teach those who attend the schools the art of war and the art of music. And the children shall come not only if their parents please, but if they do not please. There shall be compulsory education, as the saying is, of all and sundry, as far as this is possible. And the pupil shall be regarded as belonging to the state rather than to their parents. My law would apply to females as well as males. They shall both go through the same exercises. I assert without fear of contradiction that gymnastic and horsemanship are as suitable to women as to men. Of the truth of this I am persuaded from ancient tradition, and at the present day there are said to be countless myriads of women in the neighbourhood of the Black Sea, called Sauromatides, who not only ride on horseback like men, but have enjoined upon them the use of bows and other weapons, equally with the men. And I further affirm that if these things are possible, nothing can be more absurd than the practice which prevails in our own country, of men and women not following the same pursuits with all their strength and with one mind, for thus the state, instead of being a whole, is reduced to a half, but has the same imposts to pay and the same toils to undergo. And what can be a greater mistake for any legislator to make than this? CLEINIAS: Very true. Yet much of what has been asserted by us, Stranger, is contrary to the custom of states. Still, in saying that the discourse should be allowed to proceed, and that when the discussion is completed we should choose what seems best, you spoke very properly, and I now feel compunction for what I have said. Tell me then what you would next wish to say. ATHENIAN: I should wish to say, Cleinias, as I said before, that if the possibility of these things were not sufficiently proven in fact, then there might be an objection to the argument. But the fact being as I have said, he who rejects the law must find some other ground of objection, and failing this, our exhortation will still hold good, nor will any one deny that women ought to share as far as possible in education and in other ways with men. For consider, if women do not share in their whole life with men, then they must have some other order of life. CLEINIAS: Certainly. ATHENIAN: And what arrangement of life to be found anywhere is preferable to this community which we are now assigning to them? Shall we prefer that which is adopted by the Thracians and many other races, who use their women to till the ground and to be shepherds of their herds and flocks, and to minister to them like slaves? Or shall we do as we and people in our part of the world do, getting together, as the phrase is, all our goods and chattels into one dwelling, we entrust them to our women, who are the stewards of them, and who also preside over the shuttles and the whole art of spinning? Or shall we take a middle course, as in Lacedaemon? MEGILLUS: Letting the girls share in gymnastic and music, while the grown-up women, no longer employed in spinning wool, are hard at work weaving the web of life, which will be no cheap or mean employment, and in the duty of serving and taking care of the household and bringing up the children, in which they will observe a sort of mean, not participating in the toils of war. And if there were any necessity that they should fight for their city and families, unlike the Amazons, they would be unable to take part in archery or any other skilled use of missiles, nor could they, after the example of the goddess, carry shield or spear or stand up nobly for their country when it was being destroyed, and strike terror into their enemies, if only because they were seen in regular order. Living as they do, they would never dare at all to imitate the Sauromatides, who, when compared with ordinary women, would appear to be like men. Let him who will praise your legislators, but I must say what I think. The legislator ought to be whole and perfect, and not half a man only. He ought not to let the female sex live softly and waste money and have no order of life, while he takes the utmost care of the male sex and leaves half of life only blessed with happiness, when he might have made the whole state happy. MEGILLUS: What shall we do, Cleinias? Shall we allow a stranger to run down Sparta in this fashion? CLEINIAS: Yes, for as we have given him liberty of speech, we must let him go on until we have perfected the work of legislation. MEGILLUS: Very true. ATHENIAN: Then now I may proceed? CLEINIAS: By all means. ATHENIAN: What will be the manner of life among men who may be supposed to have their food and clothing provided for them in moderation, and who have entrusted the practice of the arts to others, and whose husbandry, committed to slaves, paying a part of the produce, brings them a return sufficient for men living temperately; who moreover have common tables, in which the men are placed apart, and near them are the common tables of their families, of their daughters and mothers, which day by day the officers, male and female, are to inspect. They shall see to the behaviour of the company, and so dismiss them; after which the presiding magistrate and his attendants shall honour with libations those gods to whom that day and night are dedicated, and then go home. To men whose lives are thus ordered, is there no work remaining to be done which is necessary and fitting, but shall each one of them live fattening like a beast? Such a life is neither just nor honourable, nor can he who lives it fail of meeting his due; and the due reward of the idle fatted beast is that he should be torn in pieces by some other valiant beast whose fatness is worn down by brave deeds and toil. These regulations, if we duly consider them, will never be exactly carried into execution under present circumstances, nor as long as women and children and houses and all other things are the private property of individuals. But if we can attain the second best form of polity, we shall be very well off; and to men living under this second polity there remains a work to be accomplished, which is far from being small or insignificant, but is the greatest of all works, and ordained by the appointment of righteous law. For the life which may be truly said to be concerned with the virtue of body and soul is twice, or more than twice, as full of toil and trouble as the pursuit after Pythian and Olympic victories, which debars a man from every employment of life. For there ought to be no bye-work, interfering with the greater work of providing the necessary exercise and nourishment for the body, and instruction and education for the soul. Night and day are not long enough for the accomplishment of their perfection and consummation. And therefore to this end all freemen ought to arrange the way in which they will spend their time during the whole course of the day, from morning till evening, and from evening till the morning of the next sunrise. There may seem to be some impropriety in the legislator determining minutely the numberless details of the management of the house, including such particulars as the duty of wakefulness in those who are to be perpetual watchmen of the whole city, for that any citizen should continue during the whole of any night in sleep, instead of being seen by all his servants, always the first to awake and get up. This, whether the regulation is to be called a law or only a practice, should be deemed base and unworthy of a freeman. Also, that the mistress of the house should be awakened by her handmaidens instead of herself first awakening them, is what the slaves, male and female, and the serving boys, and if that were possible, everybody and everything in the house, should regard as base. If they rise early, they may all of them do much of their public and of their household business, as magistrates in the city, and masters and mistresses in their private houses, before the sun is up. Much sleep is not required by nature, either for our souls or bodies, or for the actions which they perform. For no one who is asleep is good for anything, any more if he were dead. But he of us who has the most regard for life and reason keeps awake as long as he can, reserving only so much time for sleep as is expedient for health, and much sleep is not required if the habit of moderation be once rightly formed. Magistrates in states who keep awake at night are terrible to the bad, whether enemies or citizens, and are honoured and reverenced by the just and temperate, and are useful to themselves and to the whole state. A night which is passed in such a manner, in addition to all the above mentioned advantages, infuses a sort of courage into the minds of the citizens. When the day breaks, the time has arrived for youth to go to their schoolmasters. Now neither sheep nor any other animals can live without a shepherd, nor can children be left without tutors, or slaves without masters. And of all animals the boy is the most unmanageable, inasmuch as he has the fountain of reason in him not yet regulated. He is the most insidious, sharp-witted, and insubordinate of animals. Wherefore he must be bound with many bridles. In the first place, when he gets away from mothers and nurses, he must be under the management of tutors on account of his childishness and foolishness. Then again, being a freeman, he must be controlled by teachers, no matter what they teach, and by studies. But he is also a slave, and in that regard any freeman who comes in his way may punish him, and his tutor, and his instructor, if any of them does anything wrong. And he who comes across him and does not inflict upon him the punishment which he deserves shall incur the greatest disgrace. And let the guardian of the law, who is the director of education, see to him who, coming in the way of the offences which we have mentioned, does not chastise them when he ought, or chastises them in a way which he ought not. Let him keep a sharp lookout, and take especial care of the training of our children, directing their natures and always turning them to good according to the law. But how can our law sufficiently train the director of education himself? For as yet all has been imperfect, and nothing has been said either clear or satisfactory. Now, as far as possible, the law ought to leave nothing to him, but to explain everything, that he may be an interpreter and tutor to others. About dances and music and choral strains I have already spoken, both as to the character of the selection of them, and the manner in which they are to be amended and consecrated. But we have not as yet spoken, O illustrious guardian of education, of the manner in which your pupils are to use those strains which are written in prose, although you have been informed what martial strains they are to learn and practise. What relates in the first place to the learning of letters, and secondly to the lyre, and also to calculation, which, as we were saying, is needful for them all to learn, and any other things which are required with a view to war and the management of house and city, and looking to the same object, what is useful in the revolutions of the heavenly bodies, the stars and sun and moon, and the various regulations about these matters which are necessary for the whole state. I am speaking of the arrangements of days in periods of months, and of months in years, which are to be observed in order that seasons and sacrifices and festivals may have their regular and natural order, and keep the city alive and awake, the gods receiving the honours due to them, and men having a better understanding about them. All these things, O my friend, have not yet been sufficiently declared to you by the legislator. Attend then to what I am now going to say. We were telling you in the first place that you were not sufficiently informed about letters, and the objection was to this effect, that you were never told whether he who was meant to be a respectable citizen should apply himself in detail to that sort of learning, or not apply himself at all. And the same remark holds good of the study of the lyre. But now we say that he ought to attend to them. A fair time for a boy of 10 years old to spend in letters is 3 years. The age of 13 is the proper time for him to begin to handle the lyre, and he may continue at this for another 3 years, neither more nor less, and whether his father or himself like or dislike the study, he is not to be allowed to spend more or less time in learning music than the law allows. And let him who disobeys the law be deprived of those youthful honours of which we shall hereafter speak. Here, however, first of all, what the young ought to learn in the early years of life, and what their instructors ought to teach them. They ought to be occupied with their letters until they are able to read and write, but the acquisition of perfect beauty or quickness in writing, if nature has not stimulated them to acquire these accomplishments in the given number of years, they should let alone. And as to the learning of compositions committed to writing, which are not set to the lyre, whether metrical or without rhythmical divisions, compositions in prose, as they are termed, having no rhythm or harmony, seeing how dangerous are the writings handed down to us by many writers of this class, what will you do with them, O most excellent guardians of the law? Or how can the lawgiver rightly direct you about them? I believe that he will be in great difficulty. CLEINIAS: What troubles you, Stranger, and why are you so perplexed in your mind? ATHENIAN: You naturally ask, Cleinias, and to you and Megillus, who are my partners in the work of legislation, I must state the more difficult as well as the easier parts of the task. CLEINIAS: To what do you refer in this instance? ATHENIAN: I will tell you. There is a difficulty in opposing many myriads of mouths. CLEINIAS: Well, and have we not already opposed the popular voice in many important enactments? ATHENIAN: That is quite true, and you mean to imply that the road which we are taking may be disagreeable to some, but is agreeable to as many others, or if not to as many, at any rate to persons not inferior to the others, and in company with them you bid me, at whatever risk, to proceed along the path of legislation which has opened out of our present discourse, and to be of good cheer, and not to faint. CLEINIAS: Certainly. ATHENIAN: And I do not faint. I say indeed that we have a great many poets writing in hexameter, trimeter, and all sorts of measures, some who are serious, others who aim only at raising a laugh, and all mankind declare that the youth who are rightly educated should be brought up in them, and saturated with them. Some insist that they should be constantly hearing them read aloud, and always learning them so as to get by heart entire poets, while others select choice passages and long speeches, and make compendiums of them, saying that these ought to be committed to memory, if a man is to be made good and wise by experience and learning of many things. And you want me now to tell them plainly in what they are right and in what they are wrong. CLEINIAS: Yes, I do. ATHENIAN: But how can I in one word rightly comprehend all of them? I am of opinion, and if I am not mistaken, there is a general agreement, that every one of these poets has said many things well, and many things the reverse of well. And if this be true, then I do affirm that much learning is dangerous to youth. CLEINIAS: How would you advise the guardian of the law to act? ATHENIAN: In what respect? CLEINIAS: I mean, to what pattern should he look as his guide in permitting the young to learn some things and forbidding them to learn others? Do not shrink from answering. ATHENIAN: My good Cleinias, I rather think that I am fortunate. CLEINIAS: How so? ATHENIAN: I think that I am not wholly in want of a pattern, for when I consider the words which we have spoken from early dawn until now, and which, as I believe, have been inspired by heaven, they appear to me to be quite like a poem. When I reflected upon all these words of ours, I naturally felt pleasure, for of all the discourses which I have ever learnt or heard, either in poetry or prose, this seemed to me to be the justest and most suitable for young men to hear. I cannot imagine any better pattern than this which the guardian of the law, who is also the director of education, can have. He cannot do better than advise the teachers to teach the young these words, and any which are of like nature, if he should happen to find them, either in poetry or prose, or if he come across unwritten discourses akin to ours, he should certainly preserve them and commit them to writing. And first of all he shall constrain the teachers themselves to learn and approve them, and any of them who will not shall not be employed by him, but those whom he finds agreeing in his judgment he shall make use of, and shall commit to them the instruction and education of youth. And here and on this wise let my fanciful tale about letters and teachers of letters come to an end. CLEINIAS: I do not think, Stranger, that we have wandered out of the proposed limits of the argument, but whether we are right or not in our whole conception, I cannot be very certain. ATHENIAN: The truth, Cleinias, may be expected to become clearer when, as we have often said, we arrive at the end of the whole discussion about laws. CLEINIAS: Yes. ATHENIAN: And now that we have done with the teacher of letters, the teacher of the lyre has to receive orders from us. End of Book 7, Part 2. Book 7, Part 3 of Laws by Plato, translated by Benjamin JOWETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Athenian: I think that we have only to recollect our previous discussions, and we shall be able to give suitable regulations touching all this part of instruction and education to the teachers of the lyre. CLEINIAS: To what do you refer? Athenian: We were saying, if I remember rightly, that the 60 years old choristers of Dionysus were to be specially quick in their perceptions of rhythm and musical composition, that they might be able to distinguish good and bad imitation, that is to say, the imitation of the good or bad soul when under the influence of passion, rejecting the one and displaying the other in hymns and songs, charming the souls of youth, and inviting them to follow and attain virtue by the way of imitation. CLEINIAS: Very true. ATHENIAN: And with this view the teacher and the learner ought to use the sounds of the lyre, because its notes are pure, the player who teaches and his pupil rendering, note for note in unison. But complexity and variation of notes, when the strings give one sound, and the poet or composer of the melody gives another; also when they make concords and harmonies, in which lesser and greater intervals, slow and quick, or high and low notes are combined; or again when they make complex variations of rhythms, which they adapt to the notes of the lyre. All that sort of thing is not suited to those who have to acquire speedy and useful knowledge of music in 3 years, for opposite principles are confusing, and create a difficulty in learning, and our young men should learn quickly, and their mere necessary acquirements are not few or trifling, as will be shown in due course. Let the director of education attend to the principles concerning music which we are laying down. As to the songs and words themselves, which the masters of choruses are to teach, and the character of them, they have been already described by us, and are the same which, when consecrated and adapted to the different festivals, we said were to benefit cities by affording them an innocent amusement. CLEINIAS: That, again, is true. ATHENIAN: Then let him who has been elected a director of music receive these rules from us as containing the very truth, and may he prosper in his office. Let us now proceed to lay down other rules in addition to the preceding, about dancing and gymnastic exercise in general. Having said what remained to be said about the teaching of music, let us speak in like manner about gymnastic. For boys and girls ought to learn to dance and practise gymnastic exercises, ought they not? CLEINIAS: Yes. ATHENIAN: Then the boys ought to have dancing masters, and the girls dancing mistresses to exercise them. CLEINIAS: Very good. ATHENIAN: Then once more let us summon him who has the chief concern in the business, the superintendent of youth, that is, the director of education. He will have plenty to do if he is to have the charge of music and gymnastic. But how will an old man be able to attend to such great charges? ATHENIAN: O my friend, there will be no difficulty, for the law has already given and will give him permission to select as his assistants in this charge any citizens, male or female, whom he desires, and he will know whom he ought to choose, and will be anxious not to make a mistake, from a due sense of responsibility and from a consciousness of the importance of his office. And also because he will consider that if young men have been and are well brought up, then all things go swimmingly; but if not, it is not meet to say, nor do we say, what will follow, lest the regarders of omens should take alarm about our infant state. Many things have been said by us about dancing and about gymnastic movements in general, for we include under gymnastics all military exercises, such as archery, and all hurling of weapons, and the use of the light shield, and all fighting with heavy arms, and military evolutions, and movements of armies, and encampings, and all that relates to horsemanship. Of all these things there ought to be public teachers, receiving pay from the state, and their pupils should be the men and boys in the state, and also the girls and women, who are to know all these things. While they are yet girls they should have practised dancing in arms, and the whole art of fighting. When grown up women, they should apply themselves to evolutions and tactics, and the mode of grounding and taking up arms. If for no other reason, yet in case the whole military force should have to leave the city and carry on operations of war outside, that those who will have to guard the young and the rest of the city may be equal to the task. And on the other hand, when enemies, whether barbarian or Hellenic, come from without with mighty force, and make a violent assault upon them, and thus compel them to fight for the possession of the city, which is far from being an impossibility, Great would be the disgrace to the state if the women had been so miserably trained that they could not fight for their young, as birds will, against any creature however strong, and die or undergo any danger, but must instantly rush to the temples, and crowd at the altars and shrines, and bring upon human nature the reproach that of all animals man is the most cowardly. CLEINIAS: Such a want of education, Stranger, is certainly an unseemly thing to happen in a state, as well as a great misfortune. ATHENIAN: Suppose that we carry our law to the extent of saying that women ought not to neglect military matters, but that all citizens, male and female alike, shall attend to them. CLEINIAS: I quite agree. ATHENIAN: Of wrestling we have spoken in part, but of what I should call the most important part we have not spoken, and cannot easily speak without showing at the same time, by gesture as well as in word, what we mean. When word and action combine, and not till then, we shall explain clearly what has been said, pointing out that of all movements wrestling is most akin to the military art, and is to be pursued for the sake of this, and not this for the sake of wrestling. CLEINIAS: Excellent. ATHENIAN: Enough of wrestling. We will now proceed to speak of other movements of the body. Such motion may be in general called dancing, and is of two kinds: one of nobler figures, imitating the honourable; the other of the more ignoble figures, imitating the mean. And of both these there are two further subdivisions. Of the serious, one kind is of those engaged in war and vehement action, and is the exercise of a noble person and a manly heart. The other exhibits a temperate soul in the enjoyment of prosperity and modest pleasures, and may be truly called, and is, the dance of peace. The warrior dance is different from the peaceful one, and may be rightly termed Pyrrhic. This imitates the modes of avoiding blows and missiles by dropping or giving way, or springing aside, or rising up, or falling down; also the opposite postures, which are those of action, as, for example, the imitation of archery, and the hurling of javelins, and of all sorts of blows. And when the imitation is of brave bodies and souls, and the action is direct and muscular, giving for the most part a straight movement to the limbs of the body, that, I say, is the true sort; but the opposite is not right. In the dance of peace, what we have to consider is whether a man bears himself naturally and gracefully, and after the manner of men who duly conform to the law. But before proceeding, I must distinguish the dancing about which there is any doubt from that about which there is no doubt. Which is the doubtful kind, and how are the two to be distinguished? There are dances of the Bacchic sort, both those in which, as they say, they imitate drunken men, and which are named after the nymphs, and Pan, and Silenuses, and satyrs, and also those in which purifications are made, or mysteries celebrated. All this sort of dancing cannot be rightly defined as having either a peaceful or a warlike character, or indeed as having any meaning whatever, and may, I think, be most truly described as distinct from the warlike dance, and distinct from the peaceful, and not suited for a city at all. There let it lie, and so leaving it to lie, we will proceed to the dances of war and peace, for with these we are undoubtedly concerned. Now the unwarlike muse, which honours in dance the gods and the sons of the gods, is entirely associated with the consciousness of prosperity. This class may be subdivided into two lesser classes, of which one is expressive of an escape from some labour or danger into good, and has greater pleasures; the other expressive of preservation and increase of former good, in which the pleasure is less exciting. In all these cases every man, when the pleasure is greater, moves his body more, and less when the pleasure is less. And again, if he be more orderly, and has learned courage from discipline, he moves less; but if he be a coward, and has no training or self control, he makes greater and more violent movements; and in general, when he is speaking or singing, he is not altogether able to keep his body still. And so, out of the imitation of words and gestures, the whole art of dancing has arisen. And in these various kinds of imitation, one man moves in an orderly, another in a disorderly manner. And as the ancients may be observed to have given many names which are according to nature and deserving of praise, so there is an excellent one which they have given to the dances of men, who in their times of prosperity are moderate in their pleasures. The giver of names, whoever he was, assigned to them a very true and poetical and rational name, when he called them Emmalii, or dances of order, thus establishing two kinds of dances of the nobler sort, the dance of war, which he called the Pyrrhic, and the dance of peace, which he called Emmalii, or the dance of order, giving to each their appropriate and becoming name. These things the legislator should indicate in general outline, and the guardian of the law should inquire into them and search them out, combining dancing with music, and assigning to the several sacrificial feasts that which is suitable to them. And when he has consecrated all of them in due order, he shall for the future change nothing, whether of dance or song. Thenceforward the city and the citizens shall continue to have the same pleasures, themselves being as far as possible alike, and shall live well and happily. I have described the dances which are appropriate to noble bodies and generous souls, but it is necessary also to consider and know uncomely persons and thoughts, and those which are intended to produce laughter in comedy, and have a comic character in respect of style, song, and dance, and of the imitations which these afford. For serious things cannot be understood without laughable things, nor opposites at all without opposites, if a man is really to have intelligence of either. But he cannot carry out both in action, if he is to have any degree of virtue; and for this very reason he should learn them both, in order that he may not in ignorance do or say anything which is ridiculous and out of place. He should command slaves and hired strangers to imitate such things, but he should never take any serious interest in them himself, nor should any free man or free woman be discovered taking pains to learn them. And there should always be some element of novelty in the imitation. Let these then be laid down, both in law and in our discourse, as the regulations of laughable amusements, which are generally called comedy. And if any of the serious poets, as they are termed, who write tragedy, come to us and say, O strangers, may we go to your city and country, or may we not? And shall we bring with us our poetry? What is your will about these matters? How shall we answer the divine men? I think that our answers should be as follows. Best of strangers, we will say to them, we also, according to our ability, are tragic poets, and our tragedy is the best and noblest. For our whole state is an imitation of the best and noblest life, which we affirm to be indeed the very truth of tragedy. You are poets, and we are poets, both makers of the same strains, rivals and antagonists in the noblest of dramas, which true law can alone perfect, as our hope is. Do not then suppose that we shall all in a moment allow you to erect your stage in the agora, or introduce the fair voices of your actors, speaking above our own, and permit you to harangue our women and children, and the common people, about our institutions, in language other than our own, and very often the opposite of our own. For a state would be mad which gave you this licence, until the magistrates had determined whether your poetry might be recited, and was fit for publication or not. Wherefore, O ye sons and scions of the softer Muses, first of all show your songs to the magistrates, and let them compare them with our own, and if they are the same or better, we will give you a chorus; but if not, then, my friends, we cannot. Let these then be the customs ordained by law about all dances, and the teaching of them; and let matters relating to slaves be separated from those relating to masters, if you do not object. CLEINIAS: We can have no hesitation in assenting when you put the matter thus. ATHENIAN: There still remain 3 studies suitable for freemen. Arithmetic is one of them, the measurement of length, surface, and depth is the second, and the third has to do with the revolutions of the stars in relation to one another. Not every one has need to toil through all these things in a strictly scientific manner, but only a few, and who they are to be we will hereafter indicate at the end, which will be the proper place. Not to know what is necessary for mankind in general, and what is the truth, is disgraceful to every one, and yet to enter into these matters minutely is neither easy nor at all possible for every one. But there is something in them which is necessary and cannot be set aside. And probably he who made the proverb about God originally had this in view, when he said that not even God himself can fight against necessity. He meant, if I am not mistaken, divine necessity. For as to the human necessities of which the many speak when they talk in this manner, nothing can be more ridiculous than such an application of the words. CLEINIAS: And what necessities of knowledge are there, Stranger, which are divine and not human? ATHENIAN: I conceive them to be those of which he who has no use nor any knowledge at all cannot be a god or demigod or hero to mankind, or able to take any serious thought or charge of them. And very unlike a divine man would he be, who is unable to count 1, 2, 3, or to distinguish odd and even numbers, or is unable to count at all, or reckon night and day, and who is totally unacquainted with the revolution of the sun and moon and the other stars. There would be great folly in supposing that all these are not necessary parts of knowledge to him who intends to know anything about the highest kinds of knowledge. But which these are, and how many there are of them, and when they are to be learned, and what is to be learned together, and what apart, and the whole correlation of them must be rightly apprehended first, and these leading the way we may proceed to the other parts of knowledge. For so necessity, grounded in nature, constrains us, against which we say that no God contends or ever will contend. CLEINIAS: I think, Stranger, that what you have now said is very true and agreeable to nature. ATHENIAN: Yes, Cleinias, that is so, but it is difficult for the legislator to begin with these studies. At a more convenient time we will make regulations for them. CLEINIAS: You seem, Stranger, to be afraid of our habitual ignorance of the subject. There is no reason why that should prevent you from speaking out. ATHENIAN: I certainly am afraid of the difficulties to which you allude, but I am still more afraid of those who apply themselves to this sort of knowledge, and apply themselves badly. For entire ignorance is not so terrible or extreme an evil, and is far from being the greatest of all. Too much cleverness and too much learning, accompanied with an ill bringing up, are far more fatal. CLEINIAS: True. ATHENIAN: All freemen, I conceive, should learn as much of these branches of knowledge as every child in Egypt is taught when he learns the alphabet. In that country arithmetical games have been invented for the use of mere children, which they learn as a pleasure and amusement. They have to distribute apples and garlands, using the same number sometimes for a larger and sometimes for a lesser number of persons, and they arrange pugilists and wrestlers as they pair together by lot or remain over, and show how their turns come in natural order. Another mode of amusing them is to distribute vessels, sometimes of gold, brass, silver, and the like, intermixed with one another, sometimes of one metal only. As I was saying, they adapt to their amusement the numbers in common use, and in this way make more intelligible to their pupils the arrangements and movements of armies and expeditions, and in the management of a household they make people more useful to themselves and more wide awake, and again in measurements of things which have length and breadth and depth they free us from that natural ignorance of all these things which is so ludicrous and disgraceful. CLEINIAS: What kind of ignorance do you mean? ATHENIAN: O my dear Cleinias, I, like yourself, have late in life heard with amazement of our ignorance in these matters. To me we appear to be more like pigs than men, and I am quite ashamed, not only of myself, but of all Hellenes? CLEINIAS: About what? Say, Stranger, what you mean. ATHENIAN: I will, or rather I will show you my meaning by a question, and do you please to answer me. You know, I suppose, what length is? CLEINIAS: Certainly. ATHENIAN: And what breadth is? CLEINIAS: To be sure. ATHENIAN: And you know that these are two distinct things, and that there is a third thing called depth? CLEINIAS: Of course. ATHENIAN: And do not all these seem to you to be commensurable with themselves? CLEINIAS: Yes. ATHENIAN: That is to say, length is naturally commensurable with length, and breadth with breadth, and depth in like manner with depth? CLEINIAS: Undoubtedly. ATHENIAN: But if some things are commensurable and others wholly incommensurable, and you think that all things are commensurable, what is your position in regard to them? CLEINIAS: Clearly far from good. ATHENIAN: Concerning length and breadth when compared with depth, or breadth and length when compared with one another, are not all the Hellenes agreed that these are commensurable with one another in some way? CLEINIAS: Quite true. ATHENIAN: But if they are absolutely incommensurable, and yet all of us regard them as commensurable, have we not reason to be ashamed of our compatriots? And might we not say to them, O ye best of Hellenes, is not this one of the things of which we were saying that not to know them is disgraceful, and of which to have a bare knowledge only is no great distinction? CLEINIAS: Certainly. ATHENIAN: And there are other things akin to these, in which there spring up other errors of the same family. CLEINIAS: What are they? ATHENIAN: The natures of commensurable and incommensurable quantities in their relation to one another. A man who is good for anything ought to be able, when he thinks, to distinguish them, and different persons should compete with one another in asking questions, which will be a far better and more graceful way of passing their time than the old man's game of draughts. CLEINIAS: I dare say, and these pastimes are not so very unlike a game of draughts. ATHENIAN: And these, as I maintain, Cleinias, are the studies which our youth ought to learn, for they are innocent and not difficult. The learning of them will be an amusement, and they will benefit the state. If any one is of another mind, let him say what he has to say. CLEINIAS: Certainly. ATHENIAN: Then if these studies are such as we maintain, we will include them; if not, they shall be excluded. CLEINIAS: Assuredly. But may we not now, Stranger, prescribe these studies as necessary, and so fill up the lacunae of our laws? ATHENIAN: They shall be regarded as pledges which may be hereafter redeemed and removed from our state, if they do not please either us who give them or you who accept them. CLEINIAS: A fair condition. ATHENIAN: Next let us see whether we are or are not willing that the study of astronomy shall be proposed for our youth. CLEINIAS: Proceed. ATHENIAN: Here occurs a strange phenomenon, which certainly cannot in any point of view be tolerated. CLEINIAS: To what are you referring? ATHENIAN: Men say that we ought not to inquire into the supreme God and the nature of the universe, nor busy ourselves in searching out the causes of things, and that such inquiries are impious, whereas the very opposite is the truth. CLEINIAS: What do you mean? ATHENIAN: Perhaps what I am saying may seem paradoxical, and at variance with the usual language of age; but when any one has any good and true notion which is for the advantage of the state, and in every way acceptable to God, he cannot abstain from expressing it. CLEINIAS: Your words are reasonable enough, but shall we find any good or true notion about the stars? ATHENIAN: My good friends, at this hour all of us Hellenes tell lies, if I may use such an expression, about those great Gods, the sun and the moon. CLEINIAS: Lies of what nature? ATHENIAN: We say that they and divers other stars do not keep the same path, and we call them planets or wanderers. CLEINIAS: Very true, Stranger, and in the course of my life I have often myself seen the morning star and the evening star and divers others, not moving in their accustomed course, but wandering out of their path in all manner of ways; and I have seen the sun and moon doing what we all know that they do. ATHENIAN: Just so, Megillus and Cleinias, and I maintain that our citizens in our youth ought to learn about the nature of the gods in heaven, so far as to be able to offer sacrifices and pray to them in pious language, and not to blaspheme about them. CLEINIAS: There you are right, if such a knowledge be only attainable. And if we are wrong in our mode of speaking now, and can be better instructed and learn to use better language, then I quite agree with you that such a degree of knowledge as will enable us to speak rightly should be acquired by us. And now do you try to explain to us your whole meaning, and we on our part will endeavour to understand you. ATHENIAN: There is some difficulty in understanding my meaning, but not a very great one, nor will any great length of time be required. And of this I am myself a proof, for I did not know these things long ago, nor in the days of my youth, and yet I can explain them to you in a brief space of time, whereas if they had been difficult, I could certainly never have explained them all, old as I am, to old men like yourselves. CLEINIAS: True, but what is this study which you describe as wonderful and fitting for youth to learn, but of which we are ignorant? Try and explain the nature of it to us as clearly as you can. ATHENIAN: I will, for, O my good friends, that other doctrine about the wandering of the sun and the moon and the other stars is not the truth, but the very reverse of the truth. Each of them moves in the same path, not in many paths, but in one only, which is circular, and the varieties are only apparent. Nor are we right in supposing that the swiftest of them is the slowest, nor conversely that the slowest is the quickest. And if what I say is true, only just imagine that we had a similar notion about horses running at Olympia, or about men who ran in the long course, and that we addressed the swiftest as the slowest, and the slowest as the swiftest, and sang the praises of the vanquished as though he were the victor. In that case our praises would not be true, nor very agreeable to the runners, though they be but men. And now to commit the same error about the gods, which would have been ludicrous and erroneous in the case of men, is not that ludicrous and erroneous? CLEINIAS: Worse than ludicrous, I should say. ATHENIAN: At all events the gods cannot like us to be spreading a false report of them. CLEINIAS: Most true, if such is the fact. ATHENIAN: And if we can show that such is really the fact, then all these matters ought to be learned so far as is necessary for the avoidance of impiety. But if we cannot, they may be let alone, and let this be our decision. CLEINIAS: Very good. ATHENIAN: Enough of laws relating to education and learning, but hunting and similar pursuits in like manner claim our attention, for the legislator appears to have a duty imposed upon him which goes beyond mere legislation. There is something over and above law, which lies in a region between admonition and law, and has several times occurred to us in the course of discussion. For example, in the education of very young children there were things, as we maintain, which are not to be defined, and to regard them as matters of positive law is a great absurdity. Now our laws and the whole constitution of our state having been thus delineated, the praise of the virtuous citizens is not complete when he is described as the person who serves the laws best and obeys them most, but the higher form of praise is that which describes him as the good citizen who passes through life undefiled and is obedient to the words of the legislator, both when he is giving laws and when he assigns praise and blame. This is the truest word that can be spoken in praise of a citizen, and the true legislator ought not only to write his laws, but also to interweave with them all such things as seem to him honourable and dishonourable. And the perfect citizen ought to seek to strengthen these no less than the principles of law which are sanctioned by punishments. I will adduce an example which will clear up my meaning, and will be a sort of witness to my words. Hunting is of wide extent, and has a name under which many things are included. For there is a hunting of creatures in the water, and of creatures in the air, and there is a great deal of hunting of land animals of all kinds, and not of wild beasts only. The hunting after man is also worthy of consideration. There is the hunting after him in war, and there is often a hunting after him in the way of friendship, which is praised and also blamed. And there is thieving, and the hunting which is practised by robbers, and that of armies against armies. Now the legislator, in laying down laws about hunting, can neither abstain from noting these things, nor can he make threatening ordinances which will assign rules and penalties about all of them. What is he to do? He will have to praise and blame hunting with a view to the exercise and pursuits of youth. And on the other hand, the young man must listen obediently. Neither pleasure nor pain should hinder him, and he should regard as his standard of action the praises and injunctions of the legislator, rather than the punishments which he imposes by law. This being premised, there will follow next in order moderate praise and censure of hunting, the praise being assigned to that kind which will make the souls of young men better, and the censure to that which has the opposite effect. And now let us address young men in the form of a prayer for their welfare. O friends, we will say to them, may no desire or love of hunting in the sea, or of angling, or of catching the creatures in the waters, ever take possession of you, either when you are awake or when you are asleep, by hook or with wheels, which latter is a very lazy contrivance. And let not any desire of catching men and of piracy by sea enter into your souls, and make you cruel and lawless hunters. And as to the desire of thieving in town or country, may it never enter into your most passing thoughts. Nor let the insidious fancy of catching birds, which is hardly worthy of freemen, come into the head of any youth. There remains, therefore, for our athletes only the hunting and catching of land animals, of which the one sort is called hunting by night, in which the hunters sleep in turn and are lazy. This is not to be commended any more than that which has intervals of rest, in which the wild strength of beasts is subdued by nets and snares, and not by the victory of a laborious spirit. Thus only the best kind of hunting is allowed at all, that of quadrupeds, which is carried on with horses and dogs and men's own persons, and they get the victory over the animals by running them down and striking them and hurling at them, those who have a care of godlike manhood taking them with their own hands. The praise and blame which is assigned to all these things has now been declared, and let the law be as follows. Let no one hinder these, who verily are sacred hunters, from following the chase wherever and whithersoever they will. But the hunter by night, who trusts to his nets and gins, shall not be allowed to hunt anywhere. The fowler in the mountains and waste places shall be permitted, but on cultivated ground and on consecrated wilds he shall not be permitted, and any one who meets him may stop him. As to the hunter in waters, he may hunt anywhere except in harbours, or sacred streams, or marshes, or pools, provided only that he do not pollute the water with poisonous juices. And now we may say that all our enactments about education are complete. Cleinias, very good. End of Book 7. Book 8 of Laws by Plato, translated by Benjamin JOWETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 8. Athenian. Next, with the help of the Delphian oracle, we have to institute festivals and make laws about them, and to determine what sacrifices will be for the good of the city, and to what gods they shall be offered. But when they shall be offered, and how often, may be partly regulated by us. Cleinias. The number, yes. Athenian. Then we will first determine the number, and let the whole number be 365, one for every day, so that one magistrate at least will sacrifice daily to some god or demigod on behalf of the city, and the citizens, and their possessions, And the interpreters and priests and priestesses and prophets shall meet, and in company with the guardians of the law ordain those things which the legislator of necessity omits. And I may remark that they are the very persons who ought to take note of what is omitted. The law will say that there are 12 feasts dedicated to the 12 gods, after whom the several tribes are named, and that to each of them they shall sacrifice every month, and appoint choruses and musical and gymnastic contests, assigning them so as to suit the gods and seasons of the year. And they shall have festivals for women, distinguishing those which ought to be separated from the men's festivals, and those which ought not. Further, they shall not confuse the infernal deities and their rites with the gods who are termed heavenly and their rites, but shall separate them, giving to Pluto his own in the 12th month, which is sacred to him according to the law. To such a deity warlike men should entertain no aversion, but they should honour him as being always the best friend of man, for the connexion of soul and body is no way better than the dissolution of them, as I am ready to maintain quite seriously. Moreover, those who would regulate these matters rightly should consider that our city among existing cities has no fellow, either in respect of leisure or command of the necessaries of life, and that like an individual she ought to live happily. And those who would live happily should in the first place do no wrong to one another, and ought not themselves to be wronged by others. To attain the first is not difficult, but there is great difficulty in acquiring the power of not being wronged. No man can be perfectly secure against wrong unless he has become perfectly good. And cities are like individuals in this, for a city, if good, has a life of peace, but if evil, a life of war within and without. Wherefore the citizens ought to practice war, not in time of war, but rather while they are at peace. And every city which has any sense should take the field at least for 1 day in every month, and for more if the magistrates think fit, having no regard to winter cold or summer heat. And they should go out en masse, including their wives and their children, when the magistrates determine to lead forth the whole people, or in separate portions when summoned by them. And they should always provide that there should be games and sacrificial feasts, and they should have tournaments, imitating in as lively a manner as they can real battles. And they should distribute prizes of victory and valour to the competitors, passing censures and encomiums on one another according to the characters which they bear in the contests and in their whole life, honouring him who seems to be the best, and blaming him who is the opposite. And let poets celebrate the victors, not however every poet, but only one who in the first place is not less than 50 years of age, nor should he be one who, although he may have musical and poetical gifts, has never in his life done any noble or illustrious action. But those who are themselves good and also honourable in the state, creators of noble actions, let their poems be sung, even though they be not very musical, and let the judgment of them rest with the instructor of youth and the other guardians of the laws, who shall give them this privilege, and they alone shall be free to sing. But the rest of the world shall not have this liberty, nor shall any one dare to sing a song which has not been approved by the judgment of the guardians of the laws, not even if his strain be sweeter than the songs of Thamyris and Orpheus. but only such poems as have been judged sacred and dedicated to the gods, and such as are the works of good men, in which praise or blame has been awarded, and which have been deemed to fulfil their design fairly. The regulations about war and about liberty of speech in poetry ought to apply equally to men and women. The legislator may be supposed to argue the question in his own mind: Who are my citizens for whom I have set in order the city? Are they not competitors in the greatest of all contests, and have they not innumerable rivals? To be sure, will be the natural reply. Well, but if we were training boxers, or pancratiasts, or any other sort of athletes, would they never meet until the hour of contest arrived? And should we do nothing to prepare ourselves previously by daily practice? Surely, if we were boxers, we should have been learning to fight for many days before, and exercising ourselves in imitating all those blows and wards which we were intending to use in the hour of conflict; and in order that we might come as near to reality as possible, instead of cestises we should put on boxing gloves, that the blows and the wards might be practised by us to the utmost of our power. And if there were a lack of competitors, the ridicule of fools would not deter us from hanging up a lifeless image and practising at that. Or if we had no adversary at all, animate or inanimate, should we not venture in the dearth of antagonists to spar by ourselves? In what other manner could we ever study the art of self-defence? CLEINIAS: The way which you mention, Stranger, would be the only way. ATHENIAN: And shall the warriors of our city, who are destined, when occasion calls, to enter the greatest of all contests, and to fight for their lives and their children and their property and the whole city, be worse prepared than boxers? And will the legislator, because he is afraid that their practising with one another may appear to some ridiculous, abstain from commanding them to go out and fight? Will he not ordain that soldiers should perform lesser exercises without arms every day, making dancing and all gymnastic tend to this end? And also, will he not require that they shall practise some gymnastic exercises, greater as well as lesser, as often as every month? And that they shall have contests one with another in every part of the country, seizing upon posts, and lying in ambush, and imitating in every respect the reality of war, fighting with boxing gloves, and hurling javelins, and using weapons somewhat dangerous, and as nearly as possible like the true ones, in order that the sport may not be altogether without fear, but may have terrors, and to a certain degree show the man who has and who has not courage, and that the honour and dishonour which are assigned to them respectively may prepare the whole city for the true conflict of life. If any one dies in these mimic contests, the homicide is involuntary, and we will make the slayer, when he has been purified according to law, to be pure of blood, considering that if a few men should die, others as good as they will be born; but that if fear is dead, then the citizens will never find a test of superior and inferior natures, which is a far greater evil to the state than the loss of a few. CLEINIAS: We are quite agreed, Stranger, that we should legislate about such things, and that the whole state should practise them. ATHENIAN: And what is the reason that dances and contests of this sort hardly ever exist in states, at least not to any extent worth speaking of? Is this due to the ignorance of mankind and their legislators? CLEINIAS: Perhaps. ATHENIAN: Certainly not, sweet Cleinias. There are two causes which are quite enough to account for the deficiency. CLEINIAS: What are they? ATHENIAN: One cause is the love of wealth, which wholly absorbs men, and never for a moment allows them to think of anything but their own private possessions. On this the soul of every citizen hangs suspended, and can attend to nothing but his daily gain. Mankind are ready to learn any branch of knowledge, and to follow any pursuit which tends to this end, and they laugh at every other. That is one reason why a city will not be in earnest about such contests, or any other good and honourable pursuit. But from an insatiable love of gold and silver, every man will stoop to any art or contrivance, seemly or unseemly, in the hope of becoming rich, and will make no objection to performing any action, holy or unholy, and utterly base, if only, like a beast, he have the power of eating and drinking all kinds of things, and procuring for himself in every sort of way the gratification of his lusts. CLEINIAS: True. ATHENIAN: Let this then be deemed one of the causes which prevent states from pursuing in an efficient manner the art of war, or any other noble aim, but makes the orderly and temperate part of mankind into merchants, and captains of ships, and servants, and converts the valiant sort into thieves and burglars, and robbers of temples, and violent tyrannical persons, many of whom are not without ability, but they are unfortunate. CLEINIAS: What do you mean? ATHENIAN: Must not they be truly unfortunate, whose souls are compelled to pass through life always hungering? CLEINIAS: Then that is one cause, Stranger, but you spoke of another. ATHENIAN: Thank you for reminding me. CLEINIAS: The insatiable lifelong love of wealth, as you were saying, is one cause which absorbs mankind, and prevents them from rightly practising the arts of war. Granted. And now tell me, what is the other? ATHENIAN: Do you imagine that I delay because I am in a perplexity? CLEINIAS: No, but we think that you are too severe upon the money loving temper, of which you seem in the present discussion to have a peculiar dislike. ATHENIAN: That is a very fair rebuke, Cleinias, and I will now proceed to the second cause. CLEINIAS: Proceed. ATHENIAN: I say that governments are a cause, democracy, oligarchy, tyranny, concerning which I have often spoken in the previous discourse. Or rather, governments they are not, for none of them exercises a voluntary rule over voluntary subjects, but they may be truly called states of discord, in which, while the government is voluntary, the subjects always obey against their will, and have to be coerced; and the ruler fears the subject, and will not, if he can help, allow him to become either noble or rich, or strong or valiant, or warlike at all. These two are the chief causes of almost all evils, and of the evils of which I have been speaking they are notably the causes. But our state has escaped both of them, for her citizens have the greatest leisure, and they are not subject to one another, and will, I think, be made by these laws the reverse of lovers of money. Such a constitution may be reasonably supposed to be the only one existing which will accept the education which we have described, and the martial pastimes which have been perfected according to our idea. CLEINIAS: True. ATHENIAN: Then next we must remember about all gymnastic contests, that only the warlike sort of them are to be practised and to have prizes of victory, and those which are not military are to be given up. The military sort had better be completely described and established by law. And first let us speak of running and swiftness. CLEINIAS: Very good. ATHENIAN: Certainly the most military of all qualities is general activity of body, whether of foot or hand. For escaping or for capturing an enemy, quickness of foot is required, but hand-to-hand conflict and combat need vigour and strength. CLEINIAS: Very true. ATHENIAN: Neither of them can attain their greatest efficiency without arms. CLEINIAS: How can they? ATHENIAN: Then our herald, in accordance with the prevailing practice, will first summon the runner. He will appear armed, for to an unarmed competitor we will not give a prize, and he shall enter first who is to run the single course bearing arms; next, he who is to run the double course; third, he who is to run the horse course; and fourthly, he who is to run the long course. The fifth, whom we start, shall be the first sent forth in heavy armour, and shall run a course of 60 stadia to some temple of Ares; and we will send forth another, whom we will style the more heavily armed, to run over smoother ground. There remains the archer, and he shall run in the full equipments of an archer a distance of 100 stadia over mountains, and across every sort of country to a temple of Apollo and Artemis. This shall be the order of the contest, and we will wait for them until they return, and will give a prize to the conqueror in each. CLEINIAS: Very good. ATHENIAN: Let us suppose that there are three kinds of contests: one of boys, another of beardless youths, and a third of men. For the youths we will fix the length of the contest at 2/3, and for the boys at half of the entire course, whether they contend as archers or as heavy armed. Touching the women, let the girls who are not grown up compete naked in the stadium and the double course, and the horse course, and the long course, and let them run on the race ground itself. Those who are 13 years of age and upwards until their marriage shall continue to share in contests if they are not more than 20, and shall be compelled to run up to 18, and they shall descend into the arena in suitable dresses. Let these be the regulations about contests in running both for men and women. Respecting contests of strength, instead of wrestling and similar contests of the heavier sort, we will institute conflicts in armour of 1 against 1, and 2 against 2, and so on up to 10 against 10. As to what a man ought not to suffer or do, and to what extent, in order to gain the victory, as in wrestling, the masters of the art have laid down what is fair and what is not fair, so in fighting in armour we ought to call in skilful persons, who shall judge for us and be our assessors in the work of legislation. They shall say who deserves to be victor in combats of this sort, and what he is not to do or have done to him, and in like manner what rule determines who is defeated, and let these ordinances apply to women until they are married as well as to men. The pancration shall have a counterpart in a combat of the light armed. They shall contend with bows, and with light shields, and with javelins, and in the throwing of stones by slings and by hand. And laws shall be made about it, and rewards and prizes given to him who best fulfils the ordinances of the law. Next in order we shall have to legislate about the horse contests. Now we do not need many horses, for they cannot be of much use in a country like Crete, and hence we naturally do not take great pains about the rearing of them, or about horse races. There is no one who keeps a chariot among us, and any rivalry in such matters would be altogether out of place. There would be no sense, nor any shadow of sense, in instituting contests which are not after the manner of our country. And therefore we give our prizes for single horses, for colts who have not yet cast their teeth, and for those who are intermediate, and for the full grown horses themselves, and thus our equestrian games will accord with the nature of the country. Let them have conflict and rivalry in these matters in accordance with the law, and let the colonels and generals of horse decide together about all courses, and about the armed competitors in them. But we have nothing to say to the unarmed, either in gymnastic exercises or in these contests. On the other hand, the Cretan bowman or javelin man, who fights in armour on horseback, is useful, and therefore we may as well place a competition of this sort among our amusements. Women are not to be forced to compete by laws and ordinances, but if from previous training they have acquired the habit, and are strong enough, and like to take part, let them do so, girls as well as boys, and no blame to them. Thus the competition in gymnastic and the mode of learning it have been described, and we have spoken also of the toils of the contest, and of daily exercises under the superintendence of masters. Likewise what relates to music has been for the most part completed, but as to rhapsodes and the like, and the contests of choruses which are to perform at feasts, all this shall be arranged when the months and days and years have been appointed for gods and demigods, whether every third year, or again every fifth year, or in whatever way or manner the gods may put into men's minds the distribution and order of them. At the same time we may expect that the musical contests will be celebrated in their turn by the command of the judges and the director of education and the guardians of the law meeting together for this purpose, and themselves becoming legislators of the times and nature and conditions of the choral contests and of dancing in general. What they ought severally to be in language and song, and in the admixture of harmony with rhythm and the dance, has been often declared by the original legislator, and his successors ought to follow him, making the games and sacrifices duly to correspond at fitting times, and appointing public festivals. It is not difficult to determine how these and the like matters may have a regular order, nor again will the alteration of them do any great good or harm to the state. There is, however, another matter of great importance and difficulty, concerning which God should legislate, if there were any possibility of obtaining from him an ordinance about it. But seeing that divine aid is not to be had, there appears to be a need of some bold man who specially honours plainness of speech, and will say outright what he thinks best for the city and citizens, ordaining what is good and convenient for the whole state amid the corruptions of human souls, opposing the mightiest lusts, and having no man his helper but himself, standing alone and following reason only. CLEINIAS: What is this, Stranger, that you are saying? For we do not as yet understand your meaning. ATHENIAN: Very likely. I will endeavour to explain myself more clearly. When I came to the subject of education, I beheld young men and maidens holding friendly intercourse with one another, and there naturally arose in my mind a sort of apprehension. I could not help thinking how one is to deal with a city in which youths and maidens are well nurtured, and have nothing to do, and are not undergoing the excessive and servile toils which extinguish wantonness, and whose only cares during their whole life are sacrifices and festivals and dances. How, in such a state as this, will they abstain from desires which thrust many a man and woman into perdition, and from which reason, assuming the functions of law, commands them to abstain. The ordinances already made may possibly get the better of most of these desires. The prohibition of excessive wealth is a very considerable gain in the direction of temperance, and the whole education of our youth imposes a law of moderation on them. Moreover, the eye of the rulers is required always to watch over the young, and never to lose sight of them; and these provisions do, as far as human means can effect anything, exercise a regulating influence upon the desires in general. But how can we take precautions against the unnatural loves of either sex, from which innumerable evils have come upon individuals and cities? How shall we devise a remedy and way of escape out of so great a danger? Truly, Cleinias, here is a difficulty. In many ways Crete and Lacedaemon furnish a great help to those who make peculiar laws; but in the matter of love, as we are alone, I must confess that they are quite against us. For if any one following nature should lay down the law which existed before the days of Laius, and denounce these lusts as contrary to nature, adducing the animals as a proof that such unions were monstrous, he might prove his point, but he would be wholly at variance with the custom of your states. Further, they are repugnant to a principle which we say that a legislator should always observe, for we are always inquiring which of our enactments tends to virtue and which not. And suppose we grant that these loves are accounted by law to be honourable, or at least not disgraceful, in what degree will they contribute to virtue? Will such passions implant in the soul of him who is seduced the habit of courage, or in the soul of the seducer the principle of temperance? Who will ever believe this? Or rather, who will not blame the effeminacy of him who yields to pleasures and is unable to hold out against them? Will not all men censure as womanly him who imitates the woman? And who would ever think of establishing such a practice by law? Certainly no one who had in his mind the image of true law. How can we prove that what I am saying is true? He who would rightly consider these matters must see the nature of friendship and desire, and of these so-called loves, for they are of two kinds, and out of the two arises a third kind, having the same name, and this similarity of name causes all the difficulty and obscurity. CLEINIAS: How is that? ATHENIAN: Dear is the like in virtue to the like, and the equal to the equal. Dear also, though unlike, is he who has abundance to him who is in want. And when either of these friendships becomes excessive, we term the excess love. CLEINIAS: Very true. ATHENIAN: The friendship which arises from contraries is horrible and coarse, and has often no tie of communion; but that which arises from likeness is gentle, and has a tie of communion which lasts through life. As to the mixed sort which is made up of them both, there is, first of all, a difficulty in determining what he who is possessed by this third love desires. Moreover, he is drawn different ways, and is in doubt between the two principles, the one exhorting him to enjoy the beauty of youth, and the other forbidding him. For the one is a lover of the body, and hungers after beauty like ripe fruit, and would fain satisfy himself without any regard to the character of the beloved. The other holds the desire of the body to be a secondary matter, and looking rather than loving, and with his soul desiring the soul of the other in a becoming manner, regards the satisfaction of the bodily love as wantonness. He reverences and respects temperance and courage and magnanimity and wisdom, and wishes to live chastely with the chaste object of his affection. Now the sort of love which is made up of the other two is that which we have described as the third. Seeing then that there are these three sorts of love, ought the law to prohibit and forbid them all to exist among us? Is it not rather clear that we should wish to have in the state the love which is of virtue, and which desires the beloved youth to be the best possible, and the other two, if possible, we should hinder? What do you say, friend Megillus? MEGILLUS: I think, Stranger, that you are perfectly right in what you have been now saying. ATHENIAN: I knew well, my friend, that I should obtain your assent, which I accept, and therefore have no need to analyze your custom any further. Cleinias shall be prevailed upon to give me his assent at some other time. Enough of this, and now let us proceed to the laws. MEGILLUS: Very good. ATHENIAN: Upon reflection, I see a way of imposing the law, which in one respect is easy, but in another is of the utmost difficulty. MEGILLUS: What do you mean? ATHENIAN: We are all aware that most men, in spite of their lawless natures, are very strictly and precisely restrained from intercourse with the fair, and this is not at all against their will, but entirely with their will. MEGILLUS: When do you mean? ATHENIAN: When any one has a brother or sister who is fair, and about a son or daughter the same unwritten law holds, and is a most perfect safeguard, so that no open or secret connexion ever takes place between them, nor does the thought of such a thing ever enter at all into the minds of most of them. MEGILLUS: Very true. ATHENIAN: Does not a little word extinguish all pleasures of that sort? MEGILLUS: What word? ATHENIAN: The declaration that they are unholy, hated of God, and most infamous. And is not the reason of this that no one has ever said the opposite, but every one from his earliest childhood has heard men speaking in the same manner about them always and everywhere, whether in comedy or in the graver language of tragedy, when the poet introduces on the stage a Thyestes or an Oedipus or a Macarius having secret intercourse with his sister, he represents him, when found out, ready to kill himself as the penalty of his sin. MEGILLUS: You are very right in saying that tradition, if no breath of opposition ever assails it, has a marvellous power. ATHENIAN: Am I not also right in saying that the legislator who wants to master any of the passions which master man may easily know how to subdue them? He will consecrate the tradition of their evil character among all, slaves and freemen, women and children, throughout the city. That will be the surest foundation of the law which he can make. MEGILLUS: Yes, but will he ever succeed in making all mankind use the same language about them? ATHENIAN: A good objection. But was I not just now saying that I had a way to make men use natural love and abstain from unnatural, not intentionally destroying the seeds of human increase, or sowing them in stony places in which they will take no root, and that I would command them to abstain too from any female field of increase in which that which is sown is not likely to grow? Now if a law to this effect could only be made perpetual, and gain an authority such as already prevents intercourse of parents and children, such a law, extending to other sensual desires and conquering them, would be the source of 10,000 blessings. For, in the first place, moderation is the appointment of nature, and deters men from all frenzy and madness of love. and from all adulteries, and immoderate use of meats and drinks, and makes them good friends to their own wives. And innumerable other benefits would result if such a law could only be enforced. I can imagine some lusty youth who is standing by, and who on hearing this enactment declares in scurrilous terms that we are making foolish and impossible laws, and fills the world with his outcry. And therefore I said that I knew a way of enacting and perpetuating such a law, which was very easy in one respect, but in another most difficult. There is no difficulty in seeing that such a law is possible, and in what way. For, as I was saying, the ordinance once consecrated would master the soul of every man, and terrify him into obedience. But matters have now come to such a pass that even then the desired result seems as if it could not be attained, just as the continuance of an entire state in the practice of common meals is also deemed impossible. And although this latter is partly disproven by the fact of their existence among you, still even in your cities the common meals of women would be regarded as unnatural and impossible. I was thinking of the rebelliousness of the human heart when I said that the permanent establishment of these things is very difficult. MEGILLUS: Very true. ATHENIAN: Shall I try and find some sort of persuasive argument which will prove to you that such enactments are possible, and not beyond human nature? CLEINIAS: By all means. ATHENIAN: Is a man more likely to abstain from the pleasures of love, and to do what he is bidden about them, when his body is in a good condition, or when he is in an ill condition and out of training? CLEINIAS: He will be far more temperate when he is in training. ATHENIAN: And have we not heard of Iccus of Tarentum, who, with a view to the Olympic and other contests, in his zeal for his art, and also because he was of a manly and temperate disposition, never had any connexion with a woman or a youth during the whole time of his training? And the same is said of Chryson and Aeschylus and Diopompus and many others. And yet, Cleinias, they were far worse educated in their minds than your and my citizens, and in their bodies far more lusty. CLEINIAS: No doubt this fact has been often affirmed positively by the ancients of these athletes. ATHENIAN: And had they the courage to abstain from what is ordinarily deemed a pleasure for the sake of a victory in wrestling, running, and the like? And shall our young men be incapable of a similar endurance for the sake of a much nobler victory, which is the noblest of all, as from their youth upwards we will tell them, charming them, as we hope, into the belief of this by tales and sayings and songs? CLEINIAS: Of what victory are you speaking? ATHENIAN: Of the victory over pleasure, which if they win they will live happily, or if they are conquered, the reverse of happily. And further, may we not suppose that the fear of impiety will enable them to master that which other inferior people have mastered? CLEINIAS: I dare say. ATHENIAN: And since we have reached this point in our legislation, and have fallen into a difficulty by reason of the vices of mankind, I affirm that our ordinance should simply run in the following terms: Our citizens ought not to fall below the nature of birds and beasts in general, who are born in great multitudes, and yet remain until the age for procreation virgin and unmarried; but when they have reached the proper time of life, are coupled, male and female, and lovingly pair together, and live the rest of their lives in holiness and innocence, abiding firmly in their original compact. Surely, we will say to them, you should be better than the animals. But if they are corrupted by the other Hellenes, and the common practice of barbarians, and they see with their eyes and hear with their ears of the so-called free love everywhere prevailing among them, and they themselves are not able to get the better of the temptation, the guardians of the law, exercising the functions of lawgivers, shall devise a second law against them. CLEINIAS: And what law would you advise them to pass if this one failed? ATHENIAN: Clearly, Cleinias, the one which would naturally follow. CLEINIAS: What is that? ATHENIAN: Our citizens should not allow pleasures to strengthen with indulgence, but should by toil divert the aliment and exuberance of them into other parts of the body. And this will happen if no immodesty be allowed in the practice of love. Then they will be ashamed of frequent intercourse, and they will find pleasure, if seldom enjoyed, to be a less imperious mistress. They should not be found out doing anything of the sort. Concealment shall be honourable and sanctioned by custom, and made law by unwritten prescription. On the other hand, to be detected shall be esteemed dishonourable, but not to abstain wholly. In this way there will be a second legal standard of honourable and dishonourable, involving a second notion of right. Three principles will comprehend all those corrupt natures whom we call inferior to themselves, and who form but one class, and will compel them not to transgress. CLEINIAS: What are they? ATHENIAN: The principle of piety, the love of honour, and the desire of beauty, not in the body, but in the soul. These are perhaps romantic aspirations, but they are the noblest of aspirations, if they could only be realized in all states, and God willing, in the matter of love we may be able to enforce one of two things: either that no one shall venture to touch any person of the free-born or noble class except his wedded wife, or sow the unconsecrated and bastard seed among harlots, or in barren and unnatural lusts, or at least we may abolish altogether the connexion of men with men. And as to women, if any man has to do with any but those who come into his house duly married by sacred rites, whether they be bought or acquired in any other way, and he offends publicly in the face of all mankind, we shall be right in enacting that he be deprived of civic honours and privileges, and be deemed to be, as he truly is, a stranger. Let this law then, whether it is one, or ought rather to be called two, be laid down respecting love in general, and the intercourse of the sexes which arises out of the desires, whether rightly or wrongly indulged. MEGILLUS: I, for my part, Stranger, would gladly receive this law. Cleinias shall speak for himself, and tell you what is his opinion. CLEINIAS: I will, Megillus, when an opportunity offers. At present I think that we had better allow the Stranger to proceed with his laws. MEGILLUS: Very good. ATHENIAN: We had got about as far as the establishment of the common tables, which in most places would be difficult, but in Crete no one would think of introducing any other custom. There might arise a question about the manner of them, whether they shall be such as they are here in Crete, or such as they are in Lacedaemon, or is there a third kind which may be better than either of them? The answer to this question might be easily discovered, but the discovery would do no great good, for at present they are very well ordered. Leaving the common tables, we may therefore proceed to the means of providing food. Now in cities the means of life are gained in many ways, and from divers sources, and in general from two sources, whereas our city has only one. For most of the Hellenes obtain their food from sea and land, but our citizens from land only. And this makes the task of the legislator less difficult. Half as many laws will be enough, and much less than half, and they will be of a kind better suited to free men. For he has nothing to do with laws about ship owners, and merchants, and retailers, and innkeepers, and tax collectors, and mines, and money lending, and compound interest, and innumerable other things. Bidding good bye to these, he gives laws to husbandmen, and shepherds, and beekeepers, and to the guardians and superintendents of their implements. And he has already legislated for greater matters, as, for example, respecting marriage, and the procreation and nurture of children, and for education and the establishment of offices. And now he must direct his laws to those who provide food and labour in preparing it. Let us first of all, then, have a class of laws which shall be called the laws of husbandmen, and let the first of them be the law of Zeus, the God of boundaries. Let no one shift the boundary line either of a fellow citizen who is a neighbour, or, if he dwells at the extremity of the land, of any stranger who is conterminous with him, considering that this is truly to move the immovable. And every one should be more willing to move the largest rock, which is not a landmark, than the least stone, which is the sworn mark of friendship and hatred between neighbours. For Zeus, the God of kindred, is the witness of the citizen, and Zeus, the God of strangers, of the stranger, and when aroused, terrible are the wars which they stir up. He who obeys the law will never know the fatal consequences of disobedience, but he who despises the law shall be liable to a double penalty, the first coming from the Gods, and the second from the law. For let no one wilfully remove the boundaries of his neighbour's land, and if any one does, let him who will inform the landowners, and let them bring him into court, and if he be convicted of redividing the land by stealth or by force, let the court determine what he ought to suffer or pay. In the next place, many small injuries done by neighbours to one another through their multiplication may cause a weight of enmity, and make neighbourhood a very disagreeable and bitter thing. Wherefore a man ought to be very careful of committing any offence against his neighbour, and especially of encroaching on his neighbour's land. For any man may easily do harm, but not every man can do good to another. He who encroaches on his neighbour's land and transgresses his boundaries shall make good the damage, and to cure him of his impudence and also of his meanness, he shall pay a double penalty to the injured party. Of these and the like matters the wardens of the country shall take cognizance, and be the judges of them and assessors of the damage. In the more important cases, as has been already said, the whole number of them belonging to any one of the 12 divisions shall decide, and in the lesser cases the commanders. Or again, if any one pastures his cattle on his neighbour's land, they shall see the injury and adjudge the penalty. And if any one by decoying the bees gets possession of another's swarms, and draws them to himself by making noises, he shall pay the damage. Or if any one sets fire to his own wood, and takes no care of his neighbour's property, he shall be fined at the discretion of the magistrates. And if in planting he does not leave a fair distance between his own and his neighbour's land, he shall be punished, in accordance with the enactments of many lawgivers which we may use, not deeming it necessary that the great legislator of our state should determine all the trifles which might be decided by anybody. For example, husbandmen have had of old excellent laws about waters, and there is no reason why we should propose to divert their course. He who likes may draw water from the fountainhead of the common stream on to his own land, if he do not cut off the spring which clearly belongs to some other owner; and he may take the water in any direction which he pleases, except through a house or temple or sepulchre, but he must be careful to do no harm beyond the channel. And if there be in any place a natural dryness of the earth, which keeps in the rain from heaven, and causes a deficiency in the supply of water, let him dig down on his own land as far as the clay, and if at this depth he finds no water, let him obtain water from his neighbours, as much as is required for his servants' drinking; and if his neighbours too are limited in their supply, let him have a fixed measure, which shall be determined by the wardens of the country. This he shall receive each day, and on these terms have a share of his neighbour's water. If there be heavy rain, and one of those on the lower ground injures some tiller of the upper ground, or some one who has a common wall, by refusing to give them an outlet for water; or again, if some one living on the higher ground recklessly lets off the water on his lower neighbour, and they cannot come to terms with one another, let him who will call in a warden of the city, if he be in this city, or if he be in the country, a warden of the country, and let him obtain a decision determining what each of them is to do. And he who will not abide by the decision shall suffer for his malignant and morose temper, and pay a fine to the injured party, equivalent to double the value of the injury, because he was unwilling to submit to the magistrates. Now the participation of fruits shall be ordered on this wise. The goddess of autumn has two gracious gifts: one the joy of Dionysus, which is not treasured up; the other, which nature intends to be stored. Let this be the law then concerning the fruits of autumn: he who tastes the common or storing fruits of autumn, whether grapes or figs, before the season of vintage, which coincides with Arcturus, either on his own land or on that of others, let him pay 50 drachmae, which shall be sacred to Dionysus, if he pluck them from his own land; and if from his neighbour's land, a mina; and if from any other's, 2/3 of a mina. And he who would gather the choice grapes, or the choice figs, as they are now termed, if he take them off his own land, let him pluck them how and when he likes; but if he take them from the ground of others without their leave, let him in that case be always punished in accordance with the law, which ordains that he should not move what he has not laid down. And if a slave touches any fruit of this sort without the consent of the owner of the land, he shall be beaten with as many blows as there are grapes on the bunch or figs on the fig tree. Let a metic purchase the choice autumnal fruit, and then, if he pleases, he may gather it. But if a stranger is passing along the road and desires to eat, let him take of the choice grape for himself and a single follower without payment, as a tribute of hospitality. The law, however, forbids strangers from sharing in the sort which is not used for eating. And if any one, whether he be master or slave, takes of them in ignorance, let the slave be beaten, and the free man dismissed with admonitions, and instructed to take of the other autumnal fruits which are unfit for making raisins and wine, or for laying by as dried figs. As to pears and apples and pomegranates and similar fruits, there shall be no disgrace in taking them secretly, but he who is caught, if he be of less than 30 years of age, shall be struck and beaten off, but not wounded. And no freeman shall have any right of satisfaction for such blows. Of these fruits the stranger may partake, just as he may of the fruits of autumn. And if an elder, who is more than 30 years of age, eat of them on the spot, let him, like the stranger, be allowed to partake of all such fruits, but he must carry away nothing. If, however, he will not obey the law, let him run the risk of failing in the competition of virtue, in case any one takes notice of his actions before the judges at the time. Water is the greatest element of nutrition in gardens, but is easily polluted. You cannot poison the soil, or the sun, or the air, which are the other elements of nutrition in plants, or divert them, or steal them. But all these things may very likely happen in regard to water, which must therefore be protected by law. And let this be the law: if any one intentionally pollutes the water of another, whether the water of a spring or collected in reservoirs, either by poisonous substances, or by digging, or by theft, let the injured party bring the cause before the wardens of the city, and claim in writing the value of the loss. If the accused be found guilty of injuring the water by deleterious substances, let him not only pay damages, but purify the stream or the cistern which contains the water in such manner as the laws of the interpreters order the purification to be made by the offender in each case. With respect to the gathering in of the fruits of the soil, let a man, if he pleases, carry his own fruits through any place in which he either does no harm to any one, or himself gains 3 times as much as his neighbour loses. Now of these things the magistrates should be cognizant, as of all other things in which a man intentionally does injury to another, or to the property of another, by fraud or force, in the use which he makes of his own property. All these matters a man should lay before the magistrates, and receive damages, supposing the injury to be not more than 3 minae. Or if he have a charge against another which involves a larger amount, let him bring his suit into the public courts, and have the evil doer punished. But if any of the magistrates appear to adjudge the penalties which he imposes in an unjust spirit, let him be liable to pay double to the injured party. Any one may bring the offences of magistrates in any particular case before the public courts. There are innumerable little matters relating to the modes of punishment, and applications for suits, and summonses, and the witnesses to summonses; for example, whether 2 witnesses should be required for a summons, or how many; and all such details which cannot be omitted in legislation, but are beneath the wisdom of an aged legislator. These lesser matters, as they indeed are in comparison with the greater ones, let a younger generation regulate by law, after the patterns which have preceded, and according to their own experience of the usefulness and necessity of such laws; and when they are duly regulated, let there be no alteration, but let the citizens live in the observance of them. Now of artisans let the regulations be as follows. In the first place, let no citizen or servant of a citizen be occupied in handicraft arts, for he who is to secure and preserve the public order of the state has an art which requires much study and many kinds of knowledge, and does not admit of being made a secondary occupation, and hardly any human being is capable of pursuing 2 professions or 2 arts rightly, or of practising one art himself and superintending some one else who is practising another. Let this then be our first principle in the state: no one who is a smith shall also be a carpenter, and if he be a carpenter he shall not superintend the smith's art rather than his own, under the pretext that in superintending many servants who are working for him, he is likely to superintend them better, because more revenue will accrue to him from them than from his own art. But let every man in the state have one art, and get his living by that. Let the wardens of the city labour to maintain this law, and if any citizen incline to any other art rather than the study of virtue, let them punish him with disgrace and infamy until they bring him back into his own right course. And if any stranger profess 2 arts, let them chastise him with bonds and money penalties and expulsion from the state until they compel him to be one only and not many. But as touching payments for hire and contracts of work, or in case any one does wrong to any of the citizens, or they do wrong to any other, up to 50 drachmae, let the wardens of the city decide the case. But if a greater amount be involved, then let the public courts decide according to law. Let no one pay any duty either on the importation or exportation of goods. And as to frankincense and similar perfumes used in the service of the gods, which come from abroad, and purple and other dyes which are not produced in the country, or the materials of any art which have to be imported, and which are not necessary, no one should import them, nor again should any one export anything which is wanted in the country. Of all these things let there be inspectors and superintendents taken from the guardians of the law, and they shall be the 12 next in order to the 5 seniors. Concerning arms and all implements which are required for military purposes, if there be need of introducing any art or plant or metal or chains of any kind, or animals for use in war, let the commanders of the horse and the generals have authority over their importation and exportation. The city shall send them out and also receive them, and the guardians of the law shall make fit and proper laws about them. But let there be no retail trade for the sake of money making, either in these or any other articles in the city or country at all. With respect to food and the distribution of the produce of the country, the right and proper way seems to be nearly that which is the custom of Crete. For all should be required to distribute the fruits of the soil into 12 parts, and in this way consume them. Let the 12th portion of each, as for instance of wheat and barley, to which the rest of the fruits of the earth shall be added, as well as the animals which are for sale in each of the 12 divisions, be divided in due proportion into 3 parts: 1 part for freemen, another for their servants, and a third for craftsmen, and in general for strangers, whether sojourners, who may be dwelling in the city, and like other men must live, or those who come on some business which they have with the state or with some individual. Let only this 3rd part of all necessaries be required to be sold. Out of the other 2/3 no one shall be compelled to sell. And how will they be best distributed? In the first place, we see clearly that the distribution will be of equals in one point of view, and in another point of view of unequals. CLEINIAS: What do you mean? ATHENIAN: I mean that the earth of necessity produces and nourishes the various articles of food, sometimes better and sometimes worse. CLEINIAS: Of course. ATHENIAN: Such being the case, let no one of the 3 portions be greater than either of the other 2, neither that which is assigned to masters or to slaves, nor again that of the stranger, but let the distribution to all be equal and alike, and let every citizen take his 2 portions and distribute them among slaves and freemen, he having power to determine the quantity and quality. And what remains he shall distribute by measure and number among the animals who have to be sustained from the earth, taking the whole number of them. In the second place, our citizens should have separate houses duly ordered, and this will be the order proper for men like them. There shall be 12 hamlets, one in the middle of each 12 portion, and in each hamlet they shall first set apart a market place, and the temples of the Gods, and of their attendant demigods, and if there be any local deities of the Magnetes, or holy seats of other ancient deities, whose memory has been preserved, to these let them pay their ancient honours. But Hestia and Zeus and Athene will have temples everywhere, together with the god who presides in each of the 12 districts. And the first erection of houses shall be around these temples, where the ground is highest, in order to provide the safest and most defensible place of retreat for the guards. All the rest of the country they shall settle in the following manner. They shall make 13 divisions of the craftsmen. One of them they shall establish in the city, and this again they shall subdivide into 12 lesser divisions among the 12 districts of the city, and the remainder shall be distributed in the country round about. And in each village they shall settle various classes of craftsmen, with a view to the convenience of the husbandman. And the chief officers of the wardens of the country shall superintend all these matters, and see how many of them, and which class of them, each place requires, and fix them where they are likely to be least troublesome and most useful to the husbandman. And the wardens of the city shall see to similar matters in the city. Now the wardens of the agora ought to see to the details of the agora. Their first care, after the temples which are in the agora have been seen to, should be to prevent any one from doing any wrong in dealings between man and man. In the second place, as being inspectors of temperance and violence, they should chastise him who requires chastisement. Touching articles of sale, they should first see whether the articles which the citizens are under regulations to sell to strangers are sold to them, as the law ordains. And let the law be as follows: on the first day of the month, the persons in charge, whoever they are, whether strangers or slaves, who have the charge on behalf of the citizens, shall produce to the strangers the portion which falls to them. In the first place, a 12th portion of the corn. The stranger shall purchase corn for the whole month, and other cereals, on the first market day. And on the 10th day of the month, the one party shall sell, and the other buy, liquids sufficient to last during the whole month. And on the 23rd day there shall be a sale of animals, by those who are willing to sell to the people who want to buy, and of implements and other things which husbandmen sell, such as skins and all kinds of clothing, either woven or made of felt, and other goods of the same sort, and which strangers are compelled to buy and purchase of others. As to the retail trade in these things, whether of barley or wheat set apart for meal and flour, or any other kind of food, no one shall sell them to citizens or their slaves, nor shall any one buy of a citizen, but let the stranger sell them in the market of strangers to artisans and their slaves, making an exchange of wine and food, which is commonly called retail trade. And butchers shall offer for sale parts of dismembered animals to the strangers and artisans and their servants. Let any stranger who likes buy fuel from day to day wholesale from those who have the care of it in the country, and let him sell to the strangers as much as he pleases and when he pleases. As to other goods and implements which are likely to be wanted, they shall sell them in the common market, at any place which the guardians of the law and the wardens of the market and city, choosing according to their judgment, shall determine. At such places they shall exchange money for goods, and goods for money, neither party giving credit to the other, and he who gives credit must be satisfied whether he obtain his money or not, for in such exchanges he will not be protected by law. But whenever property has been bought or sold, greater in quantity or value than is allowed by the law, which has determined within what limits a man may increase and diminish his possessions, let the excess be registered in the books of the guardians of the law, or in case of diminution let there be an erasure made. And let the same rule be observed about the registration of the property of the metics. Any one who likes may come and be a metic on certain conditions. A foreigner, if he likes and is able to settle, may dwell in the land, but he must practise an art, and not abide more than 20 years from the time at which he has registered himself, and he shall pay no sojourner's tax, however small, except good conduct, nor any other tax for buying and selling. But when the 20 years have expired, he shall take his property with him and depart. And if in the course of these years he should chance to distinguish himself by any considerable benefit which he confers on the state, and he thinks that he can persuade the council and assembly either to grant him delay in leaving the country, or to allow him to remain for the whole of his life, let him go and persuade the city, and whatever they assent to at his instance shall take effect. For the children of the metics, being artisans and of 15 years of age, let the time of their sojourn commence after the 15th year, and let them remain for 20 years, and then go where they like. But any of them who wishes to remain may do so, if he can persuade the council and assembly. And if he depart, let him erase all the entries which have been made by him in the register kept by the magistrates. End of Book 8. Book 9, Part 1 of Laws by Plato, translated by Benjamin JOWETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 9. Next to all the matters which have preceded in the natural order of legislation will come suits of law. Of suits, those which relate to agriculture have been already described, but the more important have not been described. Having mentioned them severally under their usual names, we will proceed to say what punishments are to be inflicted for each offence, and who are to be the judges of them. Cleinias: very good. Athenian: there is a sense of disgrace in legislating, as we are about to do, for all the details of crime in a state which, as we say, is to be well regulated, will be perfectly adapted to the practice of virtue. To assume that in such a state there will arise some one who will be guilty of crimes as heinous as any which are ever perpetuated in other states, and that we must legislate for him by anticipation, and threaten and make laws against him if he should arise, in order to deter him and punish his acts, under the idea that he will arise, this, as I was saying, is in a manner disgraceful. Yet, seeing that we are not like the ancient legislators, who gave laws to heroes and sons of gods, being, according to the popular belief, themselves the offspring of the gods, and legislating for others who were also the children of divine parents, but that we are only men who are legislating for the sons of men, there is no uncharitableness in apprehending that some one of our citizens may be like a seed which has touched the ox's horn, having a heart so hard that it cannot be softened any more than those seeds can be softened by fire. Among our citizens there may be those who cannot be subdued by all the strength of the laws, and for their sake, though an ungracious task, I will proclaim my first law about the robbing of temples, in case any one should dare to commit such a crime. I do not expect or imagine that any well brought up citizen will ever take the infection, but their servants and strangers' servants may be guilty of many impieties. And with a view to them especially, and yet not without a provident eye to the weakness of human nature generally, I will proclaim the law about robbers of temples and similar incurable, or almost incurable, criminals. Having already agreed that such enactments ought always to have a short prelude, we may speak to the criminal, whom some tormenting desire by night and by day tempts to go and rob a temple, the fewest possible words of admonition and exhortation. O sir, we will say to him, the impulse which moves you to rob temples is not an ordinary human malady, nor yet a visitation of heaven, but a madness which is begotten in a man from ancient and unexpiated crimes of his race, an ever-recurring curse. Against this you must guard with all your might. And how you are to guard we will explain to you. When any such thought comes into your mind, go and perform expiations. Go as a suppliant to the temples of the gods who avert evils. Go to the society of those who are called good men among you. Hear them tell, and yourself try to repeat after them, that every man should honour the noble and the just. Fly from the company of the wicked, fly and turn not back. And if your disorder is lightened by these remedies, well and good, but if not, then acknowledge death to be nobler than life, and depart hence. Such are the preludes which we sing to all who have thoughts of unholy and treasonable actions, and to him who hearkens to them the law has nothing to say. But to him who is disobedient when the prelude is over, cry with a loud voice. He who is taken in the act of robbing temples, if he be a slave or stranger, shall have his evil deed engraven on his face and hands, and shall be beaten with as many stripes as may seem good to the judges, and be cast naked beyond the borders of the land. And if he suffers this punishment, he will probably return to his right mind and be improved. For no penalty which the law inflicts is designed for evil, but always makes him who suffers either better or not so much worse as he would have been. But if any citizen be found guilty of any great or unmentionable wrong, either in relation to the gods, or his parents, or the state, let the judge deem him to be incurable, remembering that after receiving such an excellent education and training from youth upward, he has not abstained from the greatest of crimes. His punishment shall be death, which to him will be the least of evils, and his example will benefit others if he perish ingloriously and be cast beyond the borders of the land. But let his children and family, if they avoid the ways of their father, have glory, and let honourable mention be made of them as having nobly and manfully escaped out of evil into good. None of them should have their goods confiscated to the state, for the lots of the citizens ought always to continue the same and equal. Touching the exaction of penalties, when a man appears to have done anything which deserves a fine, he shall pay the fine, if he have anything in excess of the lot which is assigned to him, but more than that he shall not pay. And to secure exactness, let the guardians of the law refer to the registers, and inform the judges of the precise truth, in order that none of the lots may go uncultivated for want of money. But if any one seems to deserve a greater penalty, let him undergo a long and public imprisonment, and be dishonoured, unless some of his friends are willing to be surety for him, and liberate him by assisting him to pay the fine. No criminal shall go unpunished, not even for a single offence, nor if he have fled the country, but let the penalty be according to his deserts: death, or bonds, or blows, or degrading places of sitting or standing, or removal to some temple on the borders of the land. Or let him pay fines, as we said before. In cases of death, let the judges be the guardians of the law, and a court selected by merit from the last year's magistrates. But how the causes are to be brought into court, how the summonses are to be served, and the like, these things may be left to the younger generation of legislators to determine. The manner of voting we must determine ourselves. Let the vote be given openly, but before they come to the vote, let the judges sit in order of seniority over against plaintiff and defendant, and let all the citizens who can spare time hear and take a serious interest in listening to such causes. First of all, the plaintiff shall make one speech, and then the defendant shall make another, and after the speeches have been made, the eldest judge shall begin to examine the parties, and proceed to make an adequate inquiry into what has been said, and after the oldest has spoken, the rest shall proceed in order to examine either party as to what he finds defective in the evidence, whether of statement or omission. And he who has nothing to ask shall hand over the examination to another. And on so much of what has been said as is to the purpose, all the judges shall set their seals, and place the writings on the altar of Hestia. On the next day they shall meet again, and in like manner put their questions, and go through the cause, and again set their seals upon the evidence. And when they have 3 times done this, and have had witnesses and evidence enough, they shall each of them give a holy vote, after promising by Hestia that they will decide justly and truly to the utmost of their power, and so they shall put an end to the suit. Next, after what relates to the Gods, follows what relates to the dissolution of the state. Whoever, by permitting a man to power, enslaves the laws, and subjects the city to factions, using violence and stirring up sedition contrary to law, him we will deem the greatest enemy of the whole state. But he who takes no part in such proceedings, and being one of the chief magistrates of the state, has no knowledge of treason, or having knowledge of it by reason of cowardice, does not interfere on behalf of his country, such an one we must consider nearly as bad. Every man who is worth anything will inform the magistrates, and bring the conspirator to trial for making a violent and illegal attempt to change the government. The judges of such cases shall be the same as of the robbers of temples, and let the whole proceeding be carried on in the same way, and the vote of the majority condemn to death. But let there be a general rule that the disgrace and punishment of the father is not to be visited on the children, except in the case of some one whose father, grandfather, and great grandfather have successively undergone the penalty of death. Such persons the city shall send away with all their possessions to the city and country of their ancestors, retaining only and wholly their appointed lot. And out of the citizens who have more than one son of not less than 10 years of age, they shall select 10 whom their father or grandfather by the mother's or father's side shall appoint, and let them send to Delphi the names of those who are selected, and him whom the God chooses they shall establish as heir of the house which has failed. And may he have better fortune than his predecessors. CLEINIAS: Very good. ATHENIAN: Once more, let there be a third general law respecting the judges who are to give judgment, and the manner of conducting suits against those who are tried on an accusation of treason. And as concerning the remaining or departure of their descendants, there shall be one law for all 3, for the traitor, and the robber of temples, and the subverter by violence of the laws of the state. For a thief, whether he steal much or little, let there be one law, and one punishment for all alike. In the first place, let him pay double the amount of the theft if he be convicted, and if he have so much over and above the allotment; if he have not, he shall be bound until he pay the penalty, or persuade him who has obtained the sentence against him to forgive him. But if a person be convicted of a theft against the state, then if he can persuade the city, or if he will pay back twice the amount of the theft, he shall be set free from his bonds. CLEINIAS: What makes you say, Stranger, that a theft is all one, whether the thief may have taken much or little, and either from sacred or secular places? And these are not the only differences in thefts. Seeing then that they are of many kinds, ought not the legislator to adapt himself to them, and impose upon them entirely different penalties? ATHENIAN: Excellent. I was running on too fast, Cleinias, and you impinged upon me and brought me to my senses, reminding me of what indeed had occurred to my mind already, that legislation was never yet rightly worked out, as I may say in passing. Do you remember the image in which I likened the men for whom laws are now made to slaves who are doctored by slaves? For of this you may be very sure, that if one of those empirical physicians who practise medicine without science were to come upon the gentleman physician talking to his gentleman patient, and using the language almost of philosophy, beginning at the beginning of the disease, and discoursing about the whole nature of the body, he would burst into a hearty laugh. He would say, what most of those who are called doctors always have at their tongue's end. Foolish fellow, he would say, you are not healing the sick man, but you are educating him, and he does not want to be made a doctor, but to get well. CLEINIAS: And would he not be right? ATHENIAN: Perhaps he would, and he might remark upon us that he who discourses about laws, as we are now doing, is giving the citizens education and not laws. That would be rather a telling observation. CLEINIAS: Very true. ATHENIAN: But we are fortunate. CLEINIAS: In what way? ATHENIAN: Inasmuch as we are not compelled to give laws, but we may take into consideration every form of government, and ascertain what is best and what is most needful, and how they may both be carried into execution; and we may also, if we please, at this very moment choose what is best, or, if we prefer, what is most necessary. What shall we do? CLEINIAS: There is something ridiculous, Stranger, in our proposing such an alternative, as if we were legislators, simply bound under some great necessity, which cannot be deferred to the morrow. But we, as I may by the grace of Heaven affirm, like gatherers of stones, or beginners of some composite work, may gather a heap of materials, and out of this at our leisure select what is suitable for our projected construction. Let us then suppose ourselves to be at leisure, not of necessity building, but rather like men who are partly providing materials and partly putting them together. And we may truly say that some of our laws, like stones, are already fixed in their places, and others lie at hand. ATHENIAN: Certainly in that case, Cleinias, our view of law will be more in accordance with nature. For there is another matter affecting legislators which I must earnestly entreat you to consider. CLEINIAS: What is it? ATHENIAN: There are many writings to be found in cities, and among them there are discourses composed by legislators as well as by other persons. CLEINIAS: To be sure. ATHENIAN: Shall we give heed rather to the writings of those others, poets and the like, who either in metre or out of metre have recorded their advice about the conduct of life, and not to the writings of legislators? Or shall we give heed to them above all? CLEINIAS: Yes, to them far above all others. ATHENIAN: And ought the legislator alone among writers to withhold his opinion about the beautiful, the good, and the just, and not to teach what they are, and how they are to be pursued by those who intend to be happy? CLEINIAS: Certainly not. ATHENIAN: And is it disgraceful for Homer and Tyrtaeus and other poets to lay down evil precepts in their writings respecting life and the pursuits of men, but not so disgraceful for Lycurgus and Solon and others who were legislators as well as writers? Is it not true that of all the writings to be found in cities, those which relate to laws, when you unfold and read them, ought to be by far the noblest and the best? And should not other writings either agree with them, or if they disagree, be deemed ridiculous? We should consider whether the laws of states ought not to have the character of loving and wise parents, rather than of tyrants and masters who command and threaten, and after writing their decrees on walls go their ways; and whether in discoursing of laws we should not take the gentler view of them, which may or may not be attainable. At any rate, we will show our readiness to entertain such a view, and be prepared to undergo whatever may be the result, and may the result be good, and if God be gracious it will be good. CLEINIAS: Excellent; let us do as you say. ATHENIAN: Then we will now consider accurately, as we proposed, what relates to robbers of temples, and all kinds of thefts and offences in general. And we must not be annoyed if in the course of legislation we have enacted some things, and have not made up our minds about some others. For as yet we are not legislators, but we may soon be. Let us, if you please, consider these matters. CLEINIAS: By all means. ATHENIAN: Concerning all things honourable and just, let us then endeavour to ascertain how far we are consistent with ourselves, and how far we are inconsistent, and how far the many, from whom at any rate we should profess a desire to differ, agree and disagree among themselves. CLEINIAS: What are the inconsistencies which you observe in us? ATHENIAN: I will endeavour to explain. If I am not mistaken, we are all agreed that justice and just men and things and actions are all fair. And if a person were to maintain that just men, even when they are deformed in body, are still perfectly beautiful in respect of the excellent justice of their minds, no one would say that there was any inconsistency in this. CLEINIAS: They would be quite right. ATHENIAN: Perhaps. But let us consider further, that if all things which are just are fair and honourable, in the term all we must include just sufferings, which are the correlatives of just actions. CLEINIAS: And what is the inference? ATHENIAN: The inference is that a just action, in partaking of the just, partakes also in the same degree of the fair and honourable. CLEINIAS: Certainly. ATHENIAN: And must not a suffering which partakes of the just principle be admitted to be in the same degree fair and honourable, if the argument is consistently carried out? CLEINIAS: True. ATHENIAN: But then if we admit suffering to be just, and yet dishonourable, and the term dishonourable is applied to justice, will not the just and the honourable disagree? CLEINIAS: What do you mean? ATHENIAN: A thing not difficult to understand. The laws which have been already enacted would seem to announce principles directly opposed to what we are saying. CLEINIAS: To what? ATHENIAN: We had enacted, if I am not mistaken, that the robber of temples and he who was the enemy of law and order might justly be put to death. And we were proceeding to make divers other enactments of a similar nature, but we stopped short, because we saw that these sufferings are infinite in number and degree, and that they are at once the most just and also the most dishonourable of all sufferings. And if this be true, are not the just and the honourable at one time all the same, and at another time in the most diametrical opposition? CLEINIAS: Such appears to be the case. ATHENIAN: In this discordant and inconsistent fashion does the language of the many rend asunder the honourable and just. CLEINIAS: Very true, Stranger. ATHENIAN: Then now, Cleinias, let us see how far we ourselves are consistent about these matters. CLEINIAS: Consistent in what? ATHENIAN: I think that I have clearly stated in the former part of the discussion, but if I did not, let me now state. CLEINIAS: What? ATHENIAN: That all bad men are always involuntarily bad. And from this I must proceed to draw a further inference. CLEINIAS: What is it? ATHENIAN: That the unjust man may be bad, but that he is bad against his will. Now that an action which is voluntary should be done involuntarily is a contradiction. Wherefore he who maintains that injustice is involuntary will deem that the unjust does injustice involuntarily. I too admit that all men do injustice involuntarily. And if any contentious or disputatious person says that men are unjust against their will, and yet that many do injustice willingly, I do not agree with him. But then how can I avoid being inconsistent with myself if you, Cleinias, and you, Megillus, say to me, well, Stranger, if all this be as you say, how about legislating for the city of the Magnetes? Shall we legislate or not? What do you advise? Certainly we will, I should reply. Then will you determine for them what are voluntary and what are involuntary crimes? And shall we make the punishments greater of voluntary errors and crimes and less for the involuntary? Or shall we make the punishment of all to be alike, under the idea that there is no such thing as voluntary crime? CLEINIAS: Very good, Stranger, and what shall we say in answer to these objections? ATHENIAN: That is a very fair question. In the first place, let us, CLEINIAS, do what? ATHENIAN: Let us remember what has been well said by us already, that our ideas of justice are in the highest degree confused and contradictory. Bearing this in mind, let us proceed to ask ourselves once more whether we have discovered a way out of the difficulty. Have we ever determined in what respect these two classes of actions differ from one another? For in all states and by all legislators whatsoever, two kinds of actions have been distinguished, the one voluntary, the other involuntary, and they have legislated about them accordingly. But shall this new word of ours, like an oracle of God, be only spoken, and get away without giving any explanation or verification of itself? How can a word not understood be the basis of legislation? Impossible. Before proceeding to legislate, then, we must prove that they are two, and what is the difference between them, that when we impose the penalty upon either, every one may understand our proposal, and be able in some way to judge whether the penalty is fitly or unfitly inflicted. CLEINIAS: I agree with you, Stranger, for one of two things is certain: either we must not say that all unjust acts are involuntary, or we must show the meaning and truth of this statement. ATHENIAN: Of these two alternatives, the one is quite intolerable. Not to speak what I believe to be the truth would be to me unlawful and unholy. But if acts of injustice cannot be divided into voluntary and involuntary, I must endeavour to find some other distinction between them. CLEINIAS: Very true, Stranger. There cannot be two opinions among us upon that point. ATHENIAN: Reflect then. There are hurts of various kinds done by the citizens to one another in the intercourse of life, affording plentiful examples both of the voluntary and involuntary. CLEINIAS: Certainly. ATHENIAN: I would not have any one suppose that all these hurts are injuries, and that these injuries are of two kinds, one voluntary and the other involuntary. For the involuntary hurts of all men are quite as many and as great as the voluntary. And please to consider whether I am right or quite wrong in what I am going to say, for I deny, Cleinias and Megillus, that he who harms another involuntarily does him an injury involuntarily. Nor should I legislate about such an act under the idea that I am legislating for an involuntary injury. But I should rather say that such a hurt, whether great or small, is not an injury at all. And on the other hand, if I am right, when a benefit is wrongly conferred, the author of the benefit may often be said to injure. For I maintain, O my friends, that the mere giving or taking away of anything is not to be described either as just or unjust, but the legislator has to consider whether mankind do good or harm to one another out of a just principle and intention. On the distinction between injustice and hurt he must fix his eye, and when there is hurt he must, as far as he can, make the hurt good by law, and save that which is ruined, and raise up that which is fallen, and make that which is dead or wounded whole. And when compensation has been given for injustice, the law must always seek to win over the doers and sufferers of the several hurts from feelings of enmity to those of friendship. Cleinias: Very good. Athenian: Then as to unjust hurts, and gains also, supposing the injustice to bring gain, of these we may heal as many as are capable of being healed, regarding them as diseases of the soul, and the cure of injustice will take the following direction. CLEINIAS: What direction? ATHENIAN: When any one commits any injustice, small or great, the law will admonish and compel him either never at all to do the like again, or never voluntarily, or at any rate in a far less degree, and he must in addition pay for the hurt. Whether the end is to be attained by word or action, with pleasure or pain, by giving or taking away privileges, by means of fines or gifts, or in whatsoever way the law shall proceed to make a man hate injustice, and love or not hate the nature of the just, this is quite the noblest work of law. But if the legislator sees any one who is incurable, for him he will appoint a law and a penalty. He knows quite well that to such men themselves there is no profit in the continuance of their lives, and that they would do a double good to the rest of mankind if they would take their departure, inasmuch as they would be an example to other men not to offend, and they would relieve the city of bad citizens. In such cases, and in such cases only, the legislator ought to inflict death as the punishment of offences. CLEINIAS: What you have said appears to me to be very reasonable, but will you favour me by stating a little more clearly the difference between hurt and injustice, and the various complications of the voluntary and involuntary which enter into them? ATHENIAN: I will endeavour to do as you wish. Concerning the soul, thus much would be generally said and allowed, that one element in her nature is passion, which may be described either as a state or a part of her, and is hard to be striven against and contended with, and by irrational force overturns many things. CLEINIAS: Very true. ATHENIAN: And pleasure is not the same with passion, but has an opposite power, working her will by persuasion and by the force of deceit in all things. CLEINIAS: Quite true. ATHENIAN: A man may truly say that ignorance is a third cause of crimes. Ignorance, however, may be conveniently divided by the legislator into two sorts. There is simple ignorance, which is the source of lighter offences, and double ignorance, which is accompanied by a conceit of wisdom, and he who is under the influence of the latter fancies that he knows all about matters of which he knows nothing. This second kind of ignorance, when possessed of power and strength, will be held by the legislator to be the source of great and monstrous crimes, but when attended with weakness will only result in the errors of children and old men, and these he will treat as errors, and will make laws accordingly for those who commit them, which will be the mildest and most merciful of all laws. CLEINIAS: You are perfectly right. ATHENIAN: We all of us remark of one man that he is superior to pleasure and passion, and of another that he is inferior to them, and this is true. CLEINIAS: Certainly. ATHENIAN: But no one was ever yet heard to say that one of us is superior and another inferior to ignorance. CLEINIAS: Very true. ATHENIAN: We are speaking of motives which incite men to the fulfilment of their will, although an individual may be often drawn by them in opposite directions at the same time. CLEINIAS: Yes, often. ATHENIAN: And now I can define to you clearly and without ambiguity what I mean by the just and unjust, according to my notion of them. When anger and fear and pleasure and pain and jealousies and desires tyrannize over the soul, whether they do any harm or not, I call all this injustice. But when the opinion of the best, in whatever part of human nature, states or individuals may suppose that to dwell, has dominion in the soul, and orders the life of every man, even if it be sometimes mistaken, yet what is done in accordance therewith, and the principle in individuals which obeys this rule, and is best for the whole life of man, is to be called just, although the hurt done by mistake is thought by many to be involuntary injustice. Leaving the question of names, about which we are not going to quarrel, and having already delineated 3 sources of error, we may begin by recalling them somewhat more vividly to our memory. One of them was of the painful sort which we denominate anger and fear. CLEINIAS: Quite right. ATHENIAN: There was a second consisting of pleasures and desires, and a third of hopes, which aimed at true opinion about the best. The latter being subdivided into 3, we now get 5 sources of actions, and for these 5 we will make laws of 2 kinds. CLEINIAS: What are the 2 kinds? ATHENIAN: There is one kind of actions done by violence, and in the light of day, and another kind of actions which are done in darkness, and with secret deceit, or sometimes both with violence and deceit. The laws concerning these last ought to have a character of severity. CLEINIAS: Naturally. ATHENIAN: And now let us return from this digression and complete the work of legislation. Laws have been already enacted by us concerning the robbers of the gods, and concerning traitors, and also concerning those who corrupt the laws for the purpose of subverting the government. A man may very likely commit some of these crimes, either in a state of madness, or when affected by disease, or under the influence of extreme old age, or in a fit of childish wantonness, himself no better than a child. And if this be made evident to the judges elected to try the cause on the appeal of the criminal or his advocate, and he be judged to have been in this state when he committed the offence, he shall simply pay for the hurt which he may have done to another, but he shall be exempt from other penalties, unless he have slain some one, and have on his hands the stain of blood. And in that case he shall go to another land and country, and there dwell for a year, and if he return before the expiration of the time which the law appoints, or even set his foot at all on his native land, he shall be bound by the guardians of the law in the public prison for 2 years, and then go free. Having begun to speak of homicide, let us endeavour to lay down laws concerning every different kind of homicide, and first of all concerning violent and involuntary homicides. If any one in an athletic contest and at the public games involuntarily kills a friend, and he dies either at the time or afterwards of the blows which he has received, or if the like misfortune happens to any one in war, or military exercises, or mimic contests of which the magistrates enjoin the practice, whether with or without arms, when he has been purified according to the law brought from Delphi relating to these matters, he shall be innocent. And so in the case of physicians, if their patient dies against their will, they shall be held guiltless by the law. And if one slay another with his own hand, but unintentionally, whether he be unarmed, or have some instrument or dart in his hand, or if he kill him by administering food or drink, or by the application of fire or cold, or by suffocating him, whether he do the deed by his own hand, or by the agency of others, he shall be deemed the agent, and shall suffer one of the following penalties. If he kill the slave of another in the belief that he is his own, he shall bear the master of the dead man harmless from loss, or shall pay a penalty of twice the value of the dead man, which the judges shall assess. But purifications must be used greater and more numerous than for those who committed homicide at the games. What they are to be, the interpreters whom the god appoints shall be authorized to declare. And if a man kills his own slave, when he has been purified according to law, he shall be quit of the homicide. And if a man kills a free man unintentionally, he shall undergo the same purification as he did who killed the slave. But let him not forget also a tale of olden time, which is to this effect. He who has suffered a violent end when newly dead, if he has had the soul of a free man in life, is angry with the author of his death, and being himself full of fear and panic by reason of his violent end, when he sees his murderer walking about in his own accustomed haunts, he is stricken with terror and becomes disordered, and this disorder of him, aided by the guilty recollection of the other, is communicated by him with overwhelming force to the murderer and his deeds. Wherefore also the murderer must go out of the way of his victim for the entire period of a year, and not himself be found in any spot which was familiar to him throughout the country. And if the dead man be a stranger, the homicide shall be kept from the country of the stranger during a like period. If any one voluntarily obeys this law, the next of kin to the deceased, seeing all that has happened, shall take pity on him, and make peace with him, and show him all gentleness. But if any one is disobedient, and either ventures to go to any of the temples and sacrifice unpurified, or will not continue in exile during the appointed time, the next of kin to the deceased shall proceed against him for murder. And if he be convicted, every part of his punishment shall be doubled. And if the next of kin do not proceed against the perpetrator of the crime, then the pollution shall be deemed to fall upon his own head. The murdered man will fix the guilt upon his kinsman, and he who has a mind to proceed against him may compel him to be absent from his country during 5 years according to law. If a stranger unintentionally kill a stranger who is dwelling in this city, he who likes shall prosecute the cause according to the same rules. If he be a metic, let him be absent for a year; or if he be an entire stranger, in addition to the purification, whether he have slain a stranger or a metic or a citizen, he shall be banished for life from the country which is in possession of our laws. And if he return contrary to law, let the guardians of the law punish him with death. And let them hand over his property, if he have any, to him who is next of kin to the sufferer. And if he be wrecked and driven on the coast against his will, he shall take up his abode on the sea shore, wetting his feet in the sea, and watching for an opportunity of sailing. But if he be brought by land, and is not his own master, let the magistrate, whom he first comes across in the city, release him, and send him unharmed over the border. If any one slays a free man with his own hand, and the deed be done in passion in the case of such actions, we must begin by making a distinction. For a deed is done from passion, either when men suddenly, and without intention to kill, cause the death of another by blows and the like on a momentary impulse, and are sorry for the deed immediately afterwards; or again, when after having been insulted in deed or word, men pursue revenge, and kill a person intentionally, and are not sorry for the act. And therefore we must assume that these homicides are of two kinds, both of them arising from passion, which may be justly said to be in a mean between the voluntary and involuntary. At the same time, they are neither of them anything more than a likeness or shadow of either. He who treasures up his anger and avenges himself, not immediately and at the moment, but with insidious design, and after an interval, is like the voluntary. But he who does not treasure up his anger, and takes vengeance on the instant, and without malice prepense, approaches to the involuntary. And yet even he is not altogether involuntary, but is only the image or shadow of the involuntary. Wherefore about homicides committed in hot blood there is a difficulty in determining whether in legislating we shall reckon them as voluntary or as partly involuntary. The best and truest view is to regard them respectively as likenesses only of the voluntary and involuntary, and to distinguish them accordingly as they are done with or without premeditation. And we should make the penalties heavier for those who commit homicide with angry premeditation, and lighter for those who do not premeditate, but smite upon the instant. For that which is like a greater evil should be punished more severely, and that which is like a less evil should be punished less severely. This shall be the rule of our laws. Cleinias, certainly. End of Book 9, Part 1.